Alright, y'all, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Liz, and I'm gonna keep working on this game. Particularly, I've been working on attack stuff. Been having some wonderful help from the community, people who come through and help this game be better. I didn't ask anybody to come through, but boy, do I appreciate it. I'll tell you what, because I'm kind of new. I'm a little new to doing game, not necessarily game development, but kinda, especially programming, y'all. Especially programming. We got Frank Franz in this house. What's up, Frank? What's up, YouTube? How y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, so you appreciate this alien. Dude, I like the alien. I did my best. I did make all the art myself. You know, for now. Right now, I'm just trying to make a little prototype. Something that's playable, something that gets the idea that I have for a game across, feels fun, and then I'm gonna put it up free open source on itch.io, and I'm gonna get some feedback, and we're gonna make changes, and then I'm gonna look into maybe doing a little campaign of some kind. We'll see, raising money, taking it further, maybe putting it on Steam. But guess what? That's a long way away because I don't even, look, that is technically my plan, but for now, I'm not worrying about that. For now, I just want it to be fun right now. I just want this game to be fun right now and have it be the point of what it's supposed to be, which is an alien invading Earth and taking meat and sending it back home to its home planet. Yeah, there's buildings. I made these on Monday. Yeah, little city. So these are just all the assets just kind of splatted down into the game. Ideally, all this would be procedurally generated because I am thinking of having it be roguelike. So this would be procedurally generated, and this is just one building. I made this one building on Monday. I do Monday member streams in Blender, so I just spend around 8 hours just making stuff. If you're a member on YouTube or a paid patron, you get access to that live stream I do. And yeah, I'm actually extremely proud of this building. I'm actually extremely proud of it. It's supposed to have some, oh, I think it does. I think it's just hard to see. I also made this little cow barn here a couple weeks ago. Actually last night during the stream, I made that fence there. So, you know, I don't think it's the best art, but it's something that gets the point across, which is what I'm here for. Speaking of getting the point across, one important point that I want to get across is attacking. Yeah, I just want there to be some simple, good enough attacking. The idea is, look how long that hello is. Why is it so long? I don't really know, but it's very long. It's so long. There's nothing here. It's just like, so the attacking, right? What I want, this LOL is probably gonna be super long. It's so big. So if I click on one of these helicopters here, what you're gonna see is the results of our labor of a week and a half. And here it is. You ready? Blow. Did you miss it? Did you catch it? It might be bugged. I'm not really sure what the deal is. So here I'm gonna smack this. Bow. Got it. That's what we got so far. But we're gonna do some work on it today. My 2 cents has been a huge help. Also, shout out to Dragon Blade and Minnie for helping me out here as well. But it gets there. Now the animation is something I want to set up today at some point. My 2 cents has offered to help with that, so we'll wait for my 2 cents to be here. But basically, we're gonna set up an animation tree so the legs can animate separately from the rest of it. Brickmaker is working on a zombie game. I love it. Yes, I've seen your updates in the Discord. I love that. Discord link is in the description box, by the way, y'all. How does one get their own theme songs? Well, basically, the person who made this, Freaker, was a friend of mine. Just a friend of mine, and someone who makes music. And I was like, I like it. Can I use it in my live stream? And they were like, yeah. And so here we are. That's about it. And then they make they made several tracks that kind of are similar to this one, and so I'm using all of those. So I have like an outro song, a BRB song, a contemplation song, and they're all by the same person with the same kind of vibe, so it just kind of works out that way. That's it. That's it. Simple as that. Don't have to worry about licensing because it's a friend and good stuff like that. So yeah, so I think we're gonna keep working on this. There are some interesting things happening. Basically, I want to get it so it has, I want the helicopter to have 2 HP, because the point of this game is that you're an alien who's invading Earth, and you have to send meat back to your home planet, whether it be, human, animal, or otherwise, but I think there's no otherwise. I think it's just human or animal. And so in these helicopters, there's gonna be humans piloting it, right? And so if it has 2 HP, you hit it once, and then the glass breaks, and you can pluck out a human. And then if you hit it again, you destroy it. So that would be something that ultimately I wanna do. So I kind of wanna work on that. And there's a few problems right now with that. So we'll see about that. When a mod joins, you sing. Oh, so it's actually not when a mod joins, it's when a member joins. Currently, there is another bug with this chat app. This chat app is an experimental one. It's a work in progress. It's always getting updates. In fact, it has an update that I need to install right now, which if you see me being distracted, that's what I'm doing. While I'm being distracted, by the way, you could always hyper smash that thumbs up button. I'm just saying, I see we got about a few people hanging out with us, but only 1 thumbs up. I just noticed that because I'm setting up my chat app. I'm making sure I update it, and I just happened to like glance and see that despite y'all being here, you haven't hit the thumbs up button yet. And that's cool. I respect that you want to hold your like, but let me tell you this, depending on the platform, when you press that like button, there's going to be confetti and colors. It makes you feel good, and you deserve to feel good. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as an option. But yeah, so Frank is a mod, but not a member. And it says membership. So this chat, even though it's got some bugs. It's got some bugs. Maybe if I hit the update, there'll be less bugs. We'll see. But yeah, so basically you got to be a member on Patreon or YouTube, and then I'll sing you your own song when you join the stream. Quick question, Area 51. I don't have any thoughts about it at all. Area 51, I don't even know enough about it. I don't even know enough about it. I mean, what was it? It was just like some classified area with like military. Honestly, to me, most alien stuff that people are like, it's aliens. To me, it's usually just military stuff. It's usually just like the military testing a new aircraft or whatever. And then people are like, oh my God, it's aliens. And the military's like, we won't say. Of course they won't say because they're testing stuff and they don't want people to know. Like that. So I don't really know much about Area 51, but I would guess that it's something similar to that. At a location of it. Will it be in the game? I mean, so where even is Area 51? Is that the same as Roswell? Area 5.1. Is that the same as Roswell? That's actually funny you say Area 5.1. Like, what the hell is Area 51? I don't even really know what it is. Highly classified United Air Force facility. It's just military stuff, man. Like, why is it always, it's fun to think it's aliens. But you know, now that you mention it, it's in Nevada. Oh, okay. Now that you mention it, actually, this would fit really well. So let me tell you why. Let me pull up my my game dev documents. Let me pull up one of my game dev documents. They took you there? They took you there. They took you there. Okay. That's very serious. It's like very scary. What do you mean? So Area 51, it's not even an active military base. It's like it was a military base. So weird. It just seems like a tourist locked up. For what? For what? That is so funny. And then they removed your memories. Interesting. Well, they forgot to remove the most important one, which is that you remember being abducted. It seems like they should have done that. Seems like they should have done that. To me, I do have thoughts about alien lore, but you know, and I even think I'm breaking some of my own rules about alien lore. Like, to me, aliens wouldn't look like humans. My alien kind of does, but I explain it. I explain why it looks like a human. The reason why it looks like a human is because if it eats a human, it turns into a human shape. So anyway, I was gonna show you this. So here's how the levels are gonna work in this game. Okay, so there's gonna be 4 areas. I don't know if there's gonna be 3 levels each, but there's at least gonna be 4 areas. Cattle farms and rural. So the first area is gonna be them, you know, abducting cows, eating cows and stuff like that. That'll be the first area. The second area will be small towns, so it'll be kind of like increasing the amount of stuff, right? Like, it starts out as a emptier space, and it becomes more filled. So we go to small towns, and then after that, sorry, I'm updating my chat app at the same time. And then we're gonna go to the big city, which is where you see those buildings that I made. Those are gonna be part of that big city vibe. And then finally, the last area is gonna be a military base. So this will be the most difficult part of the game, will be a military base, right? So in that sense, Area 51 could be a military base, and then I just have like reference photos or whatever. I mean, I'd like it to be an active military base. So if Area 51 is like abandoned or something, you know, that seems not great. So the last area is gonna be a military base. So you're gonna have all kinds of opposition and difficult enemies and whatnot. But to me, Area 51 doesn't. Is Area 51 an active military base? I feel like it isn't. I'm gonna have to ask. Oh, so wait, we don't even know if it exists? We don't even know where it is? So it's a popular meme that the Area 51 military base has aliens. Yeah, right. Confirmed. They replaced all of my memories with a man named Jerf. Jerf Sourheart. Okay. Area 51 confirmed, especially back in 2019. I think Area 51 is still active. Not sure, though. Interesting. Yeah, they confirmed it. They confirmed it. All right, let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. All right, I'm sure that will give us the best possible answer. Is Area 51 an active military base? Help me out. Help me out. Almost got this chat app updated. Whether we'll really notice it. Indeed, it's an active military installation operated by the Air Force. Groom Lake in southern Nevada. It remains shrouded in secrecy and intrigue. Officially known as Homey Airport or Groom Lake, this remote facility is part of the Nevada Test and Training Range. While the specifics of its operations are not publicly disclosed, the USAF describes it as an open training range, widely believed to be involved in the development and testing of experimental aircraft and weapon systems. Yeah, dude, that's all it is. That's all any alien stuff ever is just like the military. Like why would the military want foreign, you know, and enemies or whatever knowing about what things they're developing? So like they're gonna be secretive about it. It's just, I mean, it's what it says. You know what it says about more than anything? It says something about like the American, I don't know, desire to like have a mythology, you know, and like be like, oh look, it's something mythical. And he's like, no, you're just the most militarized nation in the world. That's all. But I can appreciate it. So maybe there's a way we could throw in a reference, but. And if there's a lot of weapons there, I mean, certainly that would be a good place to end it. I don't really know where. So the other thing is, I'm not sure like where this game is gonna like take place technically, right? I'm not exactly sure. I think I need to pull up this chat since I'm live updating my chat app. I think I gotta look at it here. More precise is better for that sort of question. Maybe. You were so funny, it made me throw up, and now I had to clean it up. Okay. That's disgusting. Please don't tell me that. Imagine if there's a ray gun there. There might be. There's probably some very impressive weapons there. That's kind of their main thing, it sounds like. So look, Area 51, maybe it exists. Yeah, it exists. But is it aliens? Is it aliens? But a passing reference would be cool, so who knows, maybe. All right. Now I think I got my chat app updated and stuff. I doubt it's gonna make the long messages look better, but at least we'll be up to date. Thanks for your patience, guys. It's this app is always updating. It's like constantly updating. Let me make sure my chat is set up good and we can keep going with the dev. So today I am going to be doing some development, believe it or not. Believe it or believe it not. Last night I kind of broke the way that the helicopters get attacked, because before they would just sort of delete themselves when you click on them. You just like click on it and it would just go away, and it kind of does, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the delete doesn't work right, and they also don't have like lives, and it's easy to like break it and do it wrong. So I'm gonna figure out how not to do it wrong. See, like that, it barely even reached out and it deleted it first. So I think I set up this code in some bad ways, and then it kind of like doesn't, it just like doesn't do a great job sometimes, and I'm not fully sure why. I remember a pretty good video about the Area 51 hype from 2019. Might post in Discord. Please do. 2019. So that was not that long ago. Maybe 2019 is when they like confirmed it or something. Because Area 51, I mean, I remember when I was a child, that was like something people talked about for some reason. Probably because they just saw weapons testing and they're like, oh, it means something. It's like, yeah, it means you're in danger from your own government. Or rather, the rest of the world is. So anyway, no, but I'm glad you guys bring it up, and I'll tell you why. Because it's still doing the long messages. The reason why I'm glad you bring it up is because the kind of thesis of this game, or a big point of this game, is that there is too much oppressive military presence in the world. I mean, I guess this takes place in the United States, but I wasn't necessarily explicitly thinking of it that way, but I guess technically it is, since I come from that perspective. But basically what's going to happen is that the people who are getting ravaged by the aliens are going to protest the aliens, and then a militarized police force, or the military, National Guard maybe, is going to attack the aliens, but also gonna have collateral damage be the protesters. And so the aliens and the activists are gonna join together, and the enemy is gonna be violent authority. So the main enemy in this game is the military, really. And so if the Area 51 thing is like if it's going to be in there, like, it would somehow be tied into that concept of violent authority, which maybe that means it should be. Aren't you trying to eat humans? Yeah, but here's the thing: there's going to be a mechanic with this empathy bar. So when you eat your first human, you're going to get an empathy bar, because you don't just get human limbs when you eat the human, right? So if you eat a cow, you get cow limbs. When you eat a human, you also get human empathy. And this is just going to function as like an extra point system health bar situation. And pretty much, if you eat innocent people, or, animals just any animals, then your empathy meter is going to go down. And if your empathy meter is higher, you're going to get certain perks and bonuses. So let's say, there's some houses scattered around. And so let's say that the people, if you have a high empathy, there might be like a pickup outside of houses, because people have heard you're a good alien and you're helping free them from their oppressive government. And so you would click on, like, people would bring out some frozen beef from their fridge, leave it out, and that'll give you like an extra health pickup or something, right? So you do eat humans, but ideally, you play the game where you only eat humans who are trying to attack you. That is to say, the violent authority. So yes, you're trying to eat humans, but if you play it a certain way, you can only eat some humans. However, if you do just eat any innocent human, then you're gonna just have less. It's gonna be a harder gameplay experience, basically. So that's that. Even though you in theory can get through the levels more quickly. So I don't know how that's going to work. It's going to be very interesting with balancing, because the idea is that you have to hit a certain threshold of meat that you collect before the level ends. And if you hit that, then the level ends and you move on to the next one. So we're going to need to do a lot of experimentation with like balancing and scaling to make sure that if you do just pluck up all the innocents, right, that the punishment for doing that is great enough that the game is going to be really difficult, even if you get through the levels more quickly. If people who want difficulty eat humans more, yeah, basically, yes, exactly. You know, now whether or not, now I gets it, and again, I'm just kind of getting the game together the best I can, which by the way, it is not even close to there yet, unfortunately. But we'll see. You know, I want to put those mechanics in and then see what it's like. You know, how does it feel to play a level where you could either just gobble up all those people and it be harder, or not? Like, does that feel fair? Does it feel fun? Does it feel challenging? Does it feel addictive? And if not, then I might want to reimagine how that works. But that's kind of the idea. 2019 is the year when a bunch of people decided that they wanted to attack a military base for no reason. Are you serious? Are you serious? That seems like a bad idea. That seems like a very bad idea. But also very interesting. It's also very interesting. So, yeah, so I gotta do the boring stuff. But for me, it's fun. For me, it's a blast. The attacking. So see right there, you saw me attack that helicopter, right? So ultimately, I want them to have 2 HP. But technically, right now, they only have 1 HP. So here's what I need to do. I need to look at my code, see what's wrong with it, and fix it. So here we go. I'm new to programming. There's a lot I have to learn. Right now, we're going a bit down the hacky path. There's different ways that this can go right now. All right, and right now, hackiness is kind of the thing. So imagine there's 2 roads. All right, this stream goes between these. All right, we go between the left road and the right road. It just kind of depends on how things are going. 2 different paths. There's helpy, where sometimes we have folks who come through and are like, hey, this is this, do this, that works better. What if you did that? Basically, backseaters. And you know what? I embrace the backseat, assuming that I like your ideas. And so that's one path that this stream can take. And it can go back and forth between this other path, the hacky path. Yes, the hacky path, which is what we're kind of veering towards right now, which is basically me just being kind of a noob and figuring things out the best I can, which is great. This is how we all learn. I love learning this way. It's important. But, you know, it's a different vibe. So we could go either way. Right now, it looks like we're going down the hacky way. So let's just enjoy it while it lasts before someone saves me from disaster. Okay, so the way that this is set up is a couple different ways. So in the player script, we have this do grab, and do grab. I gotta start using these. Okay, do grab right here. Now this function only runs. It only runs if something grabbed signal is received. We have this messenger, this auto load script, and it receives something grabbed. Something grabbed actually comes from, whoops, I meant to search. Something grabbed comes from the object itself. So basically there's a raycast, all right? I know I say the word basically so much. It's like a personal pet peeve of myself. Basically that. It's an autistic thing. So not necessarily basically. There's this raycast script over here. And this raycast puts out or basically, I did it again! It detects objects in the scene. So there's this point that comes from the center of the camera, and it goes to where the cursor is in 3D space throughout the game. And if it notices that it's hovering over something that can be grabbed, it's going to output the name of that thing that could be grabbed, and it's going to send that out as the grab target. The copter itself is going to receive that grab target signal, and then it's going to check to see, am I the thing that was grabbed? So we're checking the grab target, and we're saying if the grab target is me. So it could be something else. It could be a tree. It could be a house. It's like, I'm not a tree. I'm not a house. But oh, look, helicopter. That's who I am. So if it sees that it's itself and the grab click is pressed, then something grabbed is going to happen. It's going to put out this other message that says that something has been grabbed. And what it's going to send with it is itself. So it's checking to see if the grab target is itself, and if the grab button is pressed and it's itself, then it's going to send another signal out that says, hey, I'm the thing that was grabbed. It was me. Now back on the player, the player's gonna check to see if really anything was grabbed. If anything was grabbed, do grab is gonna run. Okay, so this is if we click on something and it's something that could be grabbed. Do grab is gonna run. And what's gonna happen is it's going to move the arm out and smack the thing. And so what it does is it takes that self, right? That what is grabbed, that self. And actually, I just realized I should probably reorder this. I don't know that the order really matters, but I probably should do it a little bit. It's going to assign what itself is to grabbed object. And then that grabbed object is going to be what the arm goes to. Really, this is just assigning that, and this is happening somewhere else, because this is running a function right here. Grab action tween is another function that we have here. So it's going to run this. So it's checking the grab target. This is where I think I have some problems in this code, because I just kind of hacked this together. If the grab target is not nothing, then it's going to run the function that aims the arm at the target. If it isn't nothing, that is to say, or if it is nothing, then it's going to aim it at nothing. This is not great. I've done a bad job here, and this is what I need to remake. So I barely even want to explain it. Aim bone at target is going to take that target, which is the thing that said, hey, I'm the thing that was grabbed. It's going to take that, and it's going to do some awesome vector math that my 2 cents helped me put together. This was from the helpy portion of a stream. And it's going to make sure that arm gets to that object that said, hey, I'm the thing. So that's what we do with that information. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add some outputs. I'm going to do some printing of messages at different points, and we're going to see where there's inconsistencies, why things aren't working right, and then I'm going to try to hack together a way to make this work a little better, so that way we can attack it, and then when we pull our arm back, by that point, the helicopter will take damage, which right now is just it disappearing, but I will want it to have more health, but for now, I'm just going to have it disappear. And the thing is if it disappears as soon as we click on it, then it's not going to know what to reach to. So it's just a little confusing. So I'm going to print out some messages. Let me check up what you guys are saying. Don't be confused by my Discord profile. I'm a big fan of Has-Been Hotel. I probably wouldn't care. To be honest, there's no way I could care about that. Have a like and a good stream. Okay, thanks, DNF. Welcome. Good to see you. Good evening to you as well. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. You shouldn't abuse pronouns, honestly. Like, I mean, that's not something that would, like, you know, get you, like, a timeout in the Discord server, but it definitely is frowned upon, because pronouns are a helpful way to show allyship with transgender people. And if we use the pronoun section correctly, we can help people help normalize, right? Asserting what people's pronouns are instead of assuming them. And so when you make a joke with it, it's sort of it in a way I think it's okay because it's like kind of funny and like it also helps, it does kind of help normalize it in a way, but you're also undermining your own potential to express yourself. Like literally, like let us know who you are. Like instead of having to say that, you could just do that and then I would know that you're a he. You know, like why not just use it correctly? Then I actually know who you are. But I get it. Jokes are fun. I understand. I understand. Like and subscribe. You know you want to. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're in 917. We're in 917. I got big thanks to the community for helping this channel grow. I'm gonna be doing videos one day soon instead of just live streams, so that will help the channel grow a lot too. But I'm proud to say that we've earned all those from just live streaming. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Not easy to do on YouTube. All right. So let's do some messages around so I actually understand why I know my code is bad, but I want to understand why my code is bad. I want to really understand why my code is bad. So here's what I'm going to do. First thing is I'm going to come and find all these other messages that are printing, and I'm going to not have them happen because they're kind of getting in the way of what I want to actually study. So I'm going to comment out all the prints that I have right now. Just get all these out of here. Don't want to print this. Wait, why did that cause the... I don't know. Oh, because we gotta do pass here. Since the only thing this function is doing is printing a message. That's pretty funny. Okay, all right, Lees, whatever. That was probably some debug thing. This is still, this whole hovering health, aka cows, or meat, really any meat would be considered health. That is a work in progress, so I'm sure I'm gonna need that again at one point. Something I'm trying to do is collapse my functions more that I'm not using. So these are just little things. What is this? I think we don't need any of this. I think we can burn this to the ground. So I'm going to clean it up, just clean it up. This is something we're kind of using, but also kind of not. Maybe I'll keep it, because I might actually want to drop a print in there. In here, we're definitely going to want to drop a print. I'm probably going to want that. I'm going to want that. This one we don't have. This has the head. When we move the cursor around, the head looks at the cursor. That's something. Joop, 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 joop. It's kind of nice. Yoop, yoop. Not too bad. Not too bad. But I don't think I really need that right now, so we'll collapse that. Physics process. I don't think there's really anything in here that we're using, so I'm going to collapse that just to clean this up a little bit. Print command is hard in Scratch. It's harder than movement? Really? Is that true? I guess if they don't... I mean, is there any kind of output log of like errors and stuff? That's interesting. I've tinkered with Scratch a little bit, but I haven't used it extensively. There's no print block. I mean, maybe the output log can be helpful. Movement is really easy, yeah. Well, I guess they're kind of catering to, you know, people wanting to jump in and quickly put something together that feels like a game, right? Feels like something interactive, less than like hardcore building something big that you would want to debug. 2 blocks, yeah. I don't know. I guess there's not an output log in Scratch. Maybe there is, because, I mean, even though you can't, like, print something specific, maybe you can at least see some kind of output. Dang. I'm going to remember that's something to keep in mind with Scratch. Okay, so this is one place I'm going to want to do stuff. Let me make sure there's not, because I'm sure there's other places, too, that are printing things. Print, 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 print. Do I have any Discord notification? What does that mean? Do you mean does my Discord send out notifications? No, I don't. No. There's no tagging at everyone. I don't do that. So you don't have to worry about that if that's something you're thinking about. But like, you know, if you get mentioned, then you'll get a notification, but you have to turn that off on your end. But if what you're asking is if we use the @everyone tag, we don't. We do not. Or if you're asking if I have notifications on that will happen while I'm streaming, I do not have that set up. Absolutely not. Hell no. Okay, that's that. Let me see, just looking here to see if there's any prints. Looks like they're all commented out. Perhaps on the copter. We are going to want some things printed here, ultimately. All right. Oh, you know where else there might be? There might be something on the spawner. So let me check there. Okay. All right. Let's see if anything prints. I'm just going to run through real quick. Oh, the block path. That's okay. That's one message. That's fine. We can leave that. But it looks pretty clean. I'm just going to bump into stuff. All right. Looks fine. Looks like there's no messages popping out, so I think we'll be okay. I haven't set up the collision on the building yet, if you can't tell. That's why we just go right through it. Okay. All right. Looks like we don't have anything that's going to get in the way. Debugger's probably the... Oh, yeah, so that's something. There's so many things to think about. It gets complicated, man. Making a game gets complicated. It gets real complicated. When you're done with this, can we see your Discord server on your PC or laptop? Maybe. I mean, why? 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 I pull it up sometimes. Why? Are you doing something bad in there? What are you doing in there? Are you like, is there something you did in there that's bad and you want it to be seen? What are you even talking about? The internet is not great here, so sometimes it can mess up the stream. But just going on Discord isn't so bad. What can be bad is if I load like a video in Discord. You're not doing anything or just saying. I'm like, what are you doing? Are you spamming something bad there? You're just so suspicious. You're so suspicious. Why be so suspicious? Okay. But yeah, I mean the Discord, like I can pull it up. I prefer not to. Usually I pull it up off screen at first in case somebody is doing something bad over there. Mert Maker checked. Okay, that's nice. But I'll show you. I'll show you. I gotta look at it first. Make sure everything's looking good. Make sure everything is safe. Boop, 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 boop. Where is... Oh, there it is. So yeah, there's the Discord. We got the events for all the live streams happening there. We got general. We got food. We got pet share. We got video. Self-promo. Games by you. This is a cool place. People can post the games that they're working on here. I love seeing the games that you guys are working on, so feel that. Set a game recommendation. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, so we have a gaming section as well. So there's only one thing in there right now because I just made it. Basically, we had an old... I see there's that basically again. We had an old gaming channel, but it was just like one of these, like, you know, boring ones. And I kind of like... I feel like it's nice to have the forum channels because then you can just post more in there, you know? I think they're nice. Where is the gaming... I get so lost when it scrolls so jumpy. I had to turn off smooth scrolling on here because, there we go. It's smoother if I drag it. So now it's just small, but it's a nice forum post, so we get a bunch of these. Check out your zombie game. I will. Oh, I can't play this video. If I play this video, the stream will get messed up. So I can't do that. But yeah, this is something Merp Maker's been working on and sharing the progress. And I love seeing the progress of the games you guys are working on. Please share your games. Share your games. I would love to hear about them, but I absolutely cannot press this because my internet will implode. So there's the Discord. There's the Discord. Discrimination? What is discriminate? What is discrimination? What does that even mean? That's such a fun word. Okay, so I'm looking for places where I want to print messages, so that way I can figure out my hacky code and what's wrong with it. I'm gonna start with the, I guess we could start with the raycast. It's a word he just made up. Even though I kind of know, I like it. Even though I kind of know how this works already, it might be nice. To describe something in past tense, discrimination. That's very creative that you're coming up with words. I like that. I could collapse some of this stuff too. Well, I guess if there's anything that I'd want to know here, it would be what the grab target is. So we could say, now this is printing the position. I don't really need that right now. Is game on the top of the recommendation? I don't know what that means, but okay. Heard. I'll look at it later. You can also just tell me the name of it now if you want. So I want to say print raycast sees. We're just going to get a whole bunch of stuff here. Printing stuff helps me so much. Helps me so much. Raycast sees, and we're going to say grab target. So if I just leave that in there, this is the problem. One problem is this is going to put out a lot of messages. This is going to put out a lot of messages. So this happens all the time. So there it says, now these, since these are like spawn duplicates, a lot of them have this like area, this name is just area 3D, which is really hard to decode. Like, what does that even mean, you know? But if I hover over this, it says tree 3. If I hover over this one, it says tree 1. Sometimes I try to zoom it in. I guess if we're going to be like focusing on messages, it might be nice to zoom it in. Sorcerer Battlegrounds. It's a Roblox Jiu-Jitsu game. It's fun. I also recommend a private server. I don't play Roblox, but I have utmost respect for what people create on Roblox, and I think it's great that there are communities where you can just play so many different games. So many different games. Just games upon games upon games upon games. So many freaking games. I think that that's a good value, you know, to just have a massive collection of games. But I don't actually play Roblox. But maybe anyone else can take this recommendation from Creepy Eye Black. Sorcerer Battlegrounds. Creepy Eye Black recommends it, y'all. Creepy Eye Black recommends it, but a private server. A private server. You made a good game on there? Nice. Yeah, it's a great little place to learn game development. And even make some money, potentially. Potentially. So it only sees some things, and it won't see the player. It doesn't see the buildings, because I haven't set up the buildings as an obstacle yet. But it'll see everything else that's marked as NPC or obstacle, pretty much. I think. Will it see the house? Yeah, it'll see the house. So this is going to be printing a little bit too much. So I don't really want to have this. So I'm going to not print that, because otherwise it's going to drown out everything. So instead, let's go to the copter. The copter is going to receive the grab, and if it's the thing that's if it's the thing that's seen, let's have it print something. So we'll say if grab target is set to self, let's have it print copter scene. And then I'm going to say in parenthesis the name of it. And then we're going to end the parenthesis. Just so then we can get a sense of when the copter is seen, since that's what I'm trying to figure out. Your game made like $15, $20? That's awesome! That's cool! That's cool. So this is already telling me a lot, which is that it's being repeatedly seen over and over again when I'm holding it. This message is constantly going. It really only needs to be seen one time. It doesn't need to be constantly updated, but it may be, since the raycast, it may, that's just the way that is. So I don't really know what to do about that, but that's actually very helpful information, because that's going to be potentially part of the reason why there's issues, is if it continually updates stuff about it. So we'll see, but that's a lot of information. I'll leave it, but I might want to get rid of that. We could also just say, let me comment it out for now. And instead, let's say that if it's been grabbed, we're going to print copter, we'll say copter hit for now. Copter hit, we'll do a parenthesis. I'm going to say, tell us what you are, and then we're just going to end it in a parenthesis. So this will also be interesting, because I wonder if it's going to give, I think it will, multiple informations here. Yeah, so if I keep holding it, it'll report it a bunch of times. Even if all I did was tap it. That's what I tried to do just now, was tap it. So if I just tap the helicopter, tap, it's going to do it a bunch of times. So that's interesting. It's good to just see, just notice it. Yeah, I would like it to be a little less, truth be told. I think it's a little excessive. So if I click it, look at all those. I just clicked it once, just a little tippy tap, and it just explodes with a bunch of stuff. So that's good to keep in mind. I don't know what the slanders are. I don't know what that means. So that's interesting. Now, got hit. Now, this is a message that gets reported after it receives the hit. So I'm actually going to go back to the player for now. So this messenger says something grabbed, and it gets emitted. This is going to get picked up on the player script. So let's go to where that gets picked up, which is do grab. Or not do grab. Oh, I guess it is do grab. It is do grab. Because what it's saying is do the arm fling. So this might be helpful. So we could say arm moving, or grab, we'll say grab begun on, and then the grabbed object. So the grab has begun on this object. Okay. I kind of like just the name, because all of this like extra ID stuff is kind of irritating me. It's just so much information. I might be able to parse that out. So if we just say self.name, I think it will just give us the name, which will be a little less chaotic. And I'm going to update that here as well. So when we click on it, now we're going to get it, one of them is going to be really long from the do grab. There, so see, it's a lot shorter now. I like that. It's just a little more readable for me. So over here for grabbed object, I want to do .name, so it only gives us the name and not this extra ID here. There's just a lot of bouncing back and forth, and I feel complicated about that. All right, so we click on this. I clicked on that one time as far as I'm concerned, and we got a lot of messages. A lot of messages. So it starts with copter hit, and then grab begins. Copter hit, grab begins. Copter hit, grab begins. Copter hit, grab begins. Just goes back and forth, and it ends on grab begun. Okay. Good to know. It's interesting because, I mean, it raises a question like, well, what if I only wanted to get hit once, right? So I think something that might help is if I come over to the copter and I say, is action just pressed? instead of pressed. That might lessen the amount of things that pop out. Let's see if that helps. Whoa, look at that. We only got 2 messages. It didn't explode with information that I don't need. I love it. I love it. Much better. Oh, there we go. Ha ha ha. Oh, problem. So there was an issue, right? So I just clicked on this helicopter. It saw it as being hit and the grab began. But the helicopter is still there. It's right now it should only have 1 hit point and that copter should have gone away, but it didn't. So we need to get another print in here, and that print is for the got hit. If this ran, we got a problem, right? Because, like, why didn't it go away? So I want to get that. But I even want to go a little sooner than that. So the grab began, but there's more information than I technically want. Which is, not only when does the grab begin, but there's multiple components. There's the arm aiming at the helicopter, and then there's the arm stretching towards the helicopter. And then there's the arm retracting from the helicopter and going back to its original position. So there's multiple steps there. I don't know how many of those I really want to look at right this second, but at least 2 of them. So I'm gonna come back to the player script and let's look at that. So the first thing that's gonna get run after the grab begins is this grab action tween, which is right here. Now this is where my hacky crappy code is that it has got to change. It's got to change. So, but I'm gonna print this out so we can understand what it's doing, even though I hate it and I'm embarrassed by it. We're gonna say print object. Let's say, because this is basically saying as long as it isn't null. If it isn't null, object isn't null. Let's even just say that. Object isn't null. And then we're going to have grabbed object name here. And I'm going to put that in parentheses. Put a comma, quote, and parentheses. Now, if it is null, that'll be this one. So this could be interesting too, to see if it, because there's one issue that might happen where the helicopter is destroyed and then it doesn't see it anymore. So this would be helpful to know if this happens. I'm just going to have it say object null. We don't really need the rest of it. It's object null. Okay. So there's that. I don't think we're going to get much from that yet. I think the most of them are just going to say this for now. So either way, it's going to play aim bone at target. Now this is what rotates it into the right position, and it also stretches it. So it's got both of those. So if this starts to run, there's 2 different ways that this happens. Either it's going to say object null arm returning to default. Or this is going to happen, and it's going to be, which is after the return. So if it is null, it's going to put it at its default position immediately. And then return, that is to say, loop this until it isn't null. So once it isn't null and it gets past this part of the code, we want to say print object is, and then I guess we can say target. It's going to be a lot of information. Object is target name. Arm is moving. Now we won't know whether it's moving in or out unless we know what the amount is that it's starting at, pretty much. Because that's what's going to change. I feel like this is where we have a problem in my code, now that I think about it. Where is the 0 versus the 1? Do grab 0. Wait, oh, this is set to 1. Okay, this one's set to 1. Right. I'm a little confused. But, oh, first of all, I have this messenger here that I never finished. That's important. Aim bone at target. Wait, why is this way? This should be an await. But did we get rid of this await? They were supposed... Oh, there's the await. Oh. Oh, okay. So, okay, I see. So it starts at 0. And then it does the tween. Okay, I got you. Okay, so I'm actually going to want to print... Because what happens is it runs the stretch, the rotate and the stretch right here. It starts at 0. That is to say, this rotation and this stretch, that action happens at a strength of 0, which means it doesn't happen. But we're tweening it to become 1, which is what this is saying. Become 1, which means it should do this from 0 to 1 at a speed... Oh, this is the speed. This is the speed. Just kidding. So at a speed of 1, so 1 second, starts at 0. I guess the 1... Where does the... Wait, this is saying 1 at a speed of 0. Wait a second. Wait a second. I might see where there's a problem here. I think I see what I might have done here. So this method is looking for method callable from to, duration is the last one. From to, and then duration is the last one. From 0 to 1. Oh, and then it's the duration. Okay, I see. So we start at 0, we go to 1, and the grab duration we're setting elsewhere for the length of time that the arm takes to reach out. Gotcha. And so on this one, we're saying start at 1, go to 0. Okay. Now, so that's not a problem. That makes sense. That makes sense. So as soon as the grab begins, we want that arm to begin at the 0 position and end up at the 1 position. That is to say, fully realize the rotate and reach. After the grab duration, that is to say how long it should take for this to happen, times 2, apparently. After that amount of time, then run another tween, except this time, we're going to go from that 1 position and come down to 0. Now, this currently isn't working, and this is part of what I'm trying to puzzle out, is why this isn't working. Okay, so now that I understand that, is this running? So here we run this aim bone at target function. Grab action tween runs it. Do I need this line here? I mean, this establishes it as 0 for the amount. But so does this. I don't think we need this line of code right here. I think this is an extra line of code that might be causing us problems. So I'm going to remove that for now. That might actually fix something. Because otherwise it's going to be running this too many times. Interesting. I certainly don't need this anymore. I'm going to get rid of this for now. Let's clean this up a little bit. We got a little bit of a mess here. We could clean this up. Okay, so we've grab begun. The tween starts. I want to say grab ending for this section. I'm going to say print grab ending from, so this is just the object that we're coming from. Grabbed object. I don't know why we really need this information because the object shouldn't change. But it might be interesting if we move the cursor to another object to see if it mixes it up. It probably won't, but whatever. Grab ending. I might even want to say, let's just not even worry about that, but we'll keep it for now. Okay, so after the await, we'll see that the grab is ending. All right, so that's going to run this multiple times, and so it'll print whether the object is or isn't null. This will actually be pretty useful to find out if it's null on the retraction. So that'll give us that information. As far as the aim bone at target goes, here, object null, armor turned into default, object is, yeah, this will be useful. I think we have a lot of good information here. So then the final thing that we would want to do here is something ungrabbed. So grab ending, when that happens, the ungrabbed signal will be sent out. The ungrabbed signal is received on the copter. And it goes to got hit. If the target is the self, that is to say, if it sees that I got hit, then it's gonna delete itself. So that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna have it say print. I'm gonna do it before it as well. Print. This is kind of a weird way to do it. Let's say self name should be hit. Should be hit. And then we'll say print self name just got hit. All right. Whoop. What did I do wrong? Expected else? Why? Why? What did I type wrong? What did I type wrong? Expected else after ternary operator condition? Oh, I forgot to close this. Okay. Let's see what we got. We added a lot of new stuff here. Or I added a lot of new stuff here. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Here we go. It's gonna be a bunch of stuff. Boom. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a lot of information. Jesus. Alright. Copter hit. Copter 100. Grab begun on Copter 100. Object isn't null. Copter 100. Object is Copter 100. Arm is moving. I typed that badly. Can we type that better? Oh, I forgot to put a space. Object is target name. Let's just put like a period. Arm is moving. Okay. Arm is moving, so the arm begins. Object isn't null. Now, the reason why it runs object isn't null is because aim bone at target is being called. So this is being called multiple times. It doesn't need to be called multiple times. Doesn't need it. So that seems like a problem, and would actually explain there's some sometimes jilted behavior where it kind of does this. That might be why that's happening. That should only be called one time. Only once. Because if we say object isn't null or grab begun, right? That's when the do grab goes. The tween, oh, that's why it's, okay, actually that makes sense. It should be running multiple times. Okay, because that's the way a tween works. That's the way a tween works, now that I think about it. A tween will run its property or method over and over and over again, right? Shout out to Dragonblade for teaching me that. It'll run it over and over and over again. So we're saying And the reason why it does it over and over again is because it's going from 0.0 to 1.0. So that over and over again will be from it going 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 to 0.5, all the way up until 1.0. So we can probably even see that in the number of how many times this runs. So that actually makes sense, that would run that many times. Good. So the tween will call this function right here. And if the grabbed object isn't null, it's going to say object isn't null, so it's not null. And it's going to say the arm is moving. It'd be kind of interesting to see the amount. I wonder if the amount changes. That would be kind of cool. I would actually like to see that. Now this, not only is it going to run this function over and over again, it's also going to run this function over and over again. I don't know that it needs to run the tween that changes the amount, but do I necessarily want to run this entire animation over and over again? You know? Hey, Dragonblade, welcome. I don't know what's wrong with my chat today, but it is, it is wide. It has something wide to say. But welcome. There might be like, it might be like, I don't have a clue why it's doing that. It's so much width. It's too much width. Is that if statement doing what you are expecting it to do? Hell no. Absolutely not. Nope, it isn't. It's part of what I'm trying to debug right now. No. That is code that was created well on the hacky path. We are deep on the hacky path on that. So I set that up. I set that up just as a quick and dirty way to get the helicopter to be destroyed after the arm reaches it. So after the arm reaches the helicopter and hits it, I want it to then be destroyed. And so I just kind of slapped that together. And what I was going to do was just like go into a whole debug, you know, hole and try to just check to see like what's happening when, and then fix it from there. But I know folks like you who often bring us down the helpy path can probably just look right at it, right at that code and say, I mean, I can look at it and say, but what I don't know is how to do it better. So I'm sure I can figure it out, but that doesn't mean I will say no to any suggestions on how to fix it immediately. But I will want to kind of understand why this is so bad, so I can try to not make this mistake in the future. But I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. So this is running this grab action, and it's running the aim bone target. It's also running the aim bone target multiple times, which feels concerning to me. I also want that amount to change. You see something like that in C#, it's an obvious problem, but not sure if it's a problem in GDScript. It's a problem. I can tell you right now, it's a problem. Yeah, test it. Oh, that's interesting. So you're saying like this would be a problem regardless of whatever the context. I mean, the context is important, but there's something fundamental here about the way I'm trying to logic this that doesn't make sense. Cool. That's cool, because that means that's a really important lesson to learn. So the amount is happening. The tween is running the function over and over again. The amount is changing. I'd kind of like to see that amount, if I'm being honest. But we do see the object isn't null. I don't think... So object is null does run down here, right? Arm returning to default. Oh, that's interesting. So the arm returns to default. That's why it snaps back. Let me just play the game again. So you can just... So this is actually... Your null check is invalid. Oh, whoops. So if the arm reaches out, but see, it snaps back. It gradually goes, but it snaps back. The reason why it snaps back is because it's returning to default, which is what I don't really want, actually. I want it to tween it back. If it returns it to default, it's snapping it back. So I'll even rename it to that, just to make that a little more clear. But there is a problem right there that we can figure out. The null check is invalid. So I believe you. I believe you, but it does work. Like the code, so maybe it does work. When I say it doesn't work, it doesn't serve the purpose that I need it to. But it does work, I think, in that it appropriately gauges whether this is null or not. So let's even have it print what it sees. So we'll say, so we can see that. The code first executes if it's not grabbed object, which negates it, and then it verifies if the resulting false or true is null. Well, I will say it does work at first. Let me actually, since we're not using the full width of this, let me just shrink this down so it's a little less taking up space. But it does run, which it can never be null if it says a boolean. So I actually don't know if I agree with you here. Because here, as you can see, it does work. So it does work. So I think, so this is a Godot thing. I'm actually surprised that I think I can maybe say that maybe you're wrong. Because I think what this actually says is if the grabbed object is not null, not if the grabbed object is or isn't, then compare to null. I believe that in Godot, in GDScript, this reads as if the grabbed object is not null. And so indeed, here we're printing the name of the object and it's null. And it's not null. And then down here, later, when it is null, it's able to say object null. So I think that it does work. But I see why you'd think it may not. Entropy, boop. That's like a double boop. Welcome, good to see you, Entropy. Hope you're doing good. Not a lot of debugging, some crappy code I wrote. Some wonderful, brilliant people come through this chat and help me, and then I inevitably have to work with that brilliant code by giving it a terrible, disgusting, hacky noob treatment that I then have to debug. But the wonderful thing is, it's great to learn, and I'm enjoying myself doing it. I'm basically printing a bunch of messages that happen all along the course of this stuff that I'm trying to do. And then I'm just trying to see if that's behaving the way I want it to and how I might want that to change to do more what I want. That if will always end up in true. I don't understand how you can say these things. How can you say that, Dragonblade? Look, right here. How can you say that? Look, this is the same thing. This is the same thing. Object null. So it's else. I want to believe that you're right, but the proof is right here. Here it's returning false, and then up here, and actually we can even put this all in the same look. Oh, it's actually a little bit. Let me make this a little larger. Zoop. Look. Oh, and right here, actually, we have object. Yeah, object isn't null. Object null. I don't know what to say. It's working. It is fun. Honestly, I do find it fun. Because it's like a mystery. You know? It's like a mystery. It's like I create something and then I just am like, okay, so let's solve a mystery about it. I don't know, it's fun. It's an infinite amount of entertainment. Obviously, it'd be great if it just worked, but there's a lot to learn here. You can write it as literally if null is not null, and it will be true. I want to believe that I understand what you're saying, but I don't, because it works. So, but please, if you can, if it needs to be fixed, I'll fix it. So I'm gonna also say, and even though, I mean, I don't think I need to put any more information here. I feel like we're good. You know why I'm getting a null here? Because it's null. Because it is. But let's find out. Let's find out. It should be impossible based on the test I did. Oh. So maybe your test isn't looking at the right object. So the thing is, oh, so here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, and maybe this helps clarify it. So what this could either be is the name of an object, not the name, but an object. It's either going to be an object, that would mean not null, or it's going to be a freed object. So maybe in your test, you didn't test it with a freed object, which is kind of like, why would that be null? I don't know, because that's, because I don't know how to type freed object, but, so that could be why. So I'm worried this might cause a problem, but let's do it just for the sake of understanding everything. I'm going to say object null space comma and then let's say grabbed object name. So what this should do, oh, let's actually make it a parenthesis. What this should do is it should report the null or the freed object or whatever it is. So let's try it just so we can understand. But so that could be why it's different, Dragonblade, is that it's not actually looking for a null. It's so the null, it's more like nil that I'm looking for. I don't know if what I said made sense just there. Okay, so I hit this. Yeah, so here when we get the error, notice that it says that it's previously freed. So it's trying to get the name of it, right? But it can't because it's freed. So it's not really null, it's that it's freed. But maybe because, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it works because it sees null as something that it can't, like, interpret. Does that make sense now? Okay. So what do I want to, oh, I want, I wanted to rename the, what was it called? The default position return? ARM returning to default. So I don't really want this. So if the object is null, I want to say instead of returning to default, ARM is snapping back. This is not what I want. I actually want it to run this tween. But because it's null, again, it's seeing the freed object as it being null. I feel like this is a GDScript thing. This is just some kind of GDScript thing. Because this is actually code that My Two Cents gave me, which they found from Reddit and solved someone else's problem. But then again, this is maybe doing something a little different, since it doesn't have that negation going on. But I like have a sneeze, but it like doesn't want to come out. I'm like, am I gonna sneeze? Are we gonna sneeze? I think we're sneeze free. Whoa. Okay. We're zipping all over the place. So object null, ARM is snapping back, ARM is moving. I actually wanted to say ARM is moving after the end. I don't want it to be null. I want target to not update. So this actually kind of helps me with my problem. is I need to figure out how to make sure that it doesn't do this. Now, interestingly, it is running that amount over and over and over again. So I really want that amount to be printing. So I'm going to have it say arm is snapping back. And then I'm going to add something else in here. And it's going to be tween amount is, even though we're not tweening anything here, the tween amount should still be changing. So I'm kind of curious just to see what the amount turns out as. Tween amount is, and then I'm going to have the amount print, and then we're going to do end the parenthesis. Okay, and I'd actually like this to also be at the end of this other one. All right, I'm going to run this. So I think what's going to be happening is, even though the arm is just snapping back, the tween amount should still be changing because we're still tweening it. All right, this might need to be a little longer, truth be told. So we're going to hit it. Should be hit multiple times. I'm surprised that that's running multiple times. Grab begun, object isn't null, object is the copter, arm is moving. Tween amount is that big old number. Big old little, it's actually a very small number. So it's updating it, object isn't null, it's tweening from 0 to 1. Copter 0100 should be hit. So what this is saying is that this function is running, that it should got hit. If it sees that it's itself, then it should print that it just got hit. The reason why I did this is because I want to know if it's receiving null, then we'll see that it never got hit. But the should be hit will run. Right here, we can actually see that. Should be hit, just got hit. And then it runs this function 5 more times that it should be hit. Something ungrabbed. Why would that run it so many more times? I mean, I'm not saying that is bad. I just don't really understand why it's running it so many more times. So that's coming from ungrabbed. So that's after the await. Do grab. I mean, I would almost think that's my click continuing or something. I don't really know why that runs 5 times. I think the click is on just pressed. So I don't know why that runs so much. Is this, I don't know. Why this message is being emitted 5 times. But that's interesting. And then, so that means that the copter function will be trying to check to see if it's the thing that got hit, which doesn't really matter. That just shouldn't cause any problems other than arguably a performance hit, but I don't really understand why it would check it that many more times. But okay, so it is. Grab ending from the copter. So that is to say the arm coming from the copter, the grab is ending, which means what I want is for the arm to move back. Now, interestingly, for a second, for one little bit, the arm is going to move backwards. So it was at 1, right? We have that tween set up going at first from 0 to 1. And then when I want it to come back, it should go from 1 back to 0. And so it starts to almost go back to 0. And then the object becomes null. And that's when this has been freed. The object is destroyed. And it's again checking to see what the object should be. So at first it doesn't see that the object is gone. But then, and that's probably when the await ends, right? So that's kind of helpful to understand, I think. Oh, it was right there. That await hasn't ended yet. But then again, that doesn't make sense because this wouldn't begin. So actually the await would have to have ended. Interesting. All right, I'm a little confused, but I kind of get it. So the tween continues to tween, right? That amount value continues to change, but the arm is no longer moving. It's just snapping back really fast. So the tween goes down to 0, and then it's at 0. Okay, so now here's the next thing I want to check. The next thing I want to check is what if we grab something else after that? Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna nab it. This is what we expect. This is probably the same behavior. Should be hit running 5 times for some reason. It quickly sees that it should be moving back, but it doesn't. And I'm just gonna run it again just to see if just to make sure we all see it. I mean, we're not gonna really see the retraction being gradual, but that's okay. Because it's only one little frame that it does it. But you'll see that it goes out and then it's gonna snap back, which isn't what I want. I want it to gradually come back. We have got it to gradually come back, but the only way it gradually comes back is if the helicopter doesn't delete itself. If the helicopter doesn't delete itself, then it will gradually come back. All right, so we click it, snaps back real fast. Not good. Now I'm going to click another one. Was that different? Was that different? Probably not, but I'm curious. Okay, copter 0100. And then here's the next one, which has the name Area 3D here. So the copter gets hit. Hey, we got my 2 cents in the house. Welcome, good to see you. We might be solving this problem even sooner. Are you late to the party? You are not. You're right on time, my friend. You're right on time. So last night, so my 2 cents helped me set up so much of this code. So much of this code. And then I was like, well, I need to make the helicopter. So let me be more specific. My 2 cents helped me set up the code that gets the arm to reach out and hit the helicopter. Where I came in was I set it up so that the helicopter would destroy itself after the arm reached the helicopter. So before, it would just reach it and come back, and the helicopter would stay put. And so now what's happening is the arm reaches out, and then after it reaches there, the helicopter destroys itself. And in theory, the arm should come back. But that doesn't quite happen. That doesn't quite happen, and there's other weird problems. Or at least one other weird problem. So what happens is the arm goes out, and then it snaps back to its default spot. It doesn't actually animate back to its original spot. And so I'm just trying to puzzle out what's going on there, why that's happening. I added, because I just hacked together some crappy code to make that work. And so I'm just kind of going in and trying to figure out what I know it's wrong, but like I'm trying to figure out where it's wrong and how to make it better. And so I just added a bunch of print outputs all along the path of this activity. And so basically what happens is, I'll just do it again. I'll just do it again. And again, I've got messages all along the way here. It's going to happen in an instant. But you'll see what I'm describing here. We're going to reach out. It's going to animate. You didn't really see it there. It's going to animate, and it's going to snap back. Animate and snap back. Animate and snap back. So all of these messages here reflect that. So at first, the copter gets hit. That's the first thing that happens. Let's get out of the way so we don't fall in a pit. Copter gets hit, and the grab begins. Let me show you where these things are. Let me show you where these things are, so it means more than just words on here. So we've got grab begun. That is to say, the raycast, which is actually this is going to be on the copter. now that I think about it. The copter is putting out a message saying, hey, I'm the thing the raycast saw when the mouse button was clicked. The mouse button was clicked, and I was what was seen. And so when that happens, it's going to run this do grab function. And then it's going to say grab begun. The copter hit is when the copter says, oh, I just saw that I'm the thing that was seen when the click happens. That's when copter hit runs. Okay. So then we're going to run grab action tween, right? So it's going to start this creating a tween, and it's going to run grab action tween. So that runs this function right here. This is my hacky code that I put together. This is some of my hacky code. Let me scroll it down. And so if it isn't null, that is to say, if the object hasn't been destroyed yet, it's going to say object isn't null, and then it's going to say what the object name is. And so that's what this is. It isn't null, it's the copter. And then it's going to run the logic that my 2 cents helped me set up, which is aiming the arm and stretching it out. So it runs that function right here. And when that function begins, it's going to either report one of 2 things. That the object is null and the arm is snapping back, which is not what I want to happen at the end of this operation. Or the arm is going to start moving, which should happen at the beginning and the end of the operation. This means that it sees that the object is the copter. So what it seems like to me, just like going over this, it seems like we need it to remember the position from which it's coming, or not care about the position from which it's coming somehow. So that way, even though the copter is gone, it still shrinks. We can also like visually make the copter go away, but the copter is still there, and then it frees itself after the arm comes back. But then it's like, well, what if there's other things that the copter does, like shoot? Do we also have to make sure we tell the copter to stop shooting? You know, it seems a little risky to have an object still there but not there, unless I set up some, you know, code that says turn off the copter but don't destroy it yet until the arm is back, and then destroy it. So maybe that's something I need to look into, but I think that's part of where this, just doing this and thinking about it, I think that's where the problem is that it no longer knows where to bring the arm from. And so then it, once it doesn't know where to come from, it just defaults to this, and it snaps the arm back. So I think that's what's happening. So this would print arm is moving, and so it does, and it tells us the tween amount. And so it does that, it runs that tween, does what it's supposed to do, it's moving outward, going, going, going. And then the object gets to 1. Now the copter reports that it should be hit. So this means that it actually fully takes the damage. So even though the copter saw that it got hit, it doesn't actually get hit yet. The reason why I don't know if I really need it, but the reason why I did it that way is because I wanted to see when this function was running. So that's when that function runs. If it actually sees that it is the thing that got hit, then it will print just got hit. And when that happens, that's when it kills itself. Or, you know, in theory, would have -1 HP or something. And so that means it's gone. And so it keeps running this function a few more times. It runs it 5 more times, which I don't really know why, but it does. And as you can see, it doesn't say just got hit anymore. So that means by that point, it's gone. It's not actually there. Now, interestingly, after that, the await happens. So that, oh, maybe that's why. Oh, that's probably why. That's probably during the, before the await finishes, it keeps running it. That's probably why. So there's an await right here that runs. This runs after. I also got rid of this line of code because I didn't think we needed it. But the do grab happens, grab begun, and it runs this tween. I don't know, I'm still a little confused why should be hit runs, But it seems like after the await ends, that's when this stops running. Grab becomes false. Messenger, something ungrabbed is emitted. The copter got hit is what got hit is run from, oh, I guess it's not, no, but that's not it. It's not the await. Because got hit is called by something ungrabbed, which has to happen after the await. Okay, so that's wrong. I'm wrong. The await has already occurred by the time should be hit. Should be hit can't exist if the await isn't finished. The await finishes, and then should be hit runs. So actually, that's wrong. I don't know why I still don't know why it's calling 5 times. Do not understand. And then, so it's also going to run the tween again, which means it's going to run that function, grab action tween. Now, at first, it still sees the copter. It still sees the copter at first. The arm is moving away, and it goes from 1 to 0.95. So at first, even though the copter just got hit, which means it freed itself, so that I guess that would point to the global variable not updating. That's what that would be. So I need to look at that. Where does that get set? Where does that get set? Right here. Do grab. Oh. What is grabbed? What is grabbed? But the variable itself, it's called 5 times because there are 5 copters. Oh! Oh. That's so true. That's so true. Oh, gosh. That makes complete sense. That's, wow. So that doesn't even make sense. I guess I'd want to say then, instead of should be hit, we should say, oh, wow, they're all, dude, I didn't even look at the information that's presented. Look, they're all different names. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I just didn't think to look. It's right there. It's right there. Even if the information is right in front of you, sometimes you just don't see it. So I guess I should say might be hit. Wow. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So all the copters are checking to see if they're the one who might be hit. Gotcha. Understood. And then this is saying, I'm the one that gets hit. Makes sense. Okay, so it deletes itself at this point, and then the grab ends because this coincides with the await. Right? 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 Yes, so the grab ends after the await ends, and that's also when the might be hits are happening. Okay. Now, that grab object variable isn't updated yet at first until one of these. So what I need is for this not to update. As long as this doesn't update, we're golden. That's what I need. That's the fix to this problem. Is I need to make sure that the grabbed object variable doesn't update while it's retracting. So right here is where it's updating, and then it becomes null because there is nothing there. Although, Dragonblade says, you figured out the if, and that's very weird. I guess it's the exception to the rule. The queue freed, if it's freed, it's an exception, or something, or what? Hey, I'm glad that it works. I'm curious more of what you learned. No. 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 Your nose cracked me up. I mean, obviously they don't, but they make me smile. Your nose make me smile. So that variable gets updated when the do grab runs. But we're not doing another grab. That's the thing. We're not doing another grab. What is grabbed comes from the helicopter. This information comes from the helicopter, but it should only update when the function runs. There's not a new grab begun, so I know that this isn't running. This isn't running when we do the grab. So is this getting updated somewhere else? It doesn't seem to be getting updated anywhere except for there. Maybe it even though, like, maybe it doesn't, like, hold on to the information. Like, once we free it, it can't access that anymore or something. I wish it would just remember. Maybe we could say somehow, like, I wonder if it would remember aspects of it. Like, we could somehow capture the position data. You know, or we just don't destroy it yet, you know? Maybe we just don't destroy it. And the copter stays there, and so maybe that is what needs to happen. Is the copter is, for all intents and purposes, turned off. Except it's not actually freed yet. So we could test that, right? We could do an await or something. If it's a variable set to the copter and you free the copter, the variable would automatically become null. Okay. So queue-free is the problem here. You know, the tween keeps running. It still tweens the amount down. So that's it then. That's the problem. Okay. All right, so I say, and I don't know if this is the best way to handle it, but my guess is that the best way to fix it is to, you know, because maybe we want like an animation, right? Like the helicopter explodes and it spirals down to the ground. Like just completely destroying it as a node may not be what we want anyway. So maybe I'll say await. The tween takes, how long does a tween take? It's a bit of a magic number there, but I mean, it's not yet. It's not yet a magic number. Ugh. There we go. Ugh, I keep typing things I don't mean to. Control F. Grab, I think, duration. 0.2. But then we're also multiplying it by 2, which is giving it a bit of a magic number vibe. So we want to say that after 0.42 seconds, then we can free the helicopter. Which I don't love the magicry of it all. I guess what I could do, potentially, is come to here, and we could say that when this times out... Oh, but that should send out the something ungrabbed. Right, but something ungrabbed is where it's freeing it. Oh, so the tween is taking 0.2 seconds. So it actually is the grab duration. Okay, so actually we want to say 0.2 seconds is where. So I guess what I could do... I don't think the copter... Can the copter access the player? I could say this. This is a little wacky here. But what if I say on ready... attack duration. Attacked duration. Should be doable with one line of code. Whoa. I think I was gonna do it with at least 2 lines. I was, and I'm down for any other suggestion. But what I was thinking, because I'm also thinking of like future objects, right? What I was imagining was saying, making this, oh, we got player here. Oh, maybe I can say player. Oh, that could be nice. Oh, but that's just area player proximity. Okay, that's actually not that helpful. So I want to say player, but specifically I want a variable that's on the player. So I want to get node player. And then on that, I don't know if this is how anything works. I'd want to get the grab duration. I don't know if that would work. However, that should work, if that is the way it works. Then I would say await create timer. I don't really know how to do it off the top of my head. I'm still trying to remember. Get tree create timer. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Today doesn't have to be that day. Today we copy and paste. And then we say attack duration. Timeout. And then it frees it. Attack duration not declared. Attacked. It's okay. Attacked duration. Don't know if that'll work. Do not know if that'll work. I feel like I've potentially done something wrong. So that's 2 lines of code. Whoa! Let's go! Bam, baby! Jabow! Let's go. Oh, okay, that's the other problem. Okay. All right, other problem. So I may have solved that. But now is the other problem that happens, which is that sometimes when I click on a helicopter, and as you see, I clicked on this one, it didn't actually destroy it. So that's the other bug that I'm having. So yay, let me just take a victory sip for that. All right, yay, fixed that. It now retracts. But now, why didn't that one get interpreted correctly? So let's look. So we've got all this information from that particular last grab that didn't go through. It should be 24. Area 3D at 24. So whenever that begins, 20 here. Copter hit, or it sees that it should be hit, 24. Grab begun. Object isn't null. Arm is moving. Tween begins. Tweens from 0 to 1. Right there. Area 3D at 24 might be hit. I formatted that wrong. Put a space there. It might be hit. It checks the other copter. That also might be hit. But it didn't actually see it. It didn't see itself as the thing anymore. Why? Why didn't it see itself as the thing? So it didn't see the target as itself. Even though we can see the name of it right there. I mean, I wonder if I shouldn't say name so we can see the full ID. That's strange. Especially since this is running. Is the target, do I have to be hovering over it? Is that why? Because it's looking for what is being currently hovered over? That might be why. Because target, I think that might be why. I think we need, well, target gets updated here when it's grabbed and when it says copter hit. It should be updating it. Well, let me see if I can reproduce that then. So in theory, that would mean I would have to move the cursor out of the way before it gets a chance to remove itself or something. This is a bug. It gets so close. I mean, I can't really reproduce it. That one didn't delete. That one just didn't delete. That one didn't either. So they aren't recognizing themselves. Oh my gosh, it's still happening. Now I am yanking my cursor away. I wonder if it's because they're further away as well. Joop. Now what if I leave my cursor on top of it? Then it deletes. Wow. So that, it must be some combination of how far away it is, and then I move my cursor out of the way. Which means, I mean, I'm a little surprised that it doesn't remember. I'm also surprised that I can't reproduce it on this one. Thank you, Pixel! That's so nice! That's so nice of you to say! You're warming my heart. You're warming my heart. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping in and saying that. I love what I do too. I love what I do too. I'm just new. I'm new to Godot, to programming, so I just have to have to scrap everything together and learn a little bit at a time. I'm glad that that can help other people learn. You know, I guess that process of trying to get better when you're a noob. Yeah, so whatever, I'd love to hear about what you're working on too. If you want to share, if you don't, that's okay too. That's okay too. But I know we all got our own stories and our own trajectories, and I'm just glad that me sharing mine can help be relatable in what you're experiencing as well. Using GDevelop, nice! You're looking forward to switching to Godot! Let's go! I actually did a bunch of GDevelop streams, maybe like 10 or like a little less than that. And I ultimately decided Godot, I wanted Godot to be the one, because I like 3D a lot. And it's just, you saw them? Oh, cool! Yay! I'm so glad. I just kind of felt like Godot, a couple things. I liked that the Godot has better built-in 3D support, and then also, I just need to focus on one engine. Like, 2 engines is too many. I need to just do one. But GDevelop is awesome. I love to hear that. That's really cool. Awesome! GDevelop is a great engine, though. It's such a great engine. I love it. I love to hear it. My 2 cents said, you could choose not to queue free the copter immediately like you said. If not, there's another way, which is simple, I think. Oh. I missed that message. It's simple. It's simple, I think. Well, look, if you think that's a good idea, I'm open to it. Because the thing is I'm ultimately going to want to make a change there somewhere, right? Because like I said, the copter is going to need to have some kind of destruction. It's going to need to have an explosion. It's going to need to have falling down. It's going to need something. You know, there's going to be things that need to happen that are related to it not necessarily freeing itself within that 0.2 second time frame. So just because that duration right now makes sense, how long it takes for the arm to move away, that isn't necessarily as long as I might want that animation to last. I might want that animation to last even longer. So it's possible that what you're talking about works better for that future. I wonder if, I don't know. I'm just trying to think what that weird problem is. And then, speaking of learning, Dragonblade was questioning this a while back. In Godot, we can apparently, where is it? I had this code here. So when we are trying to animate the arm, going to the object and returning, this function runs. This function right here. And so if it doesn't, if the object that it sees isn't null, so I used this way of describing it. If the object that it sees isn't null, then do this. Else, that is to say, if the object is null, then do this. And Dragonblade was thinking that this might not work, but I was finding that it did work, and Dragonblade explored that, saying if you have a negation inside a logical operation, something equals to something. If there's only one logic operation, the entire logic operation is negated. But if you have more, the negation is done first. And so you're saying that that's why, and that this is an exception. You figured out the if, and that's very weird. So what you're saying that this is why it does work. If you have a negation inside, so this is the negation, the exclamation point. If you have it inside a logical operation, something equals to something. If there's only one logic operation, the entire logic operation is negated. But if you have more, the negation is done. Oh, so what would more mean, like and or something? Interesting. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And that's just what I've just learned. GDScript is pretty much the only thing that I've done programming wise. Like barely I've done anything else. So to me, this is my only understanding of how a negate works. And from what I've seen is that this will, negate the meaning of the entire line. Not, even though it doesn't really make sense, like, to me, what you're saying makes more sense, what you were saying. That, like, you know, we should be saying, if it's not the grabbed object, right? That's kind of like how it reads. If it's not the grabbed object, you know, and then try to see if grabbed object, it's almost like saying, if what isn't the grabbed object is set to null. But that's like what it almost looks like it says. But what it actually says in GDScript is the whole thing. If it's kind of like ignore this for now. If the grabbed object is not null. To me, like what would make more sense, and this is the way I did do it before people in the chat were like, that's not gonna work. The way I did do it was like something like this, right? So like, or like this. If the grabbed object does not equal null. Like, to me, this looks more like it follows logically, you know? That, to me, makes more logical sense. But, or, you know, something like this. But that's not the way that it works, so. Because I guess this would be saying, set grab object to not be null or something. I don't know. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. But to me, you know, if, like just words left to right, this kind of makes more sense to me. But no, it's like this. Pixel says, coding is not my thing. GDevelop makes it easy. It does. It does. Yeah, because GDevelop has a nice, like, event list-based thing, which is kind of nice. And you know, what's cool about GDevelop is it does kind of teach you JavaScript a little bit. You just like plug in things instead of having to type out all the lines. So honestly, going from GDevelop to GDScript is going to be a lot easier than going from, you know, like blueprints to GDScript or something. Because there's a little bit more of a coding vibe to GDevelop, for whatever that's worth. But yeah, I thought the same thing, Pixel. Honestly, like I was more into blueprints, visual scripting, stuff like that. Like, that was my main, I was like, visual scripting is accessible to me. It's all I care about. It's all I want. Screw text code. It's too hard. I hate it. But in the last couple months, I've actually come to like text code amazingly. And GDScript, I think, is among, you know, and Python, which is very similar, is among, like, I think probably an easier language to learn. But I've come to really like it. Somehow, I thought what I would hate was how, like, precise I have to be with everything and know exactly what to put where. But I actually appreciate the precision because I can customize what I want to make more specifically. But that's just me. I've come to like, it's still hard. I have a long way to go. So I feel you. I still feel you. It's hard. But it's becoming more my thing. Like, for example, like someone was telling me about this orchestrator that exists in Godot, where you can actually get visual scripting in Godot. I don't know if it's going to mess up my internet. I feel like it might if I search on here. I'm a little afraid of doing this. My internet's very, it gets angry easily. Okay, well, apparently it didn't find it. But there is a visual scripting thing on here. And anyway, when I found out about it, I actually don't want to use it. I actually don't want to use it. I don't know why. Oh, maybe it's because I'm on 4.1. It might be like a 4.2 thing or something. But I actually don't care. I don't even want to use it because I like text code. I actually like it, which is wild. So you might find that it grows on you, but you do have to like get past that initial frustration. Exclamation point equals is not equal. It's more correct in your opinion. Wait, so we could actually use that? Wait, that would work? We could do that? I could actually just say that? Oh, shoot. Whoa. Wait, is that working? Is that working? I mean, the grabbed object shouldn't be becoming null anyway. Oh, no, but it is saying isn't null. Wait. Wait, that's working. Oh, shoot. We can do it that way. I mean, if it doesn't cause problems, why not? It won't make people like Dragonblade get confused. Interesting. Because I was thinking that, like, with the double equal sign, like set to, we have to say set to somewhere. Wait, invalid get index name, previous read? Where? Really? How did that happen? How did I make that happen? I thought we kind of freed ourselves from seeing things that are freed. Or trying to read that information. Was I like trying to do it all too quickly? I don't know. Anyway, so the other problem that I have is that sometimes they don't delete themselves. So let me solve that problem. I don't think you added a delay before freeing. I did. I did add a delay before freeing. Right, and so I just feel like that, like, why would that... Oh, that didn't delete it that time. It didn't see it. Wait, which of my many things that I said are you responding to? So actually, on this one, I only clicked one thing. It's interesting that it always happens with the area 3Ds. I mean, it's probably doesn't mean anything. It checks them all. It checks each one for which one might be hit. But it doesn't see any of them as being hit. It does end the grab because that's just an await. Is it because of the hovering? I guess the easiest way to test that would be to just make sure I'm hovering over it every time I click it. So they stay not null until the retracting ends. Right. Right. I wasn't sure why we got that error that time. The reason the copter's far away might not die is the invisible wall you set up? Maybe. I did get one... I did have it happen with a close one just now. That invisible wall, I think, is further away. It's kind of hard to tell. Because that invisible wall should be way behind any of that stuff. but it's possible. So there's this. This is the cursor zone. This is where it detects the cursor. This is at a position of... Not that. Cursor zone is at -53. And the furthest back a helicopter can go... it actually is behind here. Let me see. Let's actually do it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Okay. Agreed. Agreed. Maybe it was behind like another... Maybe the reason why a close one went away is because it was behind another object. And therefore that would lend credence to what you're saying. Okay, so they're all in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how many there's supposed to be. There, just did a close one. So I yanked the cursor away. And you know what else? It might depend if it sees something too. So if what I'm hovering over, I think that has to be it. I think it's updating the target and it no longer sees itself as the target because the raycast hovers over something else. And so the ones that are further away are more likely to have another target be nearby by the time the cursor has moved away. So I think that we need to make sure that the information about what's grabbed isn't coming from the raycast for when it checks to see if it's the thing that should take damage. So like here, I can pull it away, but it'll go away because it doesn't detect something else. But here, let's say that tree is right underneath it. Okay, I gotta time it right. There, it thought it was the tree. So that could even mean, that could cause all kinds of problems, because that could mean that potentially we could accidentally delete the tree, because I do want the trees to take damage as well. I want you to be able to hit the trees. I'd love to even set that up today. So that could mean if you initially hit a helicopter, but you pull your cursor away and hover over something else, the damage would then change to that other object, which is definitely not something we want. So this must be updated. So it must retrieve the same information. Well, there's a couple things to think about. There's a couple things to think about. So for example, what if let me hide this. What if I click on another object before the arm starts retracting and it goes to attack that object? I don't know if we can. I don't know if I've prevented that or not. Okay, so there's two helicopters pretty close to each other. Click, click. Oh, oh, that's where this is happening. That's where that's happening. So we need to actually prevent a grab. Because if I try to click 2, it's updating the grabbed object too soon. Oddly, and so the thing that gets freed, it gets bad. It gets wrong. So for sure, we need to make sure that no grabbing can occur. Now, where do I want to put this? Do I want to put this on the raycast? That could be something. We could say that the raycast can't detect other things. But what if we want the other arm to be able to grab things? Ooh, this is complicated. So then it's like, do I want to put that on a per object basis? Right? Like the object itself says, oh, I'm currently in the middle of being grabbed. I want to make sure that I'm not getting any updated information about what should be grabbed or not. But then if you grab something else, there's going to be all kinds of checks that need to happen. For example, is a grab currently happening on the arm? Because I want both arms, right? I want it to potentially do this arm or that arm, assuming that arm even exists. So if you lose an arm, now that arm isn't going to work. Or if that arm can't reach it, this is going to get complicated. But I think maybe for now, what makes the most sense is the object itself will need to know if it's currently within being grabbed And it might even need to know which arm. Oh gosh. So it gets the information about the target. The target gets updated here in this function, is grabbed, sure. But that's going to get overwritten by what? Where does that get overwritten? Grab target is grabbed. Oh, this is easy. All I got to do is say the target. Oh, this isn't easy. This isn't easy. Because this function is going to run every single time that anything is seen. If anything is seen. So I guess what I need to do... Okay, here's what I need to do. Here's what I need to do. I need to reconfigure this a little bit. This is confusing. I need to say, don't update target until we know that it is the target. So we say if grab target is set to self, then update target to grab target, and only then. If grab target is set to self, and we could even take it further and say check to see that target is set to self. And if target is set to self and input action just pressed, that actually might fix it. That might be enough. So that way it's not constantly updating every time a new object comes in. So to test it, I just have to make sure we quickly move the mouse away to another thing that can be detected. Nice. I think that fixes it. I think that fixes it. Let's go. All right, I think we got it. Ooh, okay, easy. Whew. Oh, I'm glad that was easy. All right, cool. That actually is the things I wanted to fix. That's what I wanted to fix. Thanks, my 2 cents. That's it. So now I try to implement something new, and then we have to fix those problems. But we do have my 2 cents in the house. And last night, my 2 cents mentioned wanting to help set up this grab. Help me set up this grab so we can have the animation not be what it is. So right now, you may have noticed the grab animation is a little jankety. It's a little jankety. It's not really, it's not right. It ain't right. And the reason why it ain't right is because it's just the walk. So the walk has the arms moving, right? And then separately, the arm bones are reaching out, but that animation continues to play. So that means what I want to do is during that extraction and retraction of the arm, I want it to play a different animation than this. Technically, I'd only want it to play on one arm and not the other, but maybe that's getting over ambitious. Maybe not. So, if we click it, you'll see the arm is just going to be in that position that it's in while it's animating. Oops. Oh, we didn't fix this problem. Oh, okay. One more problem. Okay, so okay. So I do want to do the animation stuff. That is the next thing I want to do. But actually, I still have to fix this problem, which is that we can grab multiple things before the other thing has ended. And that causes an issue. So if I like quickly grab 2 things, click, click, we have an issue. So we have to make sure that the grab action can't be run again if something else is currently being grabbed. So I need to set that up, and then my 2 cents when or if you're ready. And if you're not, and if you're like busy, you're like tired, you're like, I don't want to do this, don't worry about it. We can do the animation thing later. But I am trying to create space for that. But first, I do need to fix this. So I think what should happen is, this is one idea I have. We set a flag, or in the auto load script, we have a signal that's checking, that's updating true or false or something. Or, I don't know. like at some point, it needs to reject another grab from happening. The grab initially occurs on the object itself. So the thing that we're grabbing is what actually initiates the grab from happening, or initiates the grab to happen. Something grabbed. It says, hey, I'm something that was grabbed. And then it tells the player to reach out. So maybe we could have that not necessarily matter. So the second object that is grabbed too soon can say, hey, I've been grabbed. Good for you. Glad you've been grabbed. We don't care. I mean, nothing really happens, right? It just prints that it's been grabbed. But, or copter, we'll say targeted. Gonna suggest a flag, but not in an auto load, just the alien script. Yeah, right, just the alien script, because we could just block it. We can let the object, that's why I was thinking an auto load was we tell the objects that something else is grabbed, but that doesn't really make sense. We can say on the player, hey, don't update targets, that's really kind of the main thing, like don't update the targets. Let me see where that comes from. Something grabbed. That goes to do grab. So this function runs when something is grabbed. And every time it starts this tween and it sets grab to true. But we need to interrupt this so it doesn't actually begin a grab on the second object. And we actually don't even want it to update this. We want it to stop. So maybe grab true. We just make sure that that's set right away. That's our flag, potentially. Maybe that's our flag. Right there. Although, we kind of need it to be even longer, potentially. Maybe not. Actually, maybe not. Maybe. Okay. So if grab is true, it's a little confusing. How would I even... I guess we say, Wait, how would I say this? What is grab variable used for? That's a good question. I've been avoiding that. But yeah, I should figure that out. What is it being used for? Something that was commented out. Nothing. It's being used for nothing. Oh, wait, no, here. Nope, nothing. It looks like it was being used for the animation. Oh. Maybe I was stopping the animation during the grab or something. Oh, I was experimenting with playing a different animation during the grab. That's what that was. This experiment went badly. It went fine, but it wasn't great. That's what I was. So it's actually not used for anything right now. Truth be told. It just is a accidental leftover. I thought that might be the case. I need to do that whenever I'm like afraid. We'll set up the animation tree for that anyway. Nice. I was like, whenever I feel that feeling of like, this might be useless, I should investigate that. So you can use it as the flag. Right, so then I just have to figure out how do I apply the flag. So if I say, if grab is set to true, then do this. But that doesn't really make sense, right? Delete, 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 delete. Yes, find things to delete. Pierogigon is a member. Oh, it's song time, you know it is. I don't have a good voice, but I gotta give it up for the people who support Hyper Game Dev with their money. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is here. Pierogigon is here. I hope Pierogigon is doing well. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is here. Yeah! Welcome, Pierogigon. You're welcome for that song. And also, I'm sorry. But you're welcome. I'm also sorry. Thanks for coming through. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good, Pierogi. 3 months. 3 months. Staying strong. And you're a patron. My gosh. I know what I'd do without you, but I don't like to think about it. So what I'm up to is setting up some attacking stuff. We've got it working pretty well. We're gonna work on animation things in a moment. I've got a little thing I need to fix. I've been fixing bugs. I've just been squashing bugs. But we can reach out. Oh, that moves too far over. That's a whole other bug. We can reach out and smack these helicopters down, and they go away. That's honestly been our focus for like a couple weeks now. This has proven to be a bit challenging. This has not been an easy task. This is the kind of task that makes me like question being a game dev. I'm going to continue doing game development. There was no way that I was going to stop doing game development. But I think we all experience that moment of like, oh my gosh, this can be hard sometimes. And just like realizing how difficult it can be to like distort, you know, an anime. Oh no! I just found a bug! Oh gosh. Distorting bones. Oh no, I just found a bug, y'all. We can select 2 at once. We need an exclusive gate. Oh no. So that's fun. The buildings look cool. Haven't seen them yet. Yeah, you did see me making it in the member stream. Thanks for stopping by during that, by the way. Yeah, don't they look awesome? So this is going to be near the end of the game that these buildings come in. So this is going to be like the third to last area. So I do kind of want it. I like that it looks cool, and it's also very imposing, and it's like going to introduce a very severe mechanic, right? Because you really have to like dodge them quite significantly. And obviously you can't just like destroy them. They're huge. So I think it will be really good for nearing the end of the game because it's going to create a challenge because they're so big, but it's also going to be exciting because they look cool and it like feels cool to be like kind of, because the game's going to start out much more open and then you'll get into this like really narrow area, and I think that'll be interesting. And then in all these windows, I'd want the potential that you could break them and steal people out of there. So there's like a lot of potential in the buildings, and I'm really proud of them. I think they turned out good. So I did just find a bug. I don't have to fix it right now. We're actually fixing another bug. Oh gosh. It's complicated. All of this makes me not question being a game dev, but it just makes me have that moment of like, wow, this shit can be hard. So here we have 2 of them. I don't even know if I can reproduce it. I probably can. I gotta click them both at the same time somehow. Maybe we can even get 3? Probably not. Damn! Oh, the raycast doesn't stop at the object. It goes through the object. And so it can see all of those objects and it gets rid of them all. That is incorrect. That is not correct. That is very bad. Because then that could mean, like, let's say there's a tank on the ground. Like, it almost could... Oh, God, that helicopter. Get out of my face. You know, it could almost make sense. Like, yeah, well, maybe you can attack 2 at once. Yeah, maybe, but that's not intentional. So, like, if there's a tank, like, on the ground behind it, like, why would you be able to attack something on the ground and in the air at the same time with one fell swoop? That doesn't make sense. Oh, my God. What? Oh, shoot. Do you know what is happening? Is it because I hovered over another one, and so it destroyed the one that I was hovering over? Oh, we got problems. Oh my God. So that means I can click on this and quickly move here and it deletes that one. It's chaining. We're comboing. We're accidentally comboing. Can this become a feature and not a bug where we can like have the arm like move to all of them if you click them all? No. So this is another flag I have to set, right? Because if I click on this one and move to... Wait, it actually did like sweep outward. Looks like it's detecting the wrong things when deciding to destroy it. Yeah. Yeah, that would be correct. If I click on just one and leave it there, we're all good. Click on this one, we're all good. If I click on this and drag, oh, I gotta drag it quickly. There it goes. Then it will do it. So I think what needs to happen is when the copter first gets hit, we got all kinds of issues. When the copter first gets hit, or it sees that it's been grabbed, right? It needs to set a flag saying, hey, I've been grabbed. And then we can't have it get hit unless it got that initial flag. And so then we still have to set it up so that way we can't grab multiple times, so that way we can't actually tag multiple things. Okay, so is grabbed, we also want to say, I'm just gonna say is grabbed set to true. We'll just, I'm not even gonna be unique in the name, all right? We can't. We can't. So if I rename this, that'll resolve that. I know it needs to be declared. So let's just change this around a little bit. And then is grabbed, we can just create, no, don't create the variable. I need that to be in multiple things. So I'm going to say variable is grabbed. It's going to start out false. Okay. And then it's going to become true when it's grabbed. Now down here, this can't run if target is set to self and is grabbed. Or really it's was grabbed. If I'm being honest, this is was grabbed. Is this bad? Is this bad game dev to do that? I feel like there's something wrong about that. And I should change it. And yet I continue to insist on doing this. So if it was grabbed, if was grabbed is true, then it will allow itself to be destroyed. So that should prevent it. And I could even nest it further. I could even say, instead of this, don't even print anything, right? Don't even print this stuff. Get all this out of here. And we'll say if was grabbed, run all this. So that doesn't even happen. The got hit function, it will try to run, but it won't really do much. Okay. So I'm gonna try it again. Click, drag to the other one. Oh, that didn't fix it. Why? Is that not happening locally? Is that happening on the class? Is it because this is a class script, the copter script. So does that update it globally on every copter if I make it this global thing here? But then why would the target thing work? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't work. And I just think it does. I'm actually surprised that didn't fix it. The variables are unique per copter. Okay. Well, that's confusing. I think I need to... Something I'm going to do real quick before I keep troubleshooting this. I'm going to get rid of all these prints. I need to start cleaning out my prints. I tend to leave them in case I want to use them again, but like... I don't know. I often don't. So, like... Am I just leaving a mess? Probably. Probably. You know, I know in like Unreal Engine on blueprints anyway, I don't know if this is true for C++, but at least in blueprints, you're not allowed to even export your game if you've left debug output prints like this around. Okay. So that gets rid of those. What I would actually want to know here is, sure, if the copter is targeted, if it might be hit. So let me see that. Let me see which ones print as might be hit. That'll be useful to find out. So I'm going to put up my output log here. I'm just going to hit 1 for now. So copter 0100 might be hit. It did get hit. And all the other ones, all the other ones are still getting checked. But I don't want the other ones to get checked. I want the other ones to not be getting checked. So they're all thinking they're all getting was grabbed set. Even though I didn't hover over them, is grabbed only runs if, oh, is grabbed runs if anything is the grab target. Okay, that's my fault. This is a badly named function. And in fact, maybe I should call it like if grabbed, might be grabbed. Because grab target just runs if anything is seen. So it's going to run on all the copters every time anything is seen. And even though it runs the isGrabbed function, that is what the function is doing, is finding out if it's grabbed. Am I grabbed? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for committing a game dev crime and naming something that. But it's going to help me if I name this Am I Grabbed? So we want to say, if grab target is set to self, was grabbed becomes true. And then we want to say, if target is set to self and was grabbed and input action just pressed grab, then say something was grabbed. And still here, indeed, if was grabbed, print self name. I don't even know if we really need this, now that I think about it. I mean, why? Yeah, this is useless. Don't do this, right? I don't think I need that. I don't think we need that. Because it would need to be itself and clicked. Okay, let me see if this fixes it. That should fix it, right? I just had my was grabbed flag being set in the wrong place. Okay. Let him settle. Click and drag. Oh, shoot! What happened? Copter targeted. It saw 2 copters as targeted. Okay. Maybe I do need to put this here then. Okay. All right. That's confusing. But so it's also seeing might be hit? But the grab target isn't itself. The thing that we're hovering over. I mean, maybe I don't want, maybe we have to demand, because the thing is I would want like a hover, right? So I would want to say like, if we're hovering over it, it lights up or something, right? So that'd be interesting. Let me see that. I'm going to say print copter hovered. And then I'm going to print self name. Just out of curiosity here. To see if we're, I mean, I'll put the flag in there as well, in the targeted, but I just want to see. It only sees the one. So when we hover it, it only sees the one. It's not seeing multiple. I wonder if when I hover it, then we're setting it. Hey, Coinum, it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. I'm debugging something that is complicated, apparently. I just want to be attacking things. So things are going well because I'm doing what I love doing. I love working on these games. And learning Godot and learning programming in general and learning that we're making something complicated, which is being able to attack different enemies, which actually doesn't sound that complicated, but apparently it is. And yeah, I've got some issues where things are seeing multiple objects, but there's been a lot of good progress, and that's really exciting. And I have the community, especially my 2 cents lately, to thank for that. But we can we got this it reaches after them. We're thinking of setting up an animation today, but I'm just kind of debugging some of this. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It kind of comes together. And then, you know, it's just about discovering all the little holes we have to patch up. You know, like, okay, sure, I can click on these, but like, what if I click on it and drag my mouse to another one quickly? Well, now they both go away. So I have to make sure that the other object won't also get messed up. It's coming together. I really want it to feel like that's my most important thing, is that it feels like a game. We can get in there, we can play and have fun. And to me, being able to interact with the world in this game is going to be an important way for it to start feeling real, is being able to attack things and that matter and stuff. So yeah, thanks. We're getting there. A little bit at a time, little bit at a time. So I'm trying to set up this flag. So if I say that I'm still a little confused what's happening. So if I say and was grabbed and input. Oh, and can we not print the hover? That's a little too much going on. That's a bit of chaos. I don't need all that print chaos. No, thank you. Thank you. I hope your Godoting has been well. I was going to say your Godoting has been going well. I hope it's been going well. I know you just started learning it yourself, and I'm sure you will take to it rapidly. Okay. Click on this, hover over that. Oh! What? It destroyed so many. You know, it feels like it should feel, which is solve one problem, two more pop up. So yeah, I do feel the progress, and then with every step forward, I feel more like determination to keep getting it to be tighter and tighter. It's like the more I add in, the like looser it gets, and the more I'm just trying to like, no, stay in here. I want it to be like this, and it's like, no, I'm like this. And no, you're like this. Be like this. And it's just getting denser and denser. Okay, so I'm really messing this up. I'm making this considerably worse. Oh, I should have looked at the output. I mean, it is still there. Well, now it's gone. I'm just like making this worse. So wait, what if I just click on one and I don't hover over multiple? Everything's fine. Dude, it's chaos. What if I hover over each one and then... I can't believe the chat... I don't know why the chat is doing that. It's so annoying. And I click over that. So every time I hover over one, it's getting the flag that it's the thing that's been grabbed. Because it is the target. So if it's the target, it sets it to true. Oh, for flip's sake. Okay, so we do not want to say that. That's not a grab. That's not a grab. That's not what that is. That's not where we set that to true. That is incorrect. That is the wrong place. So what if I just said here, Lise? Just set it here. Just say if it's the thing that's clicked on, right? Just say if it's the thing that clicked on. That fixes it, right? That has to fix it. That must fix it. There's gotta be the thing that fixes it. Okay, so I'm hovering over all of them, blah, blah, blah. We click on one, everything's fine. What? No! It's like they're all becoming the grab target. What? So it's not discerning if these are happening at the same time or something. What? Is there an ID for each helicopter you can use? Yeah. That's what I'm under the impression that I'm using. I'm under the impression that that's what I'm doing. So this function runs when the raycast sees anything that can be interacted with, including helicopters. If that thing that it sees is itself, then it's gonna set target to that. It's gonna say, okay, that's the target. I am the target. It's starting to look more and more like this input setup needs to be re-implemented. Yes, yes, yes. I think that sounds correct. And so if the target is the self, that is to say, the thing that we just set here, if that self, which by default, it's nothing. If you print the ID, are they all unique? Yes, they are. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you can even see down here, printing, right? So we're saying if they're the thing that was grabbed or whatever, it prints a different ID number for each copter. Yeah, they all have their own ID number, 100%. 110%. So it sees that it's the thing, it updates the target, it checks to make sure that target is itself. This could be where we're running into a problem. I wonder if I need to keep this as grab target, but I don't know. And input is action just pressed. This really didn't become a problem until I started adding in this flag. This was grabbed flag, right? So if I get rid of that, let me put this back. I don't think we'll have that same problem where I hover all of these. Hover each one and then click one of them. Wait, that problem was always there and I just never tested it? I just never found out that that was a problem? That's wild. So yeah, so they all have separate ID numbers. They're all getting hit separately. I mean, what I'm printing is its own name, but I'm not printing the target. I feel like that would be helpful to see if there's a discrepancy between the target and what is there. I'm pretty sure too. But then, like, what did I do to... How did I introduce that? How did I introduce that? I don't even know. So, I mean, I could keep backtracking. And say, forget all this. I could even do... We could do a bunch of Control-Z's before I even created any of that mess. Not the most GitHub-y way to do everything. Okay, we want this. This is us adding the await in there. Okay. Right here. Right here should be before I started tinkering again. What's up, Jay Jordan? Welcome, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Hover all these, hover all these, hover all these. Click it. Ah, that's what brought it in. Okay, so, and we still have this problem where I can, okay, I see. It's when I set if here. Right here. When I said if grab target is set to self. I think that might be it. Because it's becoming itself and it's assigning itself as the target every single time we click on this. That's why. So when if I hover all of these, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering. When I hover all of these on each of their individual scripts, they're becoming the target. And so I click on this and they were all the target. So they all go away. That's where the problem got introduced, is right there. When it gets hovered as a target, it stays as a target because it's never turned off when you unhover it. Right. And I don't even need to be setting it when we hover it. That was a mistake on my part. That was a mistake. So what I was trying to fix here in the first place is that when let's let them settle in. When I click on one, and if I quickly move to another, it won't destroy the one I clicked on. So I click on this and come here. Did it just destroy one in the back? I think it did. So I'm going to click on one and then move my mouse to another. It deletes the wrong one. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know if you can see what I'm saying. Let me put up the mouse clicks. So I click on this one, but if before the grab ends, the mouse is on a different one, then it's going to delete the one that it ends on. And that was my attempt to fix that. Did not work well. So, in fact, I should leave that if off of here and instead say, if grab target is set to self and input action is pressed, we'll say this was grabbed. Check if being hovered only after, yep. So we're going to say was grabbed becomes true. Variable was grabbed. We're going to set that to false. I do like, did we undo the am I grabbed? I really like am I grabbed. I apologize, but I like it. Why do you have a controls screen? Are you doing speedruns on like a secret channel? Yeah. Yep. That's me. I be speedrunning. Well, it's mostly so for this exact thing. So I can show you, you know, if I'm problem solving something, you guys can be a part of, like, you know, if I'm like, guys, I'm pressing W, I'm pressing forward, I'm pressing left, I'm pressing right. You can see that I'm pressing those things. So that's why I put it up here. So you can help me, honestly. And you can basically, so you can be a part of my development and you can see that I'm pressing certain things at certain times without me having to hold up my keyboard necessarily. That's why. Yeah. It's useful, especially with clicking. It comes in handy with clicking right now quite a bit. Okay, so I need to update the name of this. Is grabbed, we want to say, am I grabbed? And so we've set up the was grabbed true. And now we want to say that, now there is one thing that I think about here, that if we click on something else, it's going to become grabbed. Right? That's not going to prevent me from clicking on something else and making that grabbed. But that's why we have to... That's a little tricky, isn't it? We kind of need to make sure only one copter can be grabbed at a time. You know what I mean? So they need to kind of be aware of each other. I bet we could do that with an auto load, so that way they can communicate with each other better. That might be a good idea. And then it kind of brings up, well, then what's the signal going to be? We could say, well, that's a little tricky because we're going to have two arms, right? And you're going to be able to grab things with two different arms. Make a variable that's the current selected helicopter. Okay, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna need some more info if it's not empty. Yeah, I'm gonna need some more info about how I would use that, because we do have that. We have that. So, yeah, this is tricky. I feel like there has to be something, because the thing is there's gonna be things other than helicopters that we can click on. And we're going to have up to two arms that we can use to click on things. So that is to say, we should be able to click on multiple things. It just needs to know to use the other arm. And it has to not be conflated. So it kind of needs to know that the right arm is the one. We need to set that up, is that the right arm is the one, right? That was able to reach out and grab it. And that information needs to come from the player. The player needs to say, hey, I sent out my right arm to grab you. So that way, nothing else can be grabbed by the right arm. And then if the left arm is sent out, or the left arm can't be sent out, then it won't even matter if you click on something else, because the player will say, no, I can't send out my left arm in the first place. If it's empty and the mouse is hovering, you can set it. But if there's already something selected, don't allow it to be grabbed. Right. So, and then the problem with that is, and that's kind of, right, that's what I'm saying though. Yeah. Well, the problem is that when we can have we can technically grab two things at once. So if you can quickly click on this and click on that, you can grab two things. So if we say that you can't grab something else, then it won't work when we want indeed for you to be able to grab something else. But what we don't want is for it to think that first grab, and then we grab something else, that when this grab ends, then it needs to apply the damage to the other one. It needs to wait for the other one to end. So I think what needs to happen, I need to bring out paint for this. I think what needs to happen, it's overall a little confusing, especially since I don't have the left arm, right arm set up yet, which we do need to do. Actually, let's say 2 variables, 1 per arm, check if one's empty and not the other. Yeah, pretty much. Something like that. So, let's just get our alien. I don't really need to put much effort into this. There's the alien. And then we have an object. There's an object. There's another object. And then we have 2 arms. We got this arm and we got that arm. And so the player needs to communicate whether or not this arm is available. So let's say, well, if the player clicks on this object, it then needs to check with the arm, are you available? Are you available? And if you are available, then send that arm out to here. Now, if within that time frame the player clicks on something else, and it's going to ask the player, "Hey, is an arm available?" Right? It's going to say, the player's going to be like, "Yeah, I got my left arm. I'm going to use that." And then it will go here. If you click on a third object, I mean, we don't even have to go there. We don't even have to talk about a third object. We could say that, let's say this arm has been damaged, right? And you don't have it available. The player clicks on this. It asks the arm, "Are you available?" The arm says, "Yeah, I'm available." And it goes to here. We click on something else. It asks the player, "Do you have an arm available?" The player says, "Nah, I ain't got no arm. I got nothing." And then this needs to forget that it was ever clicked on. It needs to forget that it was clicked on and go back to having never been clicked on. Otherwise, and this is what's happening right now, is the target of the arm is gonna change. Because this hasn't finished yet. I don't know if that helps make anything more clear. You could use function calls inside an animation for applying damage or something. Might end up helping. Oh, interesting. Ideally, the whole grabbing mechanic needs to be managed by one script, player script or a child of the player. And it will give the orders to specific objects grabbed. The reason you're having trouble is because so much is being checked and managed from inside the copter script. Rather than the helicopter checking if the arm is available, what if the click input can only happen if the arm is available instead? That would still be managed on the copter to some degree, right? I think that's I think this is what I'm thinking, right? So like I think I could be wrong though. On the player says, do I have left arm, or we'll say this, for each arm, am I available for each arm? That'd be entirely player dependent. Oh. So the click input, well, this information still needs to be somewhere. So where would I put that? And then this one, if clicked on, asks, is an arm available? Which one? And then this would be the same, looking for the same thing over here. And they ask this, and if one isn't available. So you're saying the input. Hey, what's up, Tensho? What are we doing? Basically, I am finding my attacking of enemies system to be getting a little messy. We have two possible arms that can attack. Right now, that's not true. In theory, two possible arms can attack. But right now, only one can. So if I click on an object, it attacks it, it goes away, all is well. The main issue right now is that if I click on another enemy before the arm attack ends, even though I initially clicked on, let's say, this enemy, by the time my cursor moves over here, okay, I didn't make it in time. I gotta move more quickly here. Click here, move to there. So it did the one behind it. Yeah. Well, thank you. It does look good, but it has a long way to go. There's some systems underneath. Okay, that need love. Okay, so if I click on this and quickly move to this one, whoa. Oh, that was probably because we were hovering over an object under here. Unfortunately, and I apologize because I know this is going to make everything look uglier, but it's going to make this test a lot easier if I get rid of all the objects in the background, because that's complicating things a bit. So to do that, I just have to comment out one line of code. This one. Okay. So, and it was happening just there, where it didn't even complete the attack because something else was underneath it. Okay, so I gotta do it quickly. Oh, this will be good. So I'm gonna click on this copter, but then I'm gonna quickly move my mouse to this one. Click, move. Oh, I didn't make it. I didn't make it in time. All right, let me try these two. I'm gonna click on the one in the front, and then I'm gonna quickly move to the one in the back. There we go. So you see what happened? I'm gonna click on this one in the front. I'm gonna try to quickly move to the one in the back. No, I didn't make it. It's a little tricky, but hopefully you saw those couple times. The problem is that the target updates to what it thinks it should be clicking on. Yeah. And so what we're talking about are different ways. There we go. I did it there. Click on this one. Go to the one in the back. No, I didn't make it. Click on this one. Go to the one in the back. There we go. So what I need to figure out is a different way to set up the attacking, and I gotta keep it, and so one solution that was proposed and that I thought about but I don't think will work is making it so if one thing is currently being attacked, right, if we're currently attacking one thing, then all the other things will say, well, I can't be attacked because one thing is in the middle of being attacked. But the problem is ultimately the game is going to have two possible arms that you can attack with, assuming that arm is healthy. So if one of the arms is broken, then you can't attack with it. So that means we can't just simply say an attack is currently occurring, therefore nothing else can be attacked. because we do want there to be multiple things that can be attacked by different arms. So there's some proposals, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. And it's possible I can understand what you guys are saying. It depends. We'll find out. So Coinum said you could use function calls inside an animation for applying damage. Can you go back to the function that starts the tweens? Oh, I'd be delighted to. It would be my honor. All right, so here's the function that starts the tweens. It's a little hard to see because it's so long. Let's see if I can get us a little more space here. Maybe we can, it's just that the tween is so long. If each function has a local variable of its target, it will work. If each function has a local variable of its target, do I understand that? Okay, I'm just cleaning this up a little bit here. All right, so right there, oh, we got to get the chat out of the way. So right there is the function. Here's what I mean. Firstly, the arm's available. The player clicks and it becomes unavailable until the animation is done. That's easily done. That sounds doable. If the player clicks during the animation, it does nothing because it's unavailable. Right. So then my question is, where do the clicks live? Do the clicks live on the copter? And if so, like, where does it get the information about the animation? Like, where does the animation live? Is the animation on the objects? In the player. So the animation is what, just kind of like functioning like a timer, sort of? Does the animation do anything? Does the copter get hit because of the something ungrabbed? If so, the signal needs to emit the target so the copter can test it. Does the copter get hit because the something ungrabbed? Yes. So something ungrabbed happens when the grab ends. And we come over here to the copter. We look for something ungrabbed. That calls got hit. So that's literally what happens. If so, the signal needs to emit the target. So it does not. Oh, that sounds very doable. That makes sense to me. Okay. I can do that. Now that still doesn't solve the problem that Coinum's trying to solve. But like, that should fix this. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so we want to say grabbed object right here. Make sure that it's the same ID. And then we make sure that this calls with what got hit. If what got hit, well, then it's like, do I set it to the target or to the, I guess I don't need to say target. I just need to say self, which starts to raise the question, do I even need target? I don't even know if I need target anymore, because that was the only place I was using it, was right here. And that might have been a mistake, was trying to make this a variable on the script to begin with. So I feel like this is like not necessary, truth be told, because that was the only place I was using it. And I don't think we need to cross-check all of those, right? Yeah, writing code here is tough. On the Discord, you can use the live text channel. The Discord link is in the description. That's where it's hard to write code here. But if you wanted to, you could type it there, and that would work. You're not understanding the code? Oh, no. Tincho says, can I ask if you have a global script where you put global variables in the project? If so, you can easily program this available, unavailable state easily. Yeah, we have stuff like that. Yeah, we have stuff like that. I've just said easily various times, redundant. That's okay. Use the local variable, not the global one. Yeah. Yeah, I think forget the global one. What is grabbed is local. Oh, you mean here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I see. So that's something I often don't know which one to choose. And I think that could logically follow, like, well, grabbed object is going to update at a different time than what is grabbed. But it's, like, often hard for me to, like, realize that right away until things are wrong. Okay, so what we did was we have, when the grab is ending, it's going to say to the copter, hey, the grab is almost over, you need to take damage. We added in information saying, not only do you need to take damage, but also you are the thing that we originally clicked on, right? Is kind of like what that's doing. Because when the do grab happens, it calls with what is grabbed, and it's containing that within here. And we want to make sure that that same thing is the thing, which makes even more sense. That even makes even more sense why we'd want to use this is genius. This makes so much sense. If we're clicking on something and then it's reporting the ID of what it is, that kind of is hanging out there. That's just right there. And then we can feed that back into the copter and say, hey, remember when we did that? Remember when we did that? Let's make sure that you're that same one, and if you're not, then don't take damage, please. And that's what this is doing. That actually is a really, really useful thing to do. So then got hit is going to be called when something ungrabbed happens. And it's going to make sure it checks what got hit. And I'm not even going to put this might be hit thing. I don't even care. Let's see if this fixed it. That might fix that. That might fix that. So let's see. So I'm going to try. I'm going to try to quickly click on it. But you know, sometimes I miss it. Okay. I'm going to try to click on this one and then move it to this one real fast. Didn't happen. I think I moved it quickly enough. I'm just going to keep doing it with a bunch of these. Oh, that's fixed. It didn't happen with any of those. That totally fixed that. Now, I haven't tried clicking on multiple. I think that would be potentially another problem to solve. But in terms of just hovering quickly over the wrong one, it remembers. It remembers which one. So that fixes that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So many things. I'm just going to give it one more touch. One more test. Yeah, we fixed it. One more test. Boom. All you guys are really helping out. I need to give, like, credits to everybody for all your contributions that you're giving here. So yeah, my 2 cents basically had me add in a argument to this function. This function runs, or this signal gets sent out. This is like a project-wide variable signal kind of thing that gets sent out whenever the grab is ending, and it's going to be pulling back in. So once it hits and it starts to come back in, it's going to tell the helicopter, hey, the grab is ending. So what we added in here was the thing that was initially grabbed, the thing that it initially saw as being grabbed when the grab first executed. My 2 cents, always so helpful, truly. You're all helpful. My 2 cents has an incredible track record, for sure. So am I grabbed, or got hit, sorry, is what's going to run when it starts to retract. And now we have this new argument here, what got hit. So it's taking that same information that was received when the grab began, which basically was its own ID number. And then it's checking, am I the same thing that was initially grabbed? And if I am, then I can be destroyed. And only then. Tomorrow's Game Jam. Tomorrow's the Game Jam! It is! Every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we do a 1-hour Game Jam. 6 p.m. Eastern. 1 hour, 1 game. Everyone makes 1 game. I make 1 game. All y'all make 1 game. We check out your games, and it's a fun time. Come through if you're interested. You can head over to the channel page and see it's scheduled already. You can notify yourself that it's going to happen. You can also head over to the itch page early and make sure you're joined up in there so you get an alert from itch. Tincho had some ideas. Can't we use an Area 3D attached to the bone so when the trigger touches the heli, it disappears? Without that code. Without that much code. I would see that being a problem if there's like multiple helicopters on top of each other. That's an interesting idea. Only groups and signals. And you can make a left-right areas to each arm. It's an interesting idea. I could see that being a problem, but maybe that's not a problem, right? I hear what you're saying. You're almost describing like if it was like a sword or something, and this sword has an area and it's detecting if things hit. That's an interesting idea. Why wouldn't I want to do that? Why wouldn't I want to do that? I genuinely am asking because I actually don't know. I mean, I don't know. Because it's not really a sword. Like, it is smacking. But I mean, if you think about it, like, let's say we are aiming for this helicopter in the back, right? It kind of doesn't make sense that it wouldn't hit all these along the way. Kind of doesn't make sense that it wouldn't hit all of those, you know? Like, they should kind of all take damage, actually. So here's what I would say. I would say, Tincho, we could do what you're saying in addition to this. Because ultimately, I would want a grabbing and pointing and clicking system. Would be nice to combo. It would be. That's actually a very interesting suggestion. That's a very interesting suggestion. I still think it's important. And so here's the other thing. We still need all of that. Yeah, right. So we still need all of that there because it needs a point to attack, right? So if we don't click on this, if we don't have this be detecting it, then it won't know where the arm should go. So we do have to be able to like target something and it know that it's targeted. So what I would think, this is a great suggestion, Tincho. What I would think is we would say that that area would tag these other copters along the way. And so every time that Area 3D were to hit each copter, it would become one of the ones that is targeted. And we could just set that flag to true. You just got targeted. And then maybe that would work fine. There's a problem because if the copter is communicating back to the player, there's a few issues with that. So we might need to actually set up a separate thing because then the arm won't like retract from the right place. Because if it tells the player that all of these things are the thing that it needs to retract from, that would be a little messy. So we would just need to make sure that it was a unique thing, like, oh, this has been tagged, and therefore, when the attack is about to end, all of them need to get knocked, need to get damage given to them. It raises a lot of questions. Area 3D is not necessarily a 3D path. Like, you can turn off the Area 3D when the stretching animation is playing, and then when it stops, you can only grab the immediate helicopter and enters the area. And then the area turns off when the retract animation starts. You can turn off the Area 3D when the stretching animation is playing. I mean, I think that's when I'd want it to be there. Because I think the combo thing is what's cool, actually. I hear you. I think we can keep it the way that it is. As you said, we solved it. But I think that this is going to be good for another idea, which is just great. Just great. More ideas. More things to implement. only to grab the immediate helicopter collision. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. At some point, I don't really know which is better. Like, I feel like the way we do it works, and there might be a reason to just use the area 3D only, but I'm thinking we do kind of keep it that way. And then I think that's a really good idea. Okay, let me make sure we update credits here. Now, the credits, these do update. I don't have the sorting updating, but that's okay. So Tincho, Godot Consultant, Game Concepts. I would say that's kind of Game Concepts, if I'm being honest. But you were advising on grab movement, and that's pretty helpful. So let me drop that in there. For my 2 cents, my 2 cents is at 6. My 2 cents is at 6. Has helped out on grab movement, helicopter movement, player limb shrinkage, HP bar design, Godot encoding consultant. Dragonblade is topped out because look, it doesn't. This credits list doesn't necessarily measure the substance. It measures the amount of topics that someone has contributed to, and so Dragonblade has given me some advice on a thing to do in Blender, like once, right? And then has also, oh, so this, I think Dragonblade was helping me out with this Dragon Flash timer, or this damage, Dragon Flash timer, this damage flash timer before my 2 cents came into this stream land. This universe of stream. So my 2 cents might have helped with that and gotten that one. So who knows? I don't know. And then Dragonblade, you know, gave like a few little advices on this one. So it's kind of tricky. That sounded like an anime movie. Dragon Flash Timer. That's hilarious. That sounds entertaining. Who else? Coinum? I don't think Coinum's even on here. We gotta get Coinum on here immediately. Immediately. Grab movement, absolutely. I think that's everybody. J Jorn, you coming in here giving some thoughts. Dragon Flash timer in Streamland. Yes, that makes it okay. That makes it even more epic. Dragon Flash timer. Yeah, absolutely. I think we got everyone who came through and gave some thoughts. All right. So, I do kind of want to keep that idea down. Dragon Flash timer now it's personal. I'm going to update the hack and plan, which can be a little risky for the internet. Usually it's okay. It kind of depends on what I do. Hack and Plan is a project manager that's similar to Trello, but it's targeted towards game developers. I use it to keep track of tasks, what I'm working on, how we're doing, and also ideas. I would say, let's make that a task. Tincho's suggestion. So I'm going to say, arm attacks can become combos. And so we'll just say, or maybe I'll go to the subtasks. We'll say, set up area 3D on ARM. Area 3D tags hit enemies or objects, hit objects along the way. This could have a lot of unintended consequences, which is kind of what I like about it. Like, you know, you might accidentally hit something you didn't mean to hit. So you kind of have to be like really careful about your hits. I think this introduces an interesting mechanic. Those objects act as if they took damage. So I'm just going to put that there. It exists. Oh, and then let me make sure I am going to drop a reference to Tincho on here. Thank you, Tincho, for the idea. Okay. There we go. That's done. Now I can move on. We don't have to think about it. We can go back to work. Can you hit things through buildings? Ideally, no. Although right now, I don't think you can. Well, actually you can, but you shouldn't be able to. I haven't actually set up the buildings to like do anything. They're just there. But what I would do is I would set them up as obstacles. And if they were set up as obstacles, you wouldn't be able to hit through them because they would be seen before the helicopter is seen. So like we could even, so the building I didn't set up as an obstacle yet, but like let's say this tree right here. Oh, I was able to click on it. So maybe you can. Let me see. It just kind of depends. I'm gonna click on this one behind that tree. Oh, we didn't get it. So yeah, so it would block it. But in theory, that would be something to fix later. But right now, we can probably click on it because this building isn't tagged as an obstacle yet. I just didn't get around to it. But, like, let's see. One of these go behind a tree. We shouldn't be able to click on. I don't think any of them are going to go behind a tree. Oh, this one kind of is. Anyway. Using Trello to help get the ideas down and communicate with your team. It's a lifesaver. Yes, absolutely. Check out Hack and Plan. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. If you have, cool. No pressure. Don't have to tell me if you use it or not. But Hack and Plan is kind of neat. Trello has a few features Hack and Plan doesn't. So, you know, like for example, you can't make like a public Hack and Plan page, which kind of sucks. But it is kind of nice because it has more game devy features. All right. So next step. In terms of the ARM stuff that Koinem was talking about, which ARM is the one? This is kind of something that doesn't need to be dealt with until, yeah, check it out. It doesn't need to be dealt with until I have the left arm implemented, because right now we only have the right arm just so I can get that much set up. But once I start implementing that, we're gonna want to look at those ideas. So I actually should probably go back to Hack and Plan so I can take down Koinem's idea about how we can deal with it, and I can have it for later. For me, this is important to do because if I don't do it, then when I come back to this, I'm going to be like, what was that thing? What was that thing that Koinem said? What did Koinem say? How are we going to do that? Whereas if I write it down, we'll be a lot better off. So let's add this in here as a new task. And this is going to be ARM multiple or two arms at once. We'll just call it that for now. And so just to describe it, each arm can be used to attack something. If one arm is being used, the other one gets used instead if it's in range. And then as for like subtask stuff, Koinem had the idea of, well, let me just say this. Ways to achieve. Use function calls. Use function calls inside an animation for applying damage. And specifically, I'm just going to try to take all these notes down somehow. Actually, let's do it with a list. Let's do it like this. I want to say, rather than the helicopter checking, I'm just taking your comments down. Rather than the helicopter checking if the arm is available, what if the click input can only happen if the arm's available instead? This kind of goes into a new credit, honestly, since this is the future. Firstly, is the arm available? The player clicks and it becomes unavailable until the animation is done. If the player clicks during the animation, it does nothing because it's unavailable. So I think that's kind of what you were saying. And now we have those notes. So I'm going to say ways to achieve thoughts from Coinum. Let's create that. Let me catch up with chat now that I can scroll back down. Jordan is heading out. Don't forget to save everything. That's true. Thank you for reminding me. It's important to save. See you later. Get some sleep. And I'll see you tomorrow in the game jam, maybe. Okay, so I've taken that down 2 arms at once. And then, honestly, I feel like that's kind of its own credit to think about for the future. Like, that's a future thing, but not just grab movement, but multi-arm stuff. Multi-arm attacks. And that is exclusively your category now. All right. Real quick, I gotta use the loo. I've been sipping on some tea. I gotta use the loo. I will be right back. And then I think we can move on to animation stuff, my 2 cents, if you're still around. If you're not, I don't think... Is there anything else I forgot about? Oh, there is one thing. I think we still have to set it so we can't do a grab too soon. There may still be that. I might have to do that. Which actually would kind of speak to what Coinum was saying, wouldn't it? If the arm is available or not. We might still need to set that up. Click, click. Oh, actually, that seems fun. Click, click. Well, it's a little goofy. You can see that, so it doesn't, now that we've fixed that problem of the target checking to see if it was clicked first, we don't have an issue of being able to click multiple things where it makes the game break. However, the animation can only go to one place at a time. And so if I click on 2, it's kind of interesting. It goes boop, boop. Honestly, it's not that bad. It kind of works. Just doot, doot. I don't know that we need to limit it. As long as it looks like it makes sense, so what? Why not be able to go dick, 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 dick? Then that can be a combo in and of itself, you know? It's just clicking on as many as you can while your arm's already out there. It's kind of hard to tell if that's causing issues or not. I don't think it is. But it's a little hard to tell. So let me just see. Click, click. Yeah, it doesn't look great. Click, click. Because I feel like it tries to like readjust what it aims at. And in so doing, it like retracts it. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. I guess if it's hard to tell, it's not a big deal. Click, click. You know what I say? I would say this is something to fix later. So, my 2 cents, if you're still around, if you're not, that's okay. I'll find something else to work on. But if you are, I'm going to say when we come back, let's work on the animation stuff. So what we're going to do is not have just the walk animation be reaching out and grabbing, but instead a special animation that reaches out and grabs. So we're either going to do that or something else. Just kind of depends. All right, I'll be right back. It won't take that long. It's just going to the loo. It'd take a minute. Maybe a minute. Something like that. All right, hold on. we hit a tree? Dang! I always forget not to go out further. That tree always gets me. Every time. Alright, y'all. The other thing about working on the animation and not, you know, whether or not we can target multiple things is the animation will kind of help us see how janky that looks. Like if that looks really bad, the animation getting interrupted will kind of emphasize that. But I'm not sure if we have my 2 cents with us. My 2 cents might have taken a break, might have stepped out, which is fine, which is cool. I got no problem with that. Shibbity bop, skibbity boop 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 boop. You should go for whatever's most fun, I'd say. Well, that's an interesting way to look at it. That's an interesting way to look at it. I do like to me, I do the most fun thing if I'm kind of like out of ideas of what to do, or like if there's so many things to do and I don't know what to choose. But really I'm basing it on if my 2 cents is here. If my 2 cents is here, then we do the animation stuff. If my 2 cents isn't, then yeah, what's the most fun? I like that. I like looking at it that way. No, they're appearing. I think I clicked away from the chat and it made them not show up for me, so I apologize for that. Coding combos would take extra code. Yeah. Oh. For sure. At least. I think I like clicked away for a second and so the messages didn't pop up. Game is looking good. Let's go. My 2 cents, I don't have a lot of time left. Oh, okay. Oh, I missed that. You said that a long time ago. How long ago did you say that? Oh, 4 minutes ago. That's not too bad. I apologize for missing that. Okay, I see it now, though. Set up the animation tree for walking and running to reproduce what you have already, but it will give us the ability to add more animations on top. Okay, so we start with, so okay, we're kind of pivoting a little bit then. We're preparing for the possibility of adding in the grab thing. But mainly, there'll be some trial and error, but mainly we're getting the existing walk and run to be set up with the animation tree instead of what we're doing. I'm a beginner when it comes to stuff, so I'll be learning and we'll use this for a remaster of the Rewind game. All right, fair enough. It wasn't long ago. The Rewind game that My 2 Cents is talking about is something that they made in, I think, the Game Jam last week. And it was super fun. You could fighting these enemies and then like you could rewind to your previous position, but only a few times. It was a lot of fun. Nice. I look forward to that. All right, so you don't have a lot of time, so we got to get going. So I'm ready. So here's where the animations live. So what we're doing, just to recap the task, what we're doing is we're going to update the existing run and walk animations to not just be called in code, but instead to be part of an animation tree. So there's the walk, there's the run, and they blend between each other, and we want to switch it so it's an animation tree, because currently this code happens very, very basically. I guess it's in the physics process. Very basically, if input up is true, then it does run. Otherwise, it does walk. That's it. This is the entire animation movement situation. But the thing is that animates the arms and the legs, and if I want the grab, the hitting, to have its own animation, we're gonna need to make sure that we can have the arm go despite the other parts animating at the same time. And so that's what we're gonna try setting up. My 2 cents is new to this thing, but is hitting the ground running, and so we're here to try to figure it out. Let's start by adding animation tree. Let's do it. In the tree root, so let's put it, I guess I'll want to put that on the alien itself. So I'm going to add it here. I'm not fully happy that I never named these better, the animation players that are already in here. So I'm going to say this is animation tree. I don't know. I don't think we need to say, well, I'm just gonna call it alien. I'm just gonna call it alien. Assign the animation player in the inspector to the animation player you set up already for running and walking. That's this one. I really want to rename it, but it's referenced in a couple places, in many places, as you can see, and it's gonna destroy too many problems. So we're just gonna leave it. Oh, I really want to rename it. I guess once we. I really want to rename it, but that's gonna waste time. So do it another time. Do it another time. We don't have time. Okay, so in the inspector, let me see if I can quickly zoom that. Sorta, kinda. Could be quicker. Could be quicker. Could be a little quicker. There we go. Where am I? Oh, I'm behind the chat. Yeah, I'm behind chat. We're behind you, chat. Okay. So we're gonna assign the animation player. Tree root, assign animation player. Okay, here, done. Assigned. Got it. In the tree root, add a new blend tree. Blend tree. Is that here? Animation node blend tree. Let's go. For being a noob, you sure know some things. You sure know some things. Begin with 2 animation nodes, which is walking and running. How's this zoom looking? Probably a little weird because all that debug. A little weird. Could be weirder. Could be a lot weirder. 2 animation nodes, which is walking and running. So we're going to add a node. It says animation. You can't tell, but it does. You can't tell because it zoomed in too far. There we go. Animation. Whoa. Whoa. What is this? Oh. Okay, so if I click on this little... What the hell is that? Is that a looking glass? Is that a... I don't know. Oh, it's a reel. I see. And we want one for running. Add another one. Animation. This is fun. Look, it's got a little, like... You can't see it because... Here, let me zoom it out. Look at this. It's got a little... It's got a little preview area. This is kind of fancy. This is kind of fancy. Click on this, and we want one for walk. Okay, got it. Add a transition node and add 2 states to it. Transition node. It's an old camera film. Right, yeah. We got our output here. Add transition. There it is. Transition node. And add 2 states to it. Wow. This is fancy. How do I add states to it? Right click. Add 2 states. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Transition node. Is it this? Zoom in. Zoom out. This is very interesting. I wonder if I don't need to zoom this. If we can just like move this. Oh, nice. Sweet. In the inputs on the oh, right, inspector. Okay. Add 2 states. Click on the transition. Xfade time, Xfade curve, inputs. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we want. Add 1 and connect the 2 nodes. Oh, we got inputs. It's visual scripting. Yay. Okay, and then add 1 more. And then connect our animations to that. Gotcha. Sweet. I guess I should reorder these. That would probably make more sense, because walk is the default state. And then I guess I want to rename these. Walking. Running. This is nifty. I like this so far. This is different than the one you had showed me before. I like this a lot better. It's not trying to be Unity. Oh, right, we can name these somehow. Here. Walking. Running. Done. This is exciting. I love getting into visual scripting. It makes me happy. I'm excited to see it. Honestly, I'll be excited if it just does what it did before. I'll be excited. And so somehow we'll need, you know, to interface with this using our code. What you showed me before was when you were even noober. Because it looked just like Unity's animation layout situation. The output of this transition should go to the output node. Makes some sense. Makes some sense. I guess we could rename this walk to run. Let me go to the code part. It's code time. It's code time. So I guess we're going to do this on the player, perhaps. Now, previously, walk, it just happens if you're not pressing up. If you're pressing up, then you're going to start running. That's been the way that this works. There's also this debug thing that when I did the BRB just now, that's the debug animation turnaround. If that's not true, then this all happens. You can start by declaring the animation tree on ready. Oh, all right. I will do this. I will do this. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's on ready. Animation. I feel a little differently about like whether assignment makes the most sense. Or exporting does. I guess we could do export. I don't really want to. But I am going to make this unique name. And then drag that in here. Can't drop it because it's not using the scene. Oh. Oh. We got to do a whole thing. Okay, hold on. We got to do get... Do we do get root? This is a little tricky. Get node alien armature. I guess it'd be just like this. I guess we do it just the same as this. That's what we do. Get node alien, and then this will be animation tree alien, which I don't think, we don't need the percent anyway. That was not helpful here. I'm not going to make it a unique name, which I was. You just have to trust me. There we go. We don't need to make that a unique name. We can just say, just like this. And that should find it, probably. Then you can copy the existing input code for the animation player and paste it and comment the original one. Copy the existing input code. Where am I putting it? For the animation player and paste it. Then comment the original one. Oh, I see what you're saying, because we're going to be changing it to the animation tree. I see what you're saying. I got you. So copy all this. And I'm actually going to get rid of this here. I guess the BRB one, I don't expect you to help me set that up. Maybe I'll figure that out after you leave. I suppose I could just keep that in the if. In fact, what if I just, for now, I mean, maybe that'll be a problem. I don't know. But what if I just copy this, comment out that, and then in here, we say, do it again. But this time, instead of that, we're going to say animation play. Like that. And that could work. Maybe, maybe not. If not, that's okay. The BRB thing doesn't have to be perfect. The way you command the animation tree is by accessing parameters and using the function animation tree set. Whoa. So will this work as it is, even though I'm not commanding the animation tree correctly? Or is this broken? Are we like already broken? Oh, we're broken. No, there's no play. It don't work that way. Wow. Okay. So I need to say access the parameters using the function animation tree set. Animation tree set. Or do we just say dot set? Oh, I see. Got it. Path to parameter desired value. So is the parameter going to be the same animation name, or is it going to be something different? Path to the parameter? What is the path? I guess if I click on the animation tree and I grab this animation and I drag it, will that give me the path? No. No, it will not. We're replacing the play calls with the set calls. Okay. So I could just say run one. It's like literally name the same thing. Run one, comma one. So really, oh, so literally all we're doing is we're changing play to set, is what you're saying. That's all. Look for parameters section. Look for the parameters section. From the inspector, while the animation tree is selected. Sorry, I missed that. That was my fault. That was my fault for missing that. Oh, parameters. Here we go. Ooh, walk to run. Oh, interesting. Wait, how do I feel like there should be more information here. I know we're trial and erroring, but so no worries. Right click, copy path. From what? Walk to run, transition request, current state. Oh, do I need to like drop down this? So we click on running like here and then copy that path. Maybe that's what you mean. And paste that in here. Transition request. Paste it. Oh, but this is going to be the same thing. Okay. All right. Something I'm sure I'm doing something wrong. But that's okay. We're trial and erroring it. We're getting through it the best we can, doing our best, eating shredded wheat. That's what I'm snacking on, guys. I'm snacking on shredded wheat. That's what I be snacking on. Shredded wheat. That's all it is. It's not even frosted. It's just regular old shredded wheat. That's it. Sorry. The value put will have to be different. Okay. What should the difference be? because I'm putting one in each. Oh, so what is that? What does that value represent? Variant. Assigns value 0 for the first one and 1 for the second. Oh, that's kind of ugly. Or the name of the animations. That's less ugly. Assigns a value to the given property. If the property doesn't exist or the given value's type doesn't match, nothing happens. This is different. This is the wrong set. This is the wrong set. Okay. Represents what you will see in the inspector drop-down menu. Alright, I'm gonna try that then. I'd be a little surprised if it sees it even though it's not a string. I feel like that's gonna be confusing. Yeah. Will that work? That won't work. Will it? Hell no. Hell no. What if we do 0? I don't love the 0 and 1 thing, but I can live with it. Let's see if it works. It doesn't. I don't know what, maybe we're not at that point yet. We're not ready for it to work. I'm just getting ahead of myself. So I genuinely don't know if I mean if I were to say instead of 1 freaking 76. Something that definitely isn't there, right? There's definitely no 76 there. It doesn't give me an error. Is the output connected to... Oh, is it connected? Maybe. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. We also have these options that we can change, which is interesting. What's that? I'd almost wonder if we could like preview it, but I don't think so. I do not think so. Arrange nodes. Fancy. But I liked my arrangement better. You have to set the animation tree to active. Oh, that sounds like that would work. It sounds like that would work. We have to be able to preview it. Animation tree active. Oh, okay. Oh, look at it go. Nice. Nice. Sweet. Cool. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right, let's go back to the code. I think I still have 76 in there. I do. See if 1 does it. I'm really curious to know if the names work. I hate the 0 and the 1. I can live with it, but I don't like it. Oh. Oh. It started out very strange, but it's working. Except it isn't going to the run, and that's okay. But it's true. We're only walking, but that's something. That's a start. That's a dang start right there. But I'm curious if we... I'm actually curious about a lot of things. Oh, the debugger is just having a field day. No such input 1. No such input made up. Okay. What if we say running? Is that no such? Knows that any such? The little like glitch at the beginning is horrifying. Okay, well now it's just running. Now it's just running. But I didn't even press... Oh, I guess that's what it's supposed to be. Oh, wait, actually it's correct. Actually, it's doing the right thing. I mixed up walk and run for one thing. And I don't know that the numbers worked at all. It looks like the words work better. The debugger is just flipping out. It's not actually returning when we let go. So if I press W... It doesn't go back to the walk. This is fun. This is fun. Right away, before I even press anything. God, that like mangled body at first. The debugger do be debugging. It's debugging out. Progress. Agreed. Agreed. No such input, walk. Oh, my bad. I forgot to say walking. I forgot that I called it walking. Interesting. So it takes strings as inputs. Yeah, apparently it demands it. Apparently it demands it. Because I wasn't able to get it to work otherwise. Alright, so it's snapping. It's not blending, but it's snapping. Now we got W makes it run. Inigo makes it walk. Debugger is not angry. So the debugger was just angry because I spelled it wrong. Okay, anyway. So yes, extreme progress, severe progress, deep progress, I would say. So we can set the X fade to a non-zero value. Oh, that's got a crossfade. Let's go. Animation tree, transition, and then over here we've got some cross-fading stuff. We got some cross-fading stuff. It worked a lot faster than I expected. Let's go! I think before I had it set to 1, so let's set it to 1 crossfade. Let's see what it looks like. See what it looks like. See what it looks like. Oh, ooh. It looks pretty bad. To be fair, now, it never looked good to begin with. Alright? But this is worse. This is actually that same problem we had when I upgraded to 4.2. This is what it looks like. So we have time to add a couple elements. Nice. Let me know what you think the next step is to BRB or whatever. Yeah, let me see if the BRB works. It works. It does work, to be fair. It's strange. So once we set it, it breaks it. But so that's not great. I would just say like there is a problem with the crossfading, and I think it's that original problem when you first came to this stream that we had when we switched to 4.2, where these arms are flailing unintentionally. Which it's terrifying. It is. It's pretty upsetting. You know, I think you could interpret it as joyful. Oh, you mean the face of it? Yeah, the face is scary. Yeah, the face is scary. It should be. It should be. Even just kind of that looking over its shoulder a little. So it will go back. Sorry I wasn't putting my buttons up here. Since when does it have a face? Yeah, I added a face a long time ago. But you never see it because I haven't added in the reason for it. Did it just glitch out without me having to do anything? I missed something? Of course you did. Of course you did. How could you not? But I will say, Hollow Tempest, I didn't know you, Hollow, I didn't even know you were here. Welcome. So, and if you mean since you last were in this stream many times ago, my God, I can't update you on all that. If we fix it now, you might be able to upgrade to 4.2 if you want. Yeah, right. I know. I was kind of thinking that. Like, this was the main problem I had upgrading to 4.2 was that this animation looked wrong. Basically, My 2 cents is helping me set up the animation tree. My 2 cents also has some newbiness when it comes to the animation tree. The reason we're setting up the animation tree is because for that arm attack that we were working on, we want it to be able to act independently of the other limbs that are moving. And so the animation tree in Godot is going to help us do this in a way that makes it work more better. Pretty much. So that's kind of what we're up to. And specifically, specifically, here's what the animation tree looks like. Can you try to reduce the fade time or increase it just so it does? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's bring it down to 0.1. Super small. Super small. I'll show you the animation tree in a second. Glitchy. Oh, let me keep the keyboard up here so you can see what I'm pressing. Glitchy. Do 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 do. Is it trademark? I'm looking for a cool name for my game. A Hollow Tempest. Oh, okay. Sorry. Anyway, I didn't even know I had a cell phone in here. It was just ringing. Okay. So anyway, is that your name in real life, Hollow Tempest? I'll leave that to you to find out. Is it trademark? I'm looking for a cool name for my game. It is cool. It is cool. You've been gone for a while. That's okay. I mean, geez, I don't know when you were last here, but lots of things, probably lots of things. I mean, what we're doing today is working on grabbing and attacking stuff. So what I've been working on the past couple weeks, along with my 2 cents, has been being able to reach out and smack these helicopters out of the sky. It has a long way to go. There's a lot of things you might notice. You might notice it doesn't quite look great, but it looks great compared to what it was, which was nothing. So it's coming along really well. And then, you know, I've been adding assets, things like that. We got limbs that shrink when you take damage, things like that. So, you know, it's coming along. It's coming along. And then today specifically, I'm setting up, like I said, the animation that plays when that, because right now it's not really an animation that's happening. The arm is just like teleporting to the helicopter, sort of. So if I click on this helicopter, the arm goes there, but it's using the walk animation that's still happening. So we're trying to find a way to have a separate animation that swings the arm from the walking without interrupting the walking and running. So that's kind of what we're up to. My Godot project is a tile-based dungeon crawler RPG. That sounds fun. That sounds cool. Can you open the 2 animations, walk and run, in the animation player? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. If they're the same length and synced, there's a node to transition very smoothly between them. If they are the same length and synced, they have to be the same length and synced. Okay, all right. Also, I didn't try, let me try a longer fade time. I did we started with 1 second. I just made it 0.1. And then here it is with 2 seconds. The arms still be glitching. They be glitching something fierce. I have a feeling that's going to take a lot of work to solve. I think that's going to be tough because this was a problem we had a long time ago. My 2 cents and I and others. And I don't know how to solve it. Okay, so you're saying we're going to go to the animation tree. So this is the animation tree that we're working with right here. Let me get the zoom out of the way for now. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So it lets us switch between the run and the walk. It's got some like visual scripting kind of vibes. Oh, wow. We can even preview the glitch here. Well, that's good. At least we don't have to play it to see the glitch. That's kind of nice. So the arms are just filleting all over the place. Now you're saying if they are the same length and synced, there's a node to transition very smoothly between them. So we wouldn't want to use transition? Okay. So let's go back to the animation player then. And if we look at run, the length is 1.17 on run. For walk, it's 1.3. Has that been the issue all along, that their lengths are different? Fascinating. I don't know why their lengths are different. I don't remember if that was on purpose. I don't think it was. No, I don't know. I thought maybe I knew. I left a little space here so they could loop better in the blend. Yeah, I don't think. Actually, it might be easier to make the walk shorter. What if I just make the walk 1.17? Oh, that's too short. Well, geez, now I gotta figure out how to make these. How do I want to do this? Hmm. What looks like it could be just a little longer. So if I make this 1 point, was it 1.3? Yes. If I make the run 1.3, you can see it's a little slower on that last part. I don't know. I'm just gonna kind of arbitrarily pick something here to slow down. I guess I could just drag them all out a little bit. It's not that important that it looks great here. It makes such a difference. The run cycle looks so much different if I extend stuff. Is the alien asset something you made or an asset you got? I made it. I did make it. I made it in Womp 3D, and then I edited it in Blender. But yeah, I made it all by myself. All the art I've made by myself so far. Someday that might change, but for now, it's all me. Yeah. Maybe like here it could be a little slower now. I think it's not that important that this looks excellent. I mean, like right there, I feel like that needs to be shorter. Like it doesn't really make sense that you fall through gravity slower. Maybe this could be a little slower. It's not that big a deal. No, it just it hangs so long at the end. It looks so weird. Oh man. Well, I guess I'll just be okay with it. Ugh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate how it looks. What if I make... This is hard. This is hard to extend. Really, it'd be nice if I could just proportionately extend all of these just a little bit. Where did you make the animation? Right here, right in Godot. I'm just gonna move them each 2 clicks apart. And I'm gonna try to remember that somehow. Yeah, I didn't make it in Blender. I wanted to challenge myself to make it in Godot exclusively. Even though, you know, some people will say you should use Blender. 1, 2. Edit the animation speed. Don't stretch all the timelines. I don't understand. So the problem... I don't think that'll help me, but I could be wrong. Because what we had to do is we had to extend the length of the overall timeline. We had to do that. Either I extend this or I shorten the other one. I lost my place. Okay, this one. I think I have to. You can turn off snapping and make the wonk ever so slightly slower. I hear you, but I feel like we're doing okay. I think this is fine. Like, I actually think this is turning out pretty good. I think this run looks great. Well, it looks okay. I actually think it's a little... Now I made it a little too long. It doesn't have as much time to blend into it. As long as they're the same length. That was the main thing we had to do. I mean, there's something kind of weird happening. I think it's fine. We're trying to see if they're synced. Okay, so let's try that. So how do we find out if they're synced? How do we find out if they're synced? So the reason why we were doing that was because transitioning between these is causing a weird glitch visually. Whoa. And my 2 cents is telling me that it will work. It won't have the glitch potentially if we make the animations the same length and make sure that they're in sync. So I was just adjusting the length of the animation, and then I had to kind of adjust it a little so it would fit. You guys had some good suggestions, but I feel like this works. Oh, is it because we're playing it here? Let me stop. I just kind of want to see if it's fixed yet. Okay, no, it's not. So that's the glitch, right? Did you see that glitch? You see how the arms start flailing in ways that they're not supposed to? It's not blending correctly. And that's our issue. Stop in a certain frame and check the pose in each. Okay, so we're going to come back to the animation player. Come back to the animation player. The problem is because of the animation tree, I guess if I say it's not active, okay, there we go. Deactivate the animation tree. Play this. Pause it. Switch to walk. Definitely not in the same place. I mean, I didn't design them to be the same. But do you mean like the position on the timeline needs to be the same? I think maybe that's what you mean. But I'm a little confused. The frame cursor changed. Right. Why wouldn't it? So if I pause this near the end, or let's pause it. I'm going to pause this. Let's just put this in the middle. So on walk, it's in the middle. If I come to run, where I left run in the middle, it's in the middle. If I put run at the end and I come to walk, it's going to be, oh, it is on the end. This is confusing. The position of the timeline needs to be more or less the same in both. Why would they not be? Why would that be different? I don't even know how that would happen. I mean, it seems, so right now it's at 1.2. Is that the issue? Right now it's at 1.2 on walk. On run it's at 1.23. I will say their snapping is different. So the snap on walk is 0.1. I don't know if that makes a difference. The snap on run is 0.01. I'm confused. If I put run at, oh yeah, that makes sense. So let me put this at 0.1. So I'm going to make their snap the same. So run is at 0.4. Walk is at 0.4. And if I switch between them, it's the same. Click on 0.8. It's both 0.8. If I play walk and I pause it, it stops at 1.0388. Come to run, it's 0.8. If the animations for both had similar positions, they wouldn't glitch noticeably. That doesn't make any sense, because that's just not correct. Because I hear you, but so here's the other thing, and I want to show you this. So this is what we originally had, Tempest. So I think you're solving a problem that doesn't exist. Although it's hard to say, because I upgrade to 4.2 and this becomes a problem. But here in 4.1, all right, so I'm gonna comment out all of our animation tree stuff, okay? Comment out our animation tree stuff. And then I'm gonna comment in the original way that we had this set up. So this is how it was set up, Tempest. And so here, we're blending, right? No glitch. Now, it's a little weird, but this has 1 second of blend time. And there is it's a little imperfect. And I think that that's to the point that you're making. But what isn't happening are those same grand glitches. Like, you can kind of tell. And let me show you the the keyboard so you can see what I'm pressing. And it's supposed to switch between them. When I press W or up, it goes to run. And when I let go, it goes to walk. So you can kind of see the 1 second blend there. But what isn't happening are those strongly flailing things. Yeah, so when you take damage, the limbs shrink. So if I hit a tree with my arms, the limbs actually get smaller. And that's a part of the game. And so if my leg takes damage, it shrinks. Currently, the collision doesn't shrink because I just haven't gotten around to it because there's a million things to work on. But in theory, you would get shorter as well. Yeah. So that's what was happening with the leg. So that's why I just say that that's not why that glitching is happening. There are some issues with the blend that don't look perfect, and that may be to the point that you're making, that they're not perfectly synced. But like, they're supposed to be separate animations. We can't sync every animation. I feel like we should still be able to blend between animations and them not be doing, because if the animation did the same thing at every point, then it wouldn't be a different animation, you know. But so in this version, we don't have the flailing limbs. However, as soon as we implement the animation tree, thinking that we're doing basically the same thing, right? Because we're setting it up with one crossfade in between. And we're setting it up with one crossfade in between. Let me bring this back to the animation section right here. So this is the code here. If input is true, do the run, otherwise do the walk. So walk is usually what's happening unless you're pressing up. Here we do the same thing. If you're pressing the up key, then do the run, otherwise do the walk. And this time we're using the animation tree. I don't know if I activated the animation tree, actually. I didn't. Okay, let me make sure I activate it. Okay, so it's on. And this is behaving differently. So here, if I press W, instead of blending it, it's not blending anything. Instead, it's just like kind of skipping these frames. It's like jiltedly skipping frames. And this was a problem that we had encountered before when I upgraded to Godot 4.2. And this would happen even without using the animation tree, just with the logic as it was set up in here. So I barely understand what's happening, but my 2 cents is trying to help us fix this with some suggestions. For example, making the animations, the run and the walk animation be the same length, which they are now, 1.3. And then the next question was if the animation timeline position was going to be in the same place. So if I press play, let me deactivate the animation tree. If I press play on the animation player and then I hit pause and now I come look at the walk, apparently this is a problem, that this is in a different spot on the timeline. I don't think they're talking about the positions of the limbs, but the position on the timeline, which I still don't really understand, but it's something I'm trying because my 2 cents suggested it. You could try playing at specific times in the animation. I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. You mean, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Isn't that kind of what we're doing? The pose should be the same for each. Okay, so now this, I don't understand. How is this? How does that make sense? How can that be? How could that be? That doesn't make sense. My brain cannot handle that. What? What? That doesn't make any sense to me right now. Okay. So but they have to be different. The walk animation has to be different than the run animation. That's the point. If the frames were the same at any given point, they would be the same animation. How could the pose be the same for each animation? That doesn't make any sense. And that wouldn't be very useful if we have to have the poses be exactly the same. What would be the point of blending between two different animations if the poses are the same? I just don't, my brain cannot compute that. You're also talking about the positions of the limbs. I was hoping they'd be synced to the blend 1, so the blend 1D will allow us to transition between them seamlessly. I don't think these are the problems. Play where the walking stops to the time where the running animation is in that pose. I mean, we can just do that. If I just click here and we go in between here, these are the same points in the pose right here. So if I click on a spot, I don't have to play to it. I can just click on it. And then if I change it, you'll see where it is. I just don't understand how this is a problem. The only way I will give you any type of leeway in, that is to say, in what you're saying making sense to me. The only way what you're saying makes sense to me is in the example of the old code. Because in the old code, where we don't have these glitches, which is the problem we're trying to solve, unless you're trying to solve two problems at once here, but here, this is the original without the glitch. No glitch. No glitch. All right? This is without a glitch. Here, we don't get the jilted, you know, flopping all over the place. It's smooth blending between the two animations. Now, because the poses aren't the same at each frame, which again, I still don't really understand. Not exactly the same, just overall similar. Like the leg forward and hand backwards in each. I hear you. That makes more sense to me. But like, a run should be different than a walk. The timing of a run shouldn't be the same as the timing of a walk. But here, I think we can see the result of them not being synced, right? Where the poses aren't generally in the same place. That the right arm isn't going up at the same time in the walk as the run. I feel like that you can notice that here. A little bit, right? And that's something to fix, potentially. But, that's a very different problem from the glitching that we see when going between these two animations. Like, that's a whole different problem, right? So here, the blend just isn't working correctly between them. It's not blending anything. It's doing this, like, jilted... It's like, it's not actually smoothly blending it. So I don't think I would guess that the positions of the poses shouldn't matter. It should still smoothly, awkwardly, even if it's awkward, it should still smoothly bring them together, right? I think that makes sense. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm getting frustrated. I just like, I feel like nobody understands what I'm saying. Does somebody understand what I'm saying? Get a time in the walking animation and the time in the running animation where the pose is the same and use that to sync them up. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. That will take a lot of work. I'm certainly not convinced at all that that's going to fix the problem that we have with the glitching. But it might deal with the blending looking better, but it's not going to fix the glitching. The glitching's going to happen one way or the other. That's still going to happen. So, like, let's say we're here. Here, the left arm is back, and the right arm is up. Come to the walk. I mean, kind of, but not all the way. It's like, maybe like, I mean, that's the whole thing. I just feel like that's not, I feel like that's not the problem. That's like separate problem, but I feel like that's not the problem. The fact that they're not synced means that one solution I was talking about is off the table. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you were asking about that to try to see if a different transition type would fix the glitch. I gotcha. If a different transition type would, I see. Okay, that makes sense. The other solution is using one animation and changing the speed scale, but I understand why it might be very limiting as a solution. Yeah, I mean, especially because there's going to be more animations than just walking and running, right? There's going to be like stumbling and falling and stuff like that. And I'm going to want it to blend into those. I mean, this is some like basic game engine stuff, you know, and when I say basic, I mean like somewhere in Godot this should be possible. Another potential solution is adding a whole bunch of frames in between the existing ones. What? Godot 4.3 is coming soon. Maybe it'll be fixed then. Maybe. 4.2, the problem is worse for me in my project. And I found like one like bug report that someone submitted where if like multiple animation, I feel like it was like 3 animations at a time were being blended in between, it would cause that like glitch that we're talking about. But that wasn't exactly my situation, but the glitch was similar. And I'm not sure if that was something that they were fixing, but it was a 4.2 bug. So I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Another potential solution is adding a whole bunch of frames in between the existing ones. What does that mean? Yeah, this animation stuff sucks. I hate doing the animation stuff in Godot, man. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's me or what, but like what is this bug? Why is it happening? Why would it even do this? That's not a blend. It's so confusing. That's why you stick to 2D? Okay. You should stick to 2D then. But first of all, I'm not sure that this would necessarily be different in 2D. But maybe it would be. Maybe it would be. Maybe. But not necessarily. I hear you though. I'm so frustrated. And you know why I'm frustrated, guys? I'm frustrated because it's so mysterious and it seems like like I don't want to just be like it's Godot's fault, you know? But like what is it? Like what is it? What is causing this? Animated sprites are fun to use. Okay. Animated models are fun to use. Counterpoint. It's all fun. It's just it's so frustrating because I just don't know. And then so the purpose of this in part was to be able to set up a way to have the helicopter smacking animation be blended in with the walking animation, right? I mean, obviously we're not getting any blending, just going between walking and running. But in my experience, using the animation tree in Godot has not gone well. I mean, you know what it makes me want to do? It makes me want to just like make a different project. It makes me want to like create a new project that has a different model with different animations and see if we get the same glitch, because I'm not really sure what's causing this glitch. But it doesn't seem to be obvious. And it only gets worse in the next version of Godot. So I don't really know where to go from here. You know, my 2 cents, we could continue forward and let this blend be ugly and try to wedge in the whole swiping, because that was the whole purpose of this, right? Was to get it so the swipe will be blended in. Because the way I think about it, like is it would be nice if we could just have an animation that only applies to the arm that's attacking, and the other arm, the other legs, everything else animates as normal. Whatever the walk and run is, that animates normally, but then the arm only animates. It stops its run and walk thing, it ignores that, and instead it only does the swipe. At least in other engines, there's ways to do this. I would think there's a way to do it in Godot, but I don't really know what it is. You can make very quickly an animation for the right arm. That's true. I still have to put it in the code somewhere and call it right arm grab. So we're still going to have the issue of the crossfading being super hideous. But, you know, it's hard because, like, a part of me just wants to do it in code, at least. Since at least running it through the code will make the crossfade work properly. But the problem is, like, if I make a new animation, am I only animating the arm? Yeah, I figured. I figured because it's really mysterious. And when I was looking into it way back when, man, there was just not a lot of info on it. It was tricky. I'm actually going to rename this to hit or swipe right arm. I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, I can make this animation, but, like, the new animation is the one we'll apply to the arm. So even if you animate other parts, we'll filter them out. The new animation is we can apply to only one part. We'll use the blend tree we made to do this. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Well, I'd rather not animate more than I have to. I did start animating this before. So, I mean, I can try making this the same length or whatever, but, like, why should it be the same length as a walk cycle? I don't understand why animations need to be the same length. I'm deeply confused. Let's grab the skeleton. That's why we're using the animation tree, so we can use multiple animations simultaneously, each applying to a certain part of the body. Yes, exactly. Okay, right. Yeah, I want that. It sucks because it's like it's hard to like appreciate it if I can't, if I can't even get them to blend at all. You know, I guess we could just not do run. If I never do the run, maybe we can still appreciate this. I feel like the arm grab is also going to stutter in, but maybe not. Maybe it's worth just trying to set up anyway and see what happens. Dude, this is another weird thing that happens. This arm gets like reset in this weird position sometimes. Maybe because I just have the reset. I think I need to fix the reset animation. I think that's the problem. So much weird stuff, man. Like, what? What the flip? What the? What is this? What did I even do? What did I even do? Oh my god. Animating in Godot is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. What the hell has even happened here? Why is it still moving? Oh my god. I don't understand what happened to this arm. I do not remember doing anything here. Arm left, arm right. Very confusing. Wait, but that's not even... Is this just like a visual thing? Save it? I mean, I kind of want to not save it. But, like, I don't know when the last time we saved it was. I don't even care. I'll tell you what. I'll copy the animation tree. And then I'm not going to save it. I'll copy the animation tree. I'll copy the script. Stuff like that. But if this could save me from whatever the hell just happened, I would be very happy. Yeah, don't save it. Maybe don't save that. My god. There is something. There is something. I'm so shocked at how upset animating in Godot ends up making me. Animating in 3D in Godot. Whatever. Not 3D. Sorry. Animating, bones in Godot. It gets messy. Okay, so this looks much better. Switch between them. It does the silly glitch. Animation player, the length of run is 1.3. The length of walk is 1.3. We have swipe right arm. Okay. Let's deactivate the animation tree. Reset has this weird arm issue that I don't want to be there anymore. If I try to fix that arm, elbow right, set W to 1, Y to 0, that's not gonna fix it. And plus, that'll probably just reset itself anyway, truth be told. It's not the elbow, it's the hand that you need to change. There it is, Z to 0. Alright. I mean, it'd be nice if W was 1 here, Y was 0. Save that. And then I'm gonna make sure we insert a key for all the bones. So the animation, the recent animation will be not... What? What's that arm doing up there? And it's in like a weird spot now. I don't know, man. What I really want to do, and I'm not saying I'm going to do it right now, but what I really... Look, it changed these values. What I really want to do... Why is it changing those values? Is I want to make a separate project with a separate animation. It changed its angle. It has its own will. It does have its own will. Should I be scared? Like, it's so strange. I'll keyframe it like super manually, right? I'm going to click on hand right, and then I'm going to hit rotation keyframe. We've given it a new keyframe. Oh, ugh. Contains an unnormalized quaternion key. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that little bug. I hate that. I hate that one. That one is the worst. And because that causes a whole other problem that I barely remember. Use Euler and let it convert it to quad. Yeah, right. But now, But now I have to set back. Now I got to set it back. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think it set it back. Oh no, it didn't. That's why it's doing it in the first place. Oh, okay. All right, skeleton. But like, but I also personally like to export the GLB file from Blender and import in Godot. That way they stay 100% independent. Yeah, that could be the other thing. Less issues. That's the other thing. So I'm using Blender Godot integration, which, you know, maybe I want to stop doing that. Maybe I want to stop doing that. I mean, I can use it for things it works well for, but I could also try exporting it and importing it. That could get messy, potentially. That could get messy. And that might be the main problem. Maybe that's like a main problem that's happening. Also, we're still getting this quaternion thing. Because I don't really know how to reset this. I don't even know what it wants from me. What does it want from me? 3D rotation, handwrite, contains unnormalized quaternion key. So normalize it then. Like, go for it. Normalize it. But even if I did. I just changed it over here on the Euler pen tool. But like, it's still angry. Yeah, right here. I did. I swear. Let me play some random animation so it goes in different spots. Come back to reset. It moves it into this strange place I didn't pick for it. On the reset, if I hit play, it's going to say handwrite contains an unnormalized quaternion. If I play this other one, we don't get such a message. It's only on the reset. I mean, I guess I'll just, honestly, like, how do I unset it in the first place? Like, I guess I'll just delete the reset. Do 0 everywhere and 1 for W. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Looks fantastic. It looks beautiful. It looks wonderful. Nothing to complain about. Hi, kitty cat. Yes, I love you. Mommy is in a bad mood. I know you want attention, buddy. I know. Why don't you just come up here and hang out and sit there? Oh, God. Make sure you press the key next to the road. Yep, you're here. Yeah, you're here. You're a cat. Yeah, you're a cat. You sure are. He's like, Mommy, why are you so angry? Because this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Yeah. That's true. That's a good point. Right. Yeah. I understand. I know. I know you wanna. You're right. Oh, he's such a sweet cat. He's a very cute cat. He just wants attention. He just wants attention. That's what he wants. This is his after lunch attention grab. He had his lunch and now he wants to cuddle. But I'm busy and I can't cuddle. And he's gonna keep bothering me until I give him something to do. But what can I give you? What can we do? It's literally, this is the same time yesterday that this happened. It's the exact same time. He's gonna start like pressing buttons on my keyboard. He is he's incorrigible. It can be frustrating. It can be frustrating. I love him dearly. I love him dearly. What do you want? What do you want? I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. I can't give it to you, buddy. You know I can't. You know I can't. All right. So I feel like I just need to, you said next to the rotation, make sure you press the key. Yes, right. So pressing the key. Hey, don't be nibbling. Why are you nibbling? Oh my gosh. He just had lunch. He's like, stop. Why are you typing on that keyboard? Because. Why don't you at least say hello? At least say hello. Hello. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I like to be really annoying. And that is that. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I like to be really annoying. And that is that. That is that. I'm a kite. 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 I'm a kite. I'm annoying, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Doop 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 doop. Yeah, 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 yeah. Psh, 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 psh. Now you'd think that would make him want to go away, right? But he doesn't. See you later, Hollow Tempest. Thanks for stopping back in. It was good to check in with you. Thank you for the good luck wish. I appreciate it. He's not gonna want to go away. Yeah, guys. Look, no need to stay here. You know that. But I mean, I'll just move on to a different task because this animation stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It is so frustrating. Okay, so I'm pressing the key. Travi, let me press the key. Oh my gosh. Pressing the key. Oh, it's not giving the error. Okay, we got it. My 2 cents. You at least help me fix that much. That came out way wrong. You've helped me fix a lot of things. But what I mean is, at least that is sorted out. But look, what's it doing? No, we're not getting the error anymore about the Euler thing, but it still jumps back. It still jumps back. Oh god. Alright, so I moved the Euler. Record the keyframe. It's not really in the right spot, but that's better. Travi, stop. I did press the key. Didn't I? I thought I did. You would delete the animation? I don't really see the point in deleting it. I could make a new one. We could make a new animation. Oh, you mean for the reset? Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing. No, that's fine. I've definitely tried that. I did press the key. Let me... I'm fine with deleting this. I will delete it right now. Alright, reset, gone. No reset. Right? Fine with me. Can you check the value in the reset? I just deleted it. I just deleted it. But we can bring it back. So the value of the hand... Right. We've got rotation, x 0.49 on the quaternion. Okay, never mind. Okay. So if I delete this, I now have to replace it, right? We got to create a new one. Unfortunately, it's better if you make a new one to be sure you're right. Oh, I assure you it's going to do it again. And if it doesn't, it will. Eventually. So the thing is I kind of have to set that up manually. Because I need it to be... I can't just say rest like this and then do reset. So if I come here, we say add reset values. That will create a new reset here. So there's reset. Now let's say... Make sure I save it first. Add keys for all of the bones. There it goes. And added keys for all the bones. Let's unshow rest only. So it's not going to actually apply all the rest positions. So I have to come into each one individually. And I have to tell it to go into those spots manually. If I want it to be at rest. Which is a nightmare. But look what it does. It just flips right back. Now, I didn't press the key. You're right. I didn't press the key. You're right. You're right. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I forgot to press the key. I actually did forget to press it that time. Okay, there we go. Press the key. Hit play. Everything's fine. It's in the right spot. Right? Now I got to do that for each of these. And some of these, who even knows if that's going to be the right spot for all of them? I don't know. Record it. Click on this. And this isn't even, this is so far from like even a main problem. You could grab the keyframes from the old reset and copy them before deleting the track, but that could preserve the issue. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So that way we only have to redo the one, and it might preserve the issue. But you can see this is not fixing. This is causing all kinds of other issues, potentially. You could also save it to disk, delete it, and load it again. These are some good ideas. I don't think this is gonna behave the way we want it to. I just have a feeling. And we can already see the left arm is flying up in the air. So I don't think that's what it's actually supposed to be by default. So then I have to drag this in. And I gotta look at what these are, because it's not all the same or obvious. Fine, I'll do it. Let's do what my 2 cents said. Let's go back to before I deleted the animation. Copy everything except for that one. Oh, it might be too late. It might be too late. I don't know if I can undo anymore. I think we're too late. We're too late. It is what it is. I'm spamming Control-Z, but it won't go back any further. I could try not saving it, but I think I already saved it. I'm pretty sure I already saved, which means we lose all those redos. So now we're just back. I hope you guys are happy. I do. Oh man, dude, I hate animating in Godot. I genuinely hate this so much. You can grab another skeleton and copy its animation player. Another skeleton? And paste it into the one you're using. What do you mean? Oh, maybe I kind of understand what you're saying. So you're saying if I get the blend file, delete the entire skeleton, replace it with a new one? So you're saying that I could take... I think I might have to... Alright, let me see this. You're saying I could copy this? It concerns me a little bit since we've added things in here. Wow, it does let me paste this in here, amazingly. But I wouldn't want to paste it in here. We'd want to make sure we open up... Oh no, this is where we want to paste it, I guess. Okay, put this in here. This is kind of wacky. This is kind of wacky. So I need to drag these over here. But other than that, I mean, I don't really use these anymore, to be honest. But in theory, I might grab the labels and stuff. Okay. Head, leg left, leg right. We also have the bone attachment, which we did as like a test one time. Probably don't need it anymore, actually. Yeah, I'll just delete it. We could always recreate it if we need that. We'll just get rid of that. Okay. I'm going to rename this to Skeleton 3D Old. It won't even let me delete the old one. Right-click the parent node and click... Oh, because it's yellow. Right-click the parent node and click to make it local. Make it local? What do you mean, make it local? The parent of the skeleton. The armature? I can't even rename this. I'm a little confused. Truth be told. Whatever the first non-yellow parent is. Oh. Clear inheritance. I don't know what your imported scene looks like. Okay. So the armature, so here's, this is the top level clear inheritance. No undo. Or make local. I'm scared. I'm scared. I feel like, okay, we're already overdue for a GitHub commit. So deeply, incredibly overdue. Oh my god. I can't believe I haven't done this sooner. I despise this. I despise all of this. I'm gonna do a bunch of undos right now. I'm gonna undo duplicating all of this. So we already lost the reset, which probably doesn't even cause any issues, right? Who needs a reset? Oh, for flip's sake. Yeah, it's pretty rage-inducing. It's pretty rage-inducing. We're not using the reset right now. Let me switch this. So like right now, everything is fine, right? Technically, everything is fine. Yeah. So nothing changes here. All is good. What's up? Okay, yeah. All is good. I'm gonna save. We're gonna make a commit. There's still some problems. We're missing a reset animation. But let's not waste time with that right now. Gonna make a commit before I start clearing inheritances and stuff. Because that's risky business. That seems like risky business. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I enjoy, you know, animating. I just find like that the actual tools in Godot for my project, in my experience, have been very unreliable. Copter grab improvements, animation setbacks. Helicopters can be uniquely attacked without seemingly impacting other helicopters who may also be detected. Arm retracts correctly after an attack, and added a bunch of debug prints on the raycast player and copter to help solve that. Added an animation tree and some new code to attempt wedging a grab/attack animation in, but the animation tree blending is glitching. In trying to solve this, removed a the reset animation, and this needs to be replaced. Okay. Oh, this cat. Oh my god. I love you, buddy. I love you. You know, it seemed like Rinny was willing to hang out with you. Why you want to hang out with me? What did you... Rennie's right over there. Rennie will hang out with you. Rennie's interested. Rennie's ready to... They want to hang out with you. Right? Why do you want to hang out with me? What do I got? What do I got? He's like, you don't want to pay attention to me. And that means I need to be here. Okay. Commit has been made. So now I'm going to come back here and we'll try things. Don't look at my keyboard like that. Don't you look at my keyboard like that. If you don't want to clear inheritance in the main scene, go to your alien scene and make local stuff there. This way you'll sever the connection between what's in your Godot project and what's in Blender. But you can always delete what you have and reinstantiate a child scene of your Blender model to have back what you have now. That sounds like a good idea. I think I'm still confused. So on the alien, this is the instantiated alien scene. You know, I've been adding these white colored things in here. And then the yellow stuff is stuff that's instantiated and not, or something. I barely even understand why some of these are yellow. They're inherited things. They're coming from the blend file, right? This is coming from the blend file. This is coming from the HP bar file, which is separate. And then these are coming from the blend file, which is separate. And so you're saying, instead of clearing the inheritance where these are inherited from the blend file, you're saying go to the main scene where this alien exists. We got too many things open. There's so many tabs. My goodness. Shut them down. So in the main scene, if you're still paranoid, set the yellow stuff to invisible. Yeah, I guess I'm... And then use copied white stuff. So So here's the alien in here. Everything is inherited. But the biggest issue is that I've referenced the skeleton. So it's going to break a lot of stuff. For example, all of our grabbing stuff. Unless I go in and I rename everything Skeleton 3D. So I really wish I could rename this to Skeleton 3D, but I can't rename it anywhere. So I'm just trying to remember, what was the purpose of clearing the inheritance? I guess I'm not really sure I understand what the purpose of doing all this is. I kind of see what you're saying. So if in here, so we don't mess any of this up, I guess I just have to go find all the Skeleton 3Ds and rename them all. I think that's... I feel like there's no getting around that, potentially. Okay. So I'll drag in a new reference. God, it looks so ridiculous. Drag in a new reference. Give it editable children. Copy and paste your skeleton right now. Right, so if I copy and paste it as a sibling. Why would I want to do that? Well, that's just it. I can't name the old one. I'm not able to rename it. That's the problem. So if I hit rename, literally nothing happens. It just doesn't do anything. So I'm going to hit rename. Just nothing happens. Just nothing happens. It doesn't try to rename it. It doesn't tell me that I can't rename it. It's just nothingness. Yeah. So that was like the problem I was having earlier. And I can't do that in the instanced version either. If I click rename, nothing happens. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's working as intended. Like, I don't think relaunching it is going to make a difference. Because I think it's not, since it's inheriting from the blend file, I don't think it wants you to be able to rename it. So I'd have to rename it in Blender, but I don't know that I can rename it in Blender, because it's like the skeleton exists in Blender as part of the armature, and then it just kind of imports into Godot. So I don't think I can rename it anywhere. That just is what it is. And there's no warning for some reason. So basically, if I wanted to replace the armature, I just have to make sure I update all the references everywhere to it. But we could try it. Can maybe rename it in the advanced import. That's true. Yeah, let's try that. That's actually a pretty good idea. What did I just do? Oh, it's creating a... How do I get to that again? Select a resource file in the file system or the inspector. I double-clicked on the blend file, and now we're waiting. Now we are waiting for Godot. We are waiting for Godot here. For realsies. Oh, it sorted it out. Not today. Oh, there it is. Okay, so here's this. Skeleton 3D. Not seeing a rename option. Actions, extract materials, set animation save paths. Right-clicking, left-clicking. Not giving me any options. Unfortunately. Skip import. Yeah, sure. F2. Okay, I'll try it. Nothing. Nada. It's just very frustrating. So, I mean, I guess the only thing left to do... Well, you know, we can still try it. And so I guess the point of all this... So the point of all this... What was the point of all this? To get... honestly, I don't even remember why we're doing all this anymore. I forgot. I know that, like, I wanted to try making a new, reset animation. And, like, trying to shortcut that. And then the other thing is, it would be nice to experiment with the GLB file instead of the blend file to see if that makes the crossfade work better. Maybe the crossfade has something to do with the Blender Godot integration. Can use access as unique name first so that maybe it remembers. Access as unique name first. What does that mean? What does that mean? Where is that? Access as unique name. What is that? So if I bring in another one and we make it have editable children, the percent thing that makes it easy to drag nose into codes. Do that first, so maybe it remembers. Oh, well, so the thing that I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't think that'll help. The third to last option, we right click. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, the problem with that is that we're trying to use it for something new. You're saying like, so here we have skeleton 3D. Uh, yeah, I know what you mean by access as unique name. It's down here. But I don't even think that's gonna be. Is that available for this? It's not even an option for that. Yeah, I don't think it'll help here. But I like that you're thinking outside the box. So if I take this skeleton, I copy this, and I paste it here, we have a second skeleton on this character. The problem here as well is now it's not going to be attached to the animation. Will this work? This seems like this will not work. This seems wacky. Using an export GLB instead of the blend file is the same as clearing inheritance. Interesting. Oh, so let's try that. I feel like this other skeleton thing is not what I want to do. Let's try that. Now that we've... Well, I will say, sometimes even doing a GitHub commit, I don't know. It should be enough, right? All right, clear inheritance. So we're going to clear the inheritance. It can't be undone. I may regret this. God us help us all. Inheritance cleared. So now it's all white. This doesn't count. I'm still not even sure why I'm doing this. I'm still not even sure why I'm doing this. And I guess the thing is now, you know, I can't update it from Blender, right? So, like, that's a problem. Like, I know you were saying, and then that's why you were saying do it outside of it. But then, this is ridiculous. I'm feeling none of this should be necessary. So if I want to update the model, how do I even do that now? If it doesn't have its inheritance, how would I update if I make a change in Blender? How would I even bring that here? This is melting my brain. And like, if I had a GLB file, I mean, I'd certainly have to do things a little differently. Drag and drop the blend file and delete the white skeleton. Okay. And because now I can rename this and stuff. Okay. Okay. All right. I see. I see. Okay. If you want to re-import from Blender. I gotcha. Well, then that also can help us here, I guess. Because now I could try adding a different skeleton on top. And it would be interesting, I guess, since you're saying this is exactly the same as if it was a GLB or GLTF. For now, we can use the white stuff. So let's say, okay, I'm going to get rid of this extra alien. Just on a curiosity, I want to know if that makes any difference to the blending of the animations. It does not. So importing it versus having it on Blender connected shouldn't be making a difference, unless I just need to re-import it in some way. But it's hard to say. I mean, I'm drawing a strong conclusion there, but that didn't make any difference for whatever that's worth. Drag in the alien, make its children editable, and then have the skeleton 3D be copied, paste it into this armature. I thought I pressed paste. I thought I pressed paste, but I guess I didn't. Copy, paste, Why you no paste? Paste. Copy. I'm pretty sure that Blender import was GLB only before Godot 4. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Blender thing is a new implementation. Okay, there we pasted it. It's a very new implementation, which means it could have issues. Blend files didn't work. Yeah, it is a newer feature. Absolutely. And a lot of folks will say don't even use it because it's risky. I'm not sure that I'm ready to give it up. But I'm willing to try not using it to see if that solves certain problems, assuming it's causing them, but I'm not sure that it is. Okay, leg right. All right, so I'm gonna take this. We're gonna say this is skeleton 3D. I feel like this is gonna mess up every animation. Like none of the animations are gonna work anymore if we do this. None of them are gonna work. Also. So we have the new skeleton 3D. Hide the old skeleton. Maybe I'm wrong about the animations thing. I am wrong. So it's path.
Go to the store.
Hmm?
I'll go to the store. I love you.
Okay. So actually the animations are by the paths. So actually that worked fine. We actually switched those with no issue. So that's kind of nice. Okay. Just out of curiosity, I mean, we still don't have a reset animation that's in the right places. The textures all look different. So like the colors are going to be all messed up because the meshes are all different. And we've got a weird thing that I left over there on accident. But the functionality's all there. So if I switch to the animation tree, I don't expect this to look different. Still got the glitches on the animation tree. So that didn't resolve that. And now I truly, I don't even know what I'm doing with this. I guess I wanted to get the default positions, but in that case, I don't really need to have a duplicate skeleton, you know? Does the damage flashing work? I don't know that it does. Oh, this cat. Oh my god. Buddy. Buddy. Oh my goodness. My partner just stepped out to go to the store. Which means he has no distraction. He has no one to give him attention. I'm just curious if the damage stuff works. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I really don't even know where to go from here. So in terms of setting up that animation, that reset animation, buddy, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Do you need a toy? Do you want a toy to play with? Look at that. What the hell is that? What is that? What is that? Go get that. Go get. He's like, what do you want me to do with that? I'm not a dog. I tried buying them dog bones recently. They don't like it. Apparently, dog bones are for dogs and not cats. That surprised me. Because they're supposed to be like flavored like chicken. And I was like, cats like chicken. Didn't matter. What am I even doing? I'm trying to get this reset animation. I don't think I need. I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna undo everything we've done. I just don't see what it's really benefiting here if it's not making any difference. I mean, I stand by. I stand by that I should start a new project and try to set up a separate animation in that project which will take some work and it'll take some effort, and I'll spend the rest of the night doing that. But I don't really know any other way. I mean, I could also do it. I could do it in the same project with like a different part of the game. Like I could think of maybe there's something else we could animate. Maybe I could animate the cows or something, you know? All right, I'm going to revert this one right here. I do want to copy this setup here. You like that idea? Yeah. I mean, look, I feel like, I think instead of making a fresh project, I feel like that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think what would make more sense No, don't worry about these changes. Just ignore them. Just forget them. They don't matter. I said they don't matter. No, but then I have to go make multiple versions. Oh my god. Oh my god. So I can't even revert back to this one? Does anybody have advice on what I do here? Oh man. The diff is too large. Just do it. I didn't mean to change. But see, Godot is gonna like save file changes regardless of whether I save the game. Can you revert the changes for the ones you have now? How would I do that? Discard? Do I want to hit discard changes? What am I getting myself into? Is that what you mean? Are you sure you want to discard? Changes can be restored. I don't care. I don't want them. I don't want them. Burn them down. Discard them. Failed. These changes will be unrecoverable. I don't care. Restricted access? Just get them out of here. Just burn them down, GitHub. I don't care. I'm not interested. Okay. Changes discarded. Thank you, guys. Changes discarded. Revert this commit. Don't complain, GitHub. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. I think it's because Blender is using them or some other program. I don't have Blender open, but perhaps. And Godot is closed. I think Godot is closed. Did it just get closed? Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. It could be that another program is using it. That's true. Where are my snacks? Where's my snacks? I need some shredded wheat. It's time for some shredded wheat. I'm gonna eat some of that. Oh, yeah. Alright. There's our wonky arm. Wonky arm, good to see you. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Oops. Oh no. It went back too far. The animation tree is gone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did we lose all the helicopter changes? Uh-oh. I think I made a terrible mistake. I don't think I meant to revert that. I think I meant not to revert that. Oh, fudge. Fudge. Oh, I should have saved it. Why didn't I just do that? I forgot how GitHub works. I should have saved that. Why did I discard those? I should have just saved it and then reverted that. I forgot how GitHub works. So I undid everything we did today. Can we bring it back? Can we just bring that back? Go ahead and unrevert that. New advice. Does anyone know how to undo a revert? Oh, I forgot how GitHub works. I forgot I needed to save those changes that were discarded. I find it so confusing that you click on, oh my God, Travi. Buddy, I'm not interested. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to do next. I can't believe what I've done. The same way that you undo a regular commit. Oh, so just hit undo? Oh my gosh. So we're back? Oh my gosh. Revert? I just hit undo. And it's got a new commit for me to make. As if... everything's probably fine. I get in this like fight or flight mode, man, when we do all this stuff. Okay, that didn't fix it. This looks like the right one. Revert copter grab improvement. That was scary, but seems to have worked. It seems to have worked. I'm honestly still confused. Because it's putting this here like it's the most recent commit. But then it's saying that these files are changed and asking me to commit it. So maybe I want to discard these changes now. Oh, maybe I want to discard these changes. I'm actually afraid to do that. Oh, man. Oh, the noob mistakes on noob mistakes are just like multiplying, man. Of course, if you stepped out, looked away, of course you missed something. Of course. You know me. I keep chugging along. So the answer to your question is yes. Why so worried? Because I'm at a GitHub impasse and I've potentially made mistakes. And these moments can make or break a lot of work. Oh my goodness. Okay. You have to find that commit and go to it. So here's what I did. I discarded that stuff. I should have saved it and then reverted the commit that I just would have had saved. But I didn't. So this commit is the one that is all the work we did today. Before I went and I cleared the inheritance. That's this commit. And then I wanted to revert that commit, but I didn't actually want to revert it. That was a mistake. I was making a mistake in thinking I wanted to revert that because I still get confused. Because to me, I think like, oh yeah, I want to revert to this, but that's not what it's saying. It's saying revert from this or whatever. And there were changes here, and then I was like, hey guys, what should I do with them? And you guys said discard them, so I discarded them, and that's fine. What I should have done was committed that and then reverted that commit, but I didn't. So I got rid of those changes. Instead of committing them and reverting them, I discarded them and reverted this commit, which isn't what I actually wanted to do, but oops, oh well. So then I undid, I right-clicked the revert of this commit and I hit undo commit. And it brought this up, which has that revert of that commit that I never wanted to revert, but I thought I did, but I was wrong. it brought up this. And this, I assume, is the... I guess if I look at these diffs, it might help me understand. Like, what was changed in here? If it's removing the print... Right, so I think I can discard these. I think if I discard these, then this will be the most recent version. Discarding the changes for after, I'm 99% sure. I'm pretty sure too. Discard all changes. Are you sure you want to? I think I do. Because it was in there before we even looked at the history. I discard them. I have discarded them. And that's not even the main reason I'm so worried, Tensho. It's the whole animation situation, which I'm just really gonna have to like dig into and sort out. Okay, so now this is the most recent version, which is everything we've done today up until I started doing the clear inheritance stuff. That supposedly is the most recent version. So I'm gonna open it up here in Godot, and we should see an animation tree in the alien inherited scene, and then we should be fine. I get so confused, man. I do. Especially because I only do GitHub reverts once in a while. Okay, there's the animation tree. We're back. All right. So, now back to something else that worries me, which is, I mean, it would be nice to have this just stresses me out that this looks like this. The only way I know how to fix that at this point, unfortunately, is to one by one. And this is just, there just is no default. This is like the default way that it is, which doesn't really matter, right? Because it's never in that state. It's always going to be either running or walking or whatever. So it doesn't really need to look better other than it just makes me mad because look at that. Look at that. That's not right. You know, and we don't have a viable reset animation. Not that I even really have used the reset animation. But if I wanted to return this to normal, I would need to compare the positions that this one has and make sure that each bone, all of these bones, are the same on each one. So I have to copy these values. I mean, the root, whatever. I feel like the main one... Because see how some of these... Let me move out of the way. These rotations over here... Oh yeah, I forgot to move that down. These rotations over here are not zeroed out. And I don't know how to do it. We looked in Blender the other day, and I just have no idea how to actually zero out these. Not a clue. No idea how to zero these out in Blender. Because they import into Godot in these weird spots. So I've got to copy these values, come to the other skeleton, and then paste them all in. And I don't even know which one that was. I mean, if I start with the root, that one's zeroed out, whatever. Copy it, and then we get another... That one's the same. Reset. Looks complicated. It's just annoying. But yeah, that's I guess in part some of that quaternion stuff. I don't know why I can't zero this out in Blender or like apply those rotations in some way. It's very odd. So then we gotta come through here one by one. And this is just to get a reset back. Just because that one reset was like, oh, this quaternion isn't normalized. And that's not even addressing the animation problem that makes it glitch. And so the way that I want to address that with the time I have left is to try animating something else and see if we get that same blend problem. if I animate something else that's maybe set up in a totally different way. I don't even know, like, what even change do I want to make? Do I want to import something differently? It's kind of a mystery, and it sucks because it would be, I don't even know where I'm at anymore. It would be really nice to be able to animate things and have them blend. Which then that brings me back to maybe starting a new project. Just a blank project and adding stuff in there. What the what? And adding stuff in there. Oh, we didn't want to do that. We want to go to ARM. Adding stuff that is fresh and new. And then trying to determine how that might mean that this, why this doesn't work on this one. It's just kind of, it's just all a little confusing. So I guess what I mean to say is this mysterious problem that impacts the proper ability to crossfade animations is rearing its ugly head in this project. And I'm not really sure what to do about it. There was like one place I found where somebody had a similar issue, but it was a little different. It was like with 3 animations, blending 3 different animations, and it wasn't quite the same. So that doesn't really do us much good, but which, you know, that makes me think, you know, what is it? I'm not doing anything very unique here. You know, just blending between 2 animations. That's a pretty simple, common thing that I would think almost anybody using Godot would try to sort out. And I know the stream must be like 8,000 times less enjoyable when this is what it is just me talking about problems and not knowing how to solve them. I know. I apologize. Oh, I applied it in the wrong place. But, I mean, I also would say that it do be like this sometimes. It do be like this sometimes. It's part of it. And it's frustrating and mysterious. But what can I do? Now, hopefully, after I apply all of these rotations to here, these chill moments are a good part of the stream. All right. Well, all right. Well, I like to hear that. That's excellent. That's wonderful news. Because I feel a little like, you know, like I want things to be more like let's do something. We're doing something right now. This is what we're doing. And right now I'm just kind of trying to fix something and I don't really know, well, fix something, but the problem is very unknown, very unsure. I think these are pretty good. They're showing how it is to develop a game and its moments. You know, I think that that's true. I feel that. Thank you. Thank you, Tincho. That's what I could tell myself, but you saying it helps me believe it. I keep going over the same ones because I forget which one I'm on. Thigh right. Copy that. Come over here. Thigh right. Paste that. That looks better. Skeleton. Foot right. Copy that. Did I just paste it? I think I just pasted it. Copy that. Come to this one. Foot right. Paste it. Okay, the head is in the wrong spot somehow. So I gotta fix that. head, the neck are all at 0. The root's at 0. So we shouldn't need to copy that. Root 0, neck not zeroed, head zeroed. Okay, so now if I try to make this a reset, goddess help us, will it actually... Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah. So since I didn't have the animation player selected, and there wasn't blank things on here, as soon as I selected it, it it just reset all of those. Set the pose of the gizmos, it'll be faster. Why? How will that be faster? How will that be faster? I would love for that to be faster. I have no idea how that would be faster. Because that's just the thing. It's not zeroed out. Really should make it to export correctly. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Do you? I can pull it up in Blender, but I don't know how to do it. So tweaking Godot. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it. Don't know how to do it. So this is the exported version right here in the background, right? This is the exported version. But no version of that exists for me to put in here as the reset pose. But it just trounced all over everything I just copied and pasted. It just crushed it all. And that's it. It can just one click in the wrong place will crush it all. So like I kind of need to come in here and do each one. You can click the new one. So what I need to be doing is I need to be keyframing each one every time I paste it. You can click the new one and go to its animation player. The new one doesn't have an animation player. And click manage animations. The new one doesn't have an animation player. The new one is just the blend file. So that's this right here. Doesn't have an animation player. This is just what comes directly from Blender behind me here. So all I'm getting from this are the old positions. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Now that is the kind of idea that's gonna save me some time. Ooh. Okay. I can do that. I can do that. Oh, hell yeah, I can do that. All right. Let's go. Okay, so give it an animation, not tree. That's that. Oh my god, because this, goddess knows, this won't be the last time I have to do this. Okay. Sweet. Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh my gosh. My freaking gosh. Skeleton, armature. Oh, I think I might have to... Let's try open anyway. So this isn't gonna be... You can add this. The only problem... Changes may be lost. Yeah. I guess I just have to say a new animation. Just create a new one. Okay, I see. Then it'll let me add a reset. Okay, gotcha. There's the reset. Okay, understood. And then we'll come to the skeleton, add all these tracks. Oh my gosh. And then what do I save to the disk? You said, click the new one, go to animation player, click manage animations. Oh my gosh. Save it as... I love it. I love it. animations. It's not very clear what it is. I could have named it better. That's okay. I actually do kind of want to name it better. Whatever. Animations. I'm actually going to delete that. Let me do that over. Let me do that over. Manage animations. Save it as player reset. Okay. Close this. Don't save it. Get rid of this crap. Open up this animation player. Manage animations. How do I edit it? Load it to the other one. Maybe I can just like click and drag it or something. How do I load it to one? Edit. Bake animation. What is bake animation? Manage animations. Load library. Oh, so the library. Okay. Invalid. What? What? Why? Why is it invalid? How dare you? How dare you? Well, that didn't work. I wonder why. What is it about it? Or the folder icon? Oh, there we go. That was it. Good call. Yes, folder icon. There it is. Player reset. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. And then there all those are. Whoops. Okay. I wish it looked better. But whatever. I'm not exactly sure why it's not assuming that pose. It might, the paths might be different. I wonder if the paths are different. Yeah, because this has skeleton 3D. This one has armature / skeleton. So I would need to be able to edit this path somehow. Oh, I think I need to do it on each of these. So each of these have this path. So we just have to update that. I have to come in here and do that for each one. So it does have its own version of tedium, but this is much less tedious. You could edit the top one only. I'm clicking it. I'm clicking the crap out of it. How do I do that? But these I can edit more easily. Never mind. It's still much less tedious than copying and pasting everything. Now, is that enough for it to work? Yes. So those are working. Okay. I'll take it. Honestly, I'll take it. It's so much easier than copying and pasting and remembering everything. It's good enough. I'm perfectly satisfied. Now, the other thing I could also try, now I didn't try this. I could also try copying all of these and pasting them onto the reset. Oh, that didn't work. Also, What is apply reset? Okay, so this one is a reset. I see. No, I think I still have to do each one. I don't think I can copy and paste them, unfortunately. All right. Not the easiest, not the hardest. And all of this just so it looks kind of normal. But Tinsho, you know, we could boot up Blender and try to figure that out. Now, I know you have some experience in Blender. I don't know how much rigging experience you have, but if you don't have much rigging experience, I kind of don't want to go into it because I certainly couldn't figure it out by myself. And, you know, we could, but I just feel like it's not going to be easy. So let me get rid of this animation. This is the old reset. Here's the new reset. And then we say apply reset. Why can't I apply the reset? Add reset values. Will that do it? I don't really understand. Oh, I guess we can just come here and then I can grab the skeleton and then we can just add all these keys. There we go. Done. Beautiful. You don't have much rigging experience. Maybe another day. I wish I could work on it today because it's something I definitely want to deal with. Okay, reset. Oh my gosh. Even if I rename it, I don't know if it'll have the reset. It needs like that special like icon, you know? So like I don't know if maybe it would have gotten that special icon if it was like named reset. Yeah, it's just I just know if I start trying to do the Blender rigging thing, it's just gonna be it's just gonna make me mad, and we're never gonna get there, in my opinion. You know, especially because I can't pull up like YouTube videos and stuff. I could try. It'll have the icon. It will just look for whatever is named reset. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Noted. All right, so at least it's back to looking normal. Thank you. Thank goodness. I'm committing that. Reset animation repaired. I don't think we need to put a description for that. I mean, I guess we could. Duplicated or... No, I don't care. Commit it. No, I don't think that needs one. All right. So, again, just to recap, what we wanted to achieve was wedging in an animation that plays when we do this attack here. That was sort of the desire. And my 2 cents was going to help that happen, help me set that up by doing an animation tree. The problem is the animation tree exposes some kind of issue that I don't understand why it happens with my project, which is the cross-fading results in this clunky, glitchy, sort of bone-breaking thing, this like exorcism-looking thing that happens, instead of fading between them. It doesn't actually blend between them when we do this. And this is true when we play it in the game or we do it here in the editor. Whereas the way I have it set up now, with just an animation player run through code, it blends much more smoothly. Another thing to note is that when I upgrade to Godot 4.2, I'm in 4.1 for this project. Whenever I upgrade to 4.2, this current way of blending, this is using a crossfade with the same length. The only difference is we're setting it up through code. But even set up through code, when I do this in 4.2, it does that glitchy exorcism looking thing. It's only in, for some reason, 4.1 that the crossfade, when set up through code, actually blends it properly between the two. So I don't know if this has something to do with my model and the way it's set up or something, or what. So, you know, something that it would be nice to isolate is to try to reproduce it. It would be nice to try to reproduce this issue. And so what I'm thinking, you know, there's a couple different ways I could do it. I could make a fresh blank project and just try to set up a model, an animation, and see if it happens. The issue is just with the arms, so it might be worth to reanimate only the arms. This is an interesting point. That is a very interesting point. So there's the other thing, right? There's the other thing is maybe, well, I won't go into that, but maybe the way I've set it up in Blender, the arms, because the arms are just like, the arms weren't in T-pose originally, and I forced them in the T-pose, and I tried to like set them up to be in T-pose, and they export in T-pose. But maybe somehow that process of doing that in Blender, I set something that causes it to do this, or make a new project like you said. No, that's actually a really good idea. Yeah, it does only happen with the arms. I didn't even think of that. That didn't even occur to me. It used to occur to me, but I forgot since then. That is an excellent point. Okay, you know what? That's exciting. I would like to try that. Okay, here's what I think. I'm going to, I kind of like to like turn these off. I guess I need like a new animation tree. I'm going to duplicate this animation tree. Okay. We're going to make an extra one. And this one is going to have new animations. All right. Here's what I'm thinking. That is such a great observation. Thank you. Oh my gosh. That actually excites me because I don't feel like we're just going around in circles. I feel like there's something to try here. Okay. So I'm going to create a new animation. I'm going to say, you know, there's a couple different ways I could try this. I could, maybe not a new one. What if I duplicate? This is very interesting. This is actually a duplication of the walk. This already is a duplication of the walk, and I've actually already reanimated the arms in this one. Yeah, it was helpful. Yes, go to bed. Oh, you don't have to feel bad. Oh, that's so nice of you. I'm sorry that I got so frustrated. Oh man. You've done so much, and even if you left earlier, you would have still contributed so much, and I still would have been so thankful. But I'm glad that like you're gonna feel good, get some good sleep. You've done awesome for me today, truly. Like we got started with this animation tree. We've got the helicopters behaving a lot better. Thank you for everything. Yeah, I'm gonna spend this trying to figure out if we can get this animation to behave right, and maybe I'll push the animation tree to work better. We'll see. Thank you. Good night to you, my 2 cents. See you later. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. My 2 cents, everybody. My 2 cents. All right. So, I had already kind of redone these arms. I kind of even just want to redo them more. This was supposed to be like the position of the arms if we're grabbing, right? So they're just like right in front, and that's it. I mean, I'd almost be curious to see this. So what if I duplicate this? Okay, here's my idea. I'm actually going to duplicate the run now. Let's duplicate the run, and we're going to call it run 1 grab. So we have walk 1 grab, and we have run 1 grab. So in walk 1, I've replaced the arm left, the elbow left, and the hand left, and the hand right, the arm right, and the elbow right. So let's do that over here as well. So I'm going to get rid of all of these keyframes on here. And then I just love having something to do. I love having something to do. I hate being like, what am I even going to do with this situation that doesn't make sense? So I'm like very excited to like do this. Okay. So now here's this run one grab. The arms are just in that position, not doing anything. Oof. Oh, because the hands aren't animated. So let's give the hands a position, actually. Let me come back to the reset. Go to the walk one grab. Originally, I didn't want the hands to have a position because the way that the stretching was working made it so I might not want to animate that, but now we can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the skeleton 3D. We want to do hand right. I'm just going to presumably, we got to make sure we click it the right way. Okay, once we see all these tools up here, we know we can do it. Hand right. Make a keyframe for the rotation. Come to the end. Give it the same keyframe. Give it the same keyframe. Do the same thing with the left. It's the same one on either side. So I'm just going to hit the keyframe. And we're going to do one here as well. Okay. So now if I go to a different animation and come back, it'll go back to the places it's supposed to. Okay, so now I'm going to come to the run one, and we can actually do the same thing. So on the arm left, all I got to do is press this, press that. These are actually not different, right? These are all going to be the same. So we certainly shouldn't see that glitchiness because the arms aren't moving. The arms are going to stay in exactly the same place. But now we have a very nice, simple animation that we can try changing things up with. Looks a little off. Oh, because the run has a smaller snap. Which, by the way, you know, maybe that's something to look into. But what we can do is we can make small changes to this animation and see if it goes smoothly. And if it doesn't, I don't know. I don't know. Be interested. Find that interesting. And see if we can't, you know, then I might want to try a separate animation or a separate model of some kind. Maybe I go into Blender and I just redo the arms. I don't know. We're just like change the way the arms are made fundamentally. Remake the entire character. I don't know. All right. So these animations have the same arm stuffs. But the walk and run cycle, okay, these two. This one and this one. Arm stuff doesn't change, so we should certainly not see any glitching. It would be quite bizarre. So I'm going to switch this walk with walk grab and this run with run grab. And we should be able to test this just right away. Activate it. Switch between them. No glitchies. Everything looks fantastic. All right, now I want to try making some small changes. Let's just have the arms. This doesn't really make sense with the grab thing, but it'll just help us see if it does the jilted or if it's more smooth. If it is smooth, that means there's just something in the way that I animated the arms that's causing the problem. If it is still jilted, it's something else. And so that will give us something to help puzzle this, which is nice. I love being able to puzzle. So, coming back to the animation player, let's it doesn't really matter which one. Let's just make run something different. Honestly, I kind of want to duplicate this because I kind of want to keep this. I'm going to say this is run, grab, debug because I kind of want to keep that. That honestly might be the positions that I want them to be in for the grab. I might as well save me some trouble and keep that. So that means over here on the tree, I'm just going to switch this to run, grab, debug. Okay. Hey, buddy. Yep, you're a cat. You're a cat. You want attention, but you can't get it from me. You can't get it from me. Other mommy's not home. Other mommy's not home. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. You know if I let you up here, you're just gonna start trying to nibble at my fingers. Do you want a toy? What do I got? Look at this. Look at this mouse. Look at that mouse. Oh my gosh. What the what? What's that mouse doing? That mouse flying? What the heck's that mouse up to? Who wouldn't want to play with that? Who wouldn't want to play with that? Wow. Whoop, there it goes. You better go get it. You better... He's like, I don't want that. Please, please. Away. Away with you. Okay. So, I'm gonna move this arm. We could even just have it go up, maybe just in the middle or something. And even if it doesn't have the jiltedness, we still gotta figure out like why it doesn't have the jiltedness, which will be interesting. All right, so let's move these up. We could rotate it. Okay, I was thinking... Yeah, maybe a movement, whatever, like this. It doesn't matter. Sure, that movement. That's what that arm's gonna do. And then for the other arm, we'll do the same kind of thing. It's just gonna move up. All right, keyframe that. There's the animation. It's doing this instead of just going out. Simple, nothing complex. Let's see what it's like on the animation tree. So there it is, waving. And the thing I'm going to be looking for is to see if it's jilted or, you know, glitching when we swap between them. This will be very interesting. Here we go. It's smooth! What? I'm actually completely shocked. It's not glitched. So it would seem there's something fundamentally about the way that I animated it that was causing it to do that. This is good news. That's very fixable. I mean, I still gotta ask, what is it? What is it about the way I animated it that makes it do that? Why? Wait, these are linked? Oh shoot. Duplicating it didn't even matter. It's kind of weird. It still switched these. So these are like linked somehow, apparently, also. Animation tree 1 and 2. They have the same nodes on them. So that's interesting. Didn't know that. But now when I blend between these, we get that glitchiness. Why? I so wonder why. Now, let me try something else. Okay, so here's the other thing. So I'm actually animating the right arm and the left arm, but those aren't what's animating in the run and the walk. It's the elbow that's kind of the main animation point, and the hand. So I think I need to, let me try that. Let me see if that reproduces it. This is fascinating. I have been haunted by this problem for a while. And I've never felt closer to resolving it. All right, so I'm actually going to get rid of the keyframes that we added in the run debug. I'm going to get rid of it. And instead of animating the arm, I'm going to animate the elbow. And I'm going to do a similar thing. So I'm going to grab the elbow left. And attempt to move it. Why doesn't it? Oh, because we're playing the animation tree. We got to come to the animation player by itself. Head to skeleton. Grab the elbow. And I'm going to adjust it. Let's bring it out here. add a keyframe, get the other elbow right here, move it some other way. I'm just moving it on one temporary Euler vector, and then keyframe it. So now it's going to be doing this, and this is animating a different bone. All right, come back to the animation tree. Here's the walk. Let's see if it glitches when we go to run. No glitch. It blends beautifully. Interesting. All right, let's complexify it a little bit. How did this happen? I wonder if there's like some kind of, if the keyframes are corrupted, which sounds really weird, but and maybe that's not it. But, you know, I was just kind of guessing how to do animation. Like maybe somehow the keyframes got corrupted and they just don't behave right. I know that sounds weird, but maybe. She's complexifying. You know it. We got to. It's the only way to be sure. So, you know Entropy just joined in the stream. Doesn't know what we're talking about. Heard me say that let's complexify it. And message that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So the way we're complexifying it is I'm going from the just animating one part. Zero idea. So, okay. Not that you care, but I like to take... Maybe you do. I'm so shady. Basically, there's this problem in the run and walk animations that I animated like a month ago. There's been this problem that happens sometimes, but not always, but sometimes, depending on how I crossfade between the animations. There's this issue that happens where they don't blend smoothly and they kind of jerkily go between them. So here I'm blending between run and walk. Always care a little. That's fair. Here you can see them. This is over 1 second. It's trying to blend between them. And it does this weird, like janky, jilty, glitchy thing. This is a mistake. This doesn't happen if I run the walk cycle, if I run the run and walk cycle through code. Right now we're trying to set it up with an animation tree. If I do that, it has the glitch. But if I just run it through code only, it's smooth as it's supposed to be. So when I press the W key, it goes from run to walk, or let go of it, it goes back to walk. No, kitty cat. I'm not interested. I love you, but I'm not interested. Here. Hello. I am a cat. I have decided that I would like to annoy my owners. Now, the reason for this is because I want attention. Heck, I deserve attention. The problem is, other mommy is out, and I want this mommy. But this mommy is so distracted by typing and game devery. This isn't good. So I'm gonna get in the way. And that's just how it goes. However, I'm about to get indeed denied. Denied. And so I bid you adieu, but I promise I'll be back because that's what I do. Goodbye. Whoop. He is a very sweet cat. He will let me do that and not bite me at all. Because he just wants attention. That's what he wants. He wants attention. And we give it to him in spades. Except when we're working. And those are the times he wants to interfere the most. So the blend works fine here when I run it through code. Interestingly, when I upgraded to Godot 4.2, this is 4.1, running it through code would cause those glitches. So that's why I'm even on 4.1, is because I don't want those glitches to happen. And now, for what I've been setting up today and the past couple weeks, is this little attack, where we can attack these helicopters and the arm stretches out to them. And so what I want to do is I want to wedge an animation in there as part of the walk and run cycle without affecting the walk and run cycle. The way that we do that is by setting up an animation tree. But when I set up the animation tree, it brings up that glitchiness. So I'm kind of just needing to resolve it. My 2 cents made a great observation, as they do, that the glitchiness only happens on the arms, which it's like, oh my gosh, you're right. It only happens on the arms, which means there's something about them that's different. It's not just like the model overall. It's not necessarily how we imported it. There's something with the way the arms are animated. So I ran some tests by just only animating the arms, keeping the walking, the rest of it all the same, but the arms are animated differently. And so I've done a simple test of this. We've got this walk where we're just moving forward here. And then we've got run, grab, debug. Now if I switch between these, the arm is going out and coming back. It gradually does it. No issues, no glitchiness. And so that leads me to think, well, maybe somehow the ARM keyframes got corrupted or were somehow done the wrong way. I don't know. Now, previously, before I said the complexifying thing, the only thing I changed was the topmost bone, or the bone closest to the root. So now I'm trying the next bone down, and that's what this is, and that worked pretty well. It blends, there's no issue. And so when I say I'm complexifying it, I now want to try animating the next bone down. There's 3 bones on the arm, up here, there, down there. And so I'm going to try animating a second one and see what happens there. And speaking of which, I think we could even try other things. You're petting your cat as we speak because I love them. Ahem. I love my cats. It's just like, I can't pet and type. You do remote work. You can't be petting your cat all the time and using a keyboard. I love my cats too. Thank you very much. Excuse me. But he is a persistent one, all right? He's a persistent one. He don't know how to act. They aren't allowed. Oh, dude, I don't have a door. I don't have a door in my studio. I want to build a door. But I don't know how to build a door. And I don't have enough money to pay someone to do it. Because my studio is just the basement of our house. And the basement doesn't have a door leading to it. It's just the upstairs has stairs that goes down to the basement. I wish I could close a door. Someday, maybe. So that's a key problem. So you do understand. All right. Something I'm curious about. What if I switch to a run animation that arguably has corrupted keyframes? And we're coming from this other animation. What will that do? Will that have the glitchies? It does. So there, it's doing the glitchies as it tries to blend out. What if I do the debug here and we do the regular walk here? No glitchies. Oh. So it would seem there's something specifically in the run animation, not even the walk animation, the arms of the run that has the glitch. Okay, hold up. So I don't think I even need to run this complexifying test. I think I just need to redo or examine the keyframes on the run animation. What's going on in there? What's your problem? run arms. And which one? So what if I, okay, now I have other questions. What if I toggle these off? Just out of curiosity. So I'm going to toggle off. Well, it's not going to blend at all, is what's going to happen. Let me try, okay, I have yet another thing to try. I'm going to duplicate the run as it is. We're going to call this run 1 2. All right, it's the second version of run 1. Now, if I have it blend into that in the animation tree, that's going to have the buggies, right? Yes, it does. It does have the buggies. All right, so we have preserved the issue between these two animations. Now, if I come back to the run 1 2, I'm just going to try things. I'm going to get rid of these keyframes in the middle of arm 1, arm left, and arm right. I don't even think these are really animated, so I don't think this is going to look different. I don't think we're going to see much difference whatsoever. But I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to come and test it every time. And we're going to keep doing this until it stops glitching. That's the plan. Come back to the animation player. Let's do it for elbow left. I'm going to get rid of all of them in between the elbow left. Not the first one and the last one. I'm leaving those. And then the final thing to try will be getting rid of the ones on the ends. And I'll just give them new ones. So elbow right. I'm going to get rid of elbow right here. Play it. This is going to look considerably different. So now only the hands are animating. And all they do is a little bit of this. So the elbow is what was really bending it. Okay. So let's see what this is like. So now we come back here, activate it, blend it into the walk. It's smooth. So it was something in the elbows, specifically the elbows, not the hands. Probably. Unless the hands are somehow glitching too, and we just can't really tell because it's so subtle or something. This is interesting. Okay, so let me just to confirm that. Doesn't really confirm that. But out of curiosity, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to put those back. Can I do that? Is there a Control Z? There is. Okay. So put that back. And then I'm going to delete the hand animations in between. Just out of curiosity. Just want to see. So it's not going to look that much different. The hands are barely animating anyway, so it really doesn't even look different. But let's try it. See if I'm sure it will be there. See if the glitches are there. They are. Okay, cool. Now, I'm going to do a 1 by 1. Honestly, it feels like we don't need to animate the hands. It feels like overkill that the hands are being animated, but whatever. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove one elbow frame at a time on both the left elbow and the right elbow. Actually, let's just try doing one elbow. I think that'll be more interesting. I'm just going to remove the entire middle keyframes for one side. So one elbow won't be animated. The other one will. I'm actually kind of curious to see what that looks like. Because maybe it's one side and not the other. I mean, that doesn't really make sense because they both do it. But I don't care. I'm trying it. I'm trying it. Now, yeah, the left one doesn't have glitchies. The right one does. Okay. All right. That didn't resolve it, and I didn't really expect it to. It was maybe not a test worth doing. But here's what I'm thinking. What does happen is the left elbow doesn't have glitches. So I'm going to remove one keyframe from the left elbow. Just one. Literally only one. There's a bunch of them, so this will take a while. Actually, let's do half of them. Let's not just do one. Why wait that long? In fact, I'm going to do it on both the left and the right one. So I'm going to take away half of the keyframes on both elbows. And let me see if it starts glitching. We can like eliminate this in a different way. So this is maybe less time consuming. Go to walk. Oh, it flails in the wrong way. So that one, if it was in one half or the other, getting rid of that one wasn't enough. Come back to the animation player. I'm going to put those back, those keyframes. I'm going to try it again, except for the other half this time on the elbows. Try it. Probably won't fix it. It's different. It's kind of weird. All right, so they're still there. So I think we just redo these elbows entirely. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't think doing these one by one is going to be much value, truth be told. I think what's going to make more sense is if I just redo these animations. Now the thing is, I don't want to put too much effort into that, so I just kind of want to remember the positions that I want them at. I guess I can compare to the other run, and then we can just copy it. Actually, this will be easy. All right, you know what? Let's remove every single one of these. We're just going to redo the elbow entirely. Brand new elbow animation. If I come to run one, we see that they are in these positions. I could actually just keyframe. I could click on that and then just keyframe it, and it would be in the same spots, essentially. That would be kind of interesting. That would give credence to the corruption thing, which it makes me think that maybe I twisted them up in some weird way, quaternion-wise, that it like, can't handle. You know, and that's where part of the glitchiness is coming from. Well, in any case, let's stamp down the right arm, or the right elbow and the left elbow rotation spots here. And I'm sure we'll be fine because we didn't have any issue before in these spots. Come back to run one, go to the end of it, make sure the snap is enough. Come here, come to run 1, 2. Make sure that snap is correct. Go back to run 1. Oh, I need to remove... Oh, they're not there. I guess everything else is moving? Okay, that's fine. I'm a little unsure why it's moving so much. Because everything... I guess... the arms might be in a different spot? It's fine. We want it to be the same thing pretty much anyway. I mean, it doesn't really have to be. I don't really understand why those are different. I feel like that should look the same. I guess because it's applying the position that this is at. What if I set it to not loop? Will that make it different? No. Okay. Alright. I guess we just have to animate it. Alright, I'm gonna actually start from the other end. Run 1. Okay, I can't actually... Alright, so we want it to be like this. I thought maybe I could cheat a little, but I don't think I can. Really, I should just look at the major points of change. So we come back where the arms flip. Let's do that. That's going to be a lot easier. So I'm going to take the left elbow. We want to kick it back. I don't know how we want to do it. I guess I want to do the Euler. Be careful. Be careful. Let's try like here, maybe. I don't know if this is really the right spot. But that's okay. Try the other one. Elbow right. Move it forward. We also have to move it over a little bit. So maybe like there. Add that keyframe in. Okay, so it looks pretty weird. But now that I've just done that much, Let's see how that looks glitchy-wise. So we're just gradually trying out these new animations. It's smooth. It's smooth. It's ugly, but it's smooth. All right, good, good, good. I'm gonna come back to my animation player here, and let's keep going. Run 1 has the arms left and front, right and back. It swaps left and back, right and front. Let me compare it to our new run. Left and front, right and back. It swaps, it rotates the wrong direction. So that may be, we need to do it along the way so that goes in the right direction. So let's actually do that. It's only doing it on the right bone. Actually, this might not work right. We'll see. I might struggle with this. So we needed to start going back the other way. Let's keyframe that. See if that goes the right way. Yikes. I don't know. Let's push it a little further. Keyframe that. There it goes. Now it's going the right way. And then let's see what that looks like. This is really... And honestly, in the future, I think I'll animate this way. I'll check the transitions as I'm animating things. You know? Might as well. Oh, shoot! Okay, well, that's okay. Wait, maybe it's just... Okay, no shoot. I'm not sure what's happening. It's actually kind of hard to tell, since I'm not sure if that's just the fact that we haven't finished the animation or what. Yeah, because it flips around in that weird way here, too. So let's not test it yet. Just kidding. Okay. So that looks fine. I mean, it looks fine enough. On the original run, this goes back, and they actually stretch out to a further maximum, which I will want to do. But let's just do the broad strokes, and let's bring it back to the middle. Or we want it to go so they're actually flipped by here. So by this point, we want the right arm all the way in the back and the left arm in the front again. Left arm in the back, right arm in the front. So let's flip them. We're probably going to have to fix some things to do it, but that's okay. Grab the skeleton. Get the left. Do the Euler. Wait. I'm confused. It's already there? It like kind of already goes there. Oh, but it does it like in a way we don't really want it to. I see. It's trying to loop back to the beginning. So we just have to guide it. We actually need to guide it along the way better, truth be told. So maybe instead of doing that, I'd want to find this kind of midpoint area where it pulls it back. It's a little tough because we didn't have to animate that before. Let's say right here, maybe? I don't know. So it's kind of like the right arm is like starting to come down. It's not all the way down, but it's starting to. Okay, right one. Bring it down about halfway, something like that. Oh, that looks terrible. It's a little tricky. I'm not really sure how to do that with the Oilers, because it's just like twisting it around. Maybe that's like more the hand that I'd want to do there. It's a little confusing. Let's just keyframe it. See if that loops it around correctly. It doesn't. It absolutely does not. So we need to keep going and keep guiding it further down. So let's do that. Let's bring it further down. Keyframe it. There it goes. Not the most beautiful, but it's technically the full cycle. I don't like the way it looks, but at least we're not flipping around backwards and stuff, which could arguably cause part of our issues. So let's see what that looks like with the blend. So maybe it'll be easier to see if it's glitching. Go into walk. It glitched. That brought the glitch back. But only in the right arm, not the left arm. So, what? I almost feel like I see some degree of glitching in the left arm too. Like occasionally. It's kind of hard to tell though. I'm not really sure. So what I did there was I was trying to resist the arm, like looping around 360 or whatever, like going the wrong direction. It was taking the long path, not the short path, to get to the next keyframe. And so what I tried to do was guide it along the short path. But that seems to have brought back the glitch. It's almost like it's trying to take the long path, and then the keyframe is like, no, take the short path. And it's like, but I'm trying to take the long path, but I want to take the short path. It's like, it's kind of like going between those, which maybe gives us some insight into what's happening there. Interesting. I'm not really sure what you do about that anyway. Nearest linear? What is that? Elbow right. Nearest. What if I set that to nearest? Oh. Ugh. 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 That looks horrifying. What if I get rid of that one new keyframe that was created? I mean, nearest, this is terrible. Get out of my face. So if I get rid of that one new keyframe and we come back to the animation tree, the transition doesn't seem glitchy. So literally that one thing that I added in introduced the glitch. That one keyframe is what brought it in. I'm not thrilled with this result. Truth be told, because I'm not really sure what to make of it. Like, I need the arm to follow a certain path. That's what I need. So why can't it do that? I mean, it almost makes me think, is there some way I can tell it to take the shortest path instead of the longest path? Because what it's trying to do here is loop back around to the beginning. It's going backwards instead of forwards, that right arm. We want it to go up, and we want it to come back down. But instead of going back down, once it gets past, so it starts to go down, but then it loops around backwards instead of going the other way. I mean, I don't even know how I would tell it to go the other way. I could copy this keyframe and paste it over here, but I don't think that's going to make any difference. It'll be doing essentially the same thing. I mean, what if I move this further down? It still takes that long path. How odd. I mean, I could try a different way of guiding it. Or put it in a different spot. I just don't know. Move it down here. Oh, we're not keyframing. Move it down here. Get the right elbow. It looks like it's already in the right spot. Keyframe that spot. So it'll take the right direction. It looks okay here. I mean, it's kind of ugly, but it gets the job done. If I come back to the animation tree, is it glitched? Kinda. Like, yes? I don't really understand what's happening. So here's what I'm thinking. I feel like there's not much I can do here other than keep trying different ways of animating it until it isn't glitching. Which feels like that could take forever or never happen. So I almost want to just create a new animation. Now that I kind of know, like I wonder if it has to do with this joint that could go all the way around. And so I kind of want to experiment with that, honestly, in a different project. I kind of want to experiment with that in a different project. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to spend my last hour here in a fresh project. Now that I kind of understand a little bit there, even though I'm still pretty confused, I think I'm going to hop into Blender and I'm going to try creating a new character with new bones. Gosh, I don't even know if I remember how to do that. Wish me luck. I don't know if I remember how to rig an armature, because I've only done that one time. Like, maybe twice, but barely. Whatever. So let's get a sphere. At some point, I could try switching my internets to the other internet, and then we could look up a tutorial. But for now, let's just do this. Creating a character. Not gonna put a lot of work into this character here. It's just gonna get the job done. Because I want this to be a very short part of this test, but I have a feeling it won't be. And so the quicker I can get through it, the better. Yeah, I just have a hunch. I just have a hunch that I'm gonna get hung up trying to rig this. But I'm certainly gonna try not to. Alright, weird body, not perfect, I don't care. Doesn't really matter to me. It's kind of generally a person, we're good. And then I'm going to give it some arms that we can circle around. Now, I could add joints into that arm, but we don't really need to. I mean, just do different bones. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Ain't that complicated, really. Put that here. Shrink it down. Stretch it out. There's an arm. Duplicate it. Now, there's another thing that's important to keep in mind, is in my project, the character has separate pieces, right? The arms, it's not one unified piece. That might be something worth trying, is seeing if that same problem comes up if we unify all the pieces when we do the armature. That could be part of the problem. So then it kind of raises the question, do I want to test it with them all together or not? I think I would want to try it with them separate, so that way it's as similar a test as possible. But there are already differences. For example, you know, the fact that I'm doing one whole... Actually, it's not that different. Actually, it's not that different. Never mind. I don't know. I don't really know what to think here. But my guess is that I'm going to want to keep the same, like, body part piece setup. That would be my guess. All right, more or less in the center. More or less on the ground. There's our very tall person. We got a head, we got a body, we got arms, we got legs. I think, at least for now, I'm going to have them be separate parts, which requires a bit of a different trick to get them to... This is arm left. A bit of a different trick to get the armatures to apply. I don't fully remember it, but maybe I will. Leg right. There's the different body parts. What do I do to make an armature? Shift A, create an armature, move this to the root. Select this bone. I do want to think about, like, the differences and make sure it's not too different. Oh gosh, I don't remember how we did this. I just don't. So I'm actually going to bring Godot back open. And I'm going to look at the character. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky. This is an undertaking. This is an undertaking. I'll tell you what. But I'm kind of glad to be doing this again. So on this alien, and let me get the T-pose here so we can observe it. On this character, the way the bones are laid out, the root is right here, and we've got neck and apparently a head bone that must be very tiny. Where is the head bone? Where's the head bone? I'm sorry, it's down here? I mean, I'm already confused. Where's the head bone? So I don't know. But apparently it exists. Somewhere. And then the arm comes off of there. Okay. Where is the head bone? I don't know. So we do want the root, like, somewhere down here. Extrude this. That's the neck. Or whatever. And then somewhere there's a head here, somehow. Very confused about that, but whatever. And then from the root bone, let's get some names on here. Root, neck, head, and then from the root, we want to extrude an arm, call that arm left, extrude, whoa, extrude from here. Just to keep it all consistent, I'm going to call this elbow left. Extrude from here. And we'll call that hand left. Now, I know there's a way to mirror it. I don't remember how to do that. Ugh. I gotta look up all these tutorials. Alright, I'm gonna try switching. I hate doing it, because sometimes you guys have to refresh it. I know late at night, anyone who's here is sometimes watching more passively. And that's cool. But it means the stream just might get shut down for you. So I don't know how I feel about it. So the other alternative is I look it up on my other computer. I don't like that alternative. Do I have the videos? Maybe I'll just look up on here. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me. Probably not. In Blender, how do I mirror bones to the other side of a body? A few different methods. Symmetrize tool. That seems like we could do it. This seems doable. This seems very doable. I think we could do this. So I'm going to do the hip bones now. We could do this. This is pelvis left. I think that's how I set this up over here. Nope. Leg left, leg right. And then we put 3 in there. It's a little different than the arm. There's more bones in the legs. I can't promise that it makes the most sense, but it's the way I did it. Leg left. Let's extrude another one here. This one is thigh left. Extrude another one. This one is knee left. Extrude one more. And we'll call that foot left. Select all these bones. I might need to do .L or .R. We'll see. I might have to do that. Select all the bones you want to mirror in edit mode. Place a 3D cursor at the center. Press W and choose Symmetrize. Okay. Yeah, W ain't it. Let's see, armature, Symmetrize. What did that do? I don't know what that did. I want to say nothing. Could be the way I name them. Enforce symmetry. Make copies of the selection or use existing. That didn't work. Do I want to select everything and do it? That didn't work. So maybe my names are off, and that's why. Obviously, I'm using ChatGPT, which is not great, but the reason is because my internet can handle it. Arm.l, elbow.l, hand.l. This is only the beginning of our troubles. It's only the beginning. You know what's a bad stream snack? Shredded wheat. Shredded wheat is a bad stream snack. Okay. I thought it was a good one. It turns out it's a bad one. Oh, it does duplicate it. It does duplicate it, but it doesn't really flip them. It doesn't actually mirror them. I don't know that I super care. Because it did duplicate it, which is kind of half of what I need. I'm not sure why that isn't enough. But I could also just rotate it on my own. And then scooch it. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. It's got all the right names. It's in the right spots. Who can complain? Pretty much. I mean, it's a little off. Maybe I should center it a little better here. Shredded wheat is a bad stream snack. I just found that out. It's because it has so many little shreds. And the shreds, they often end up... Ooh! They often end up not fully processed in my mouth. And then they get dislodged when I'm talking, and then I inhale a shred. And then it's in my upper esophageal tract. So that's something you found out just now. Okay. So I need to actually apply these armatures, right? Let me save what we got. I'm going to make this in a new place. Let's do documents. This is Godot Experiment Project 1. Godot 4.1 Experiment Project 1. That's the name of it. We're going to do a player folder. And in the player folder, we'll put this in here. Player model 1. Okay. Save that. Now I need to apply the armature to the parts of the body. Because I totally remember how to do this. I know that we need a modifier on each mesh. I don't remember the best way to apply those modifiers to each mesh. If I select all of them, I don't think it's going to matter. I think you can only select one at a time. So let's start with the head. Add a modifier. Let's add the modifier armature. And then specifically, I want to give it the bone head. That didn't work. Did it? Oh, we have to select the armature object. Okay. And then the vertex group. Oh, I think we have to create a vertex group. that represents the armature somehow. How do you do that? I do remember... Because here's where vertex groups exist. If I click on an armature, we lose that option to even do that. Oh gosh. How do I apply armature bones to separate meshes of a body? Good luck to you, ChatGPT. When you have an armature with multiple meshes, okay, it understands. You can apply them individually. In edit mode, select the bones that correspond to a specific mesh. Press P to separate. Press P to separate the selected bones into a new armature object. Select the bones that correspond to a specific mesh. Oh, it's all of them. So that's going to be all of them. In edit mode, select them all. Press P, separate bones. Okay, I'll do it. Wait. Oh, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. No. So I don't need some of them. I need all of them. So we don't need to worry about that. Pair the meshes to their respective armatures. In object mode, select a mesh, such as the arm mesh. Object mode, select a mesh. We chose the head. Shift select the corresponding armature. Press Ctrl P and choose with automatic weights or with empty groups. So really I'm just going to select everything. Just select it all. Ctrl P with automatic weights. Then it will assign the vertex group. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Oh. They all have an armature on it. Did that just do it? Did that just work? Let's try it. Armature. Pose mode. Kinda. Yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, it's not quite right. Because it's not like bending it at each joint. So we might want to adjust the weights so it bends it the way we want it to. But that ain't bad. That ain't bad. So I believe to adjust those, we would go to object mode. Not select the armature, but select the mesh. So for the left arm, we need to go to weight paint. Right? And so on the left arm, for the left elbow, or let's say the left hand. Oh, it did weight paint it. A bit confusingly, but it did do it. The elbow, it didn't even bother. Now the thing is I don't, oh, so this, we need to actually do loop cuts on this. Oh wait, it has, wait, it does have vertices here in the center, which I don't really understand how it does, actually. I think we have to loop cut it. So let's loop cut it right in the center. I think we want to do it a few times, right? I guess that isn't what I thought it was. Okay, so we'll do it like this. Split it. And those will be the divisions. Hand, elbow, shoulder. It's silly, but it works. Come over here. Probably should have done this ahead of time. In fact, let's see if Blender can handle undoing the automatic weights. Yes, maybe? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I undid the automatic weights. Let me come back in here, and let's add that loop cut first. I don't know if it'll weight paint it to those loop cuts, but it's worth a shot. Add this in here. Part of me feels like I don't really have to do this, to be honest. But I'm doing it anyway. Mostly out of curiosity. Which arguably I don't have time for. But that's okay. Loop cut this. Yeah, there's no way I get this done. Put that there. Apply it. We could even do it on the body too. Just a couple. Then I'm gonna go to object or edit mode, object mode, select everything. Control P, no, not object. Edit mode. In object mode, yeah, in object mode, select everything. There we go. With automatic weights. And just out of curiosity, is the weight painting different? Maybe. Left arm. Yeah, it is. Oh, it's super different. We actually have the elbow now. Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. So if I go to pose mode, select the armature. Select the armature. Go to pose mode. Much better. Now it's rotating it at those bends. Much more where I want it. Sweet. Good. Okay. So now that it's rigged, I feel like we kind of are done with this part. I think this part is done. I mean, I could test a few more of these, but I think it's fine. Oh, yeah. Look at him go. Beautiful. All right. I'm going to save it. That's our character. Now, I want to connect this to the Godot project. Let's boot it up. Not this one. Not this one. A fresh one. Quit the project list. New project. I would like this to be in my Godot 4.1 experiment project. That's the one. Okay. It was letting me know that it's going to use everything in that folder as project files, which is perfect. Okay, all right. Load it up. Let's make a 3D scene. I need to probably connect Blender, would be my guess. So let's get that set up. Maybe not. It might be set up. It might not be. It is. Sweet. So I should be able to just drop this in. Okay, the character is a little large. Made it a little gigantic. Whoops. Whoopsie. Might want to make a smaller character. Maybe not. Probably, though. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Probably not. But it's worth checking. Looks great. Let that reload it. Am I waiting for Godot? I am not. I am not. That's much more reasonable. Probably still a little large. So I actually want this to be a new inherited scene. We'll save it. Player model 1 scene. All right. Let's animate this little guy. Now, I'm going to need the animation tree set up, unfortunately. Like, if I'm really going to be able to test this, I'm going to need to set up the animation tree. So I only did that once with my 2 cents there. So we need to not only set up the animation tree, we also have to set up an animation player. So I guess let's do that first. Animation player. Let's create a new animation. We'll call it walk. I am not going to put a lot of effort. I don't know that I even need to do walk animation. We could just do something else. Because it's really the arms that matter more than anything, apparently. For some reason. That I don't understand. So, whatever. I'll just call it whatever. Just make a simple little thing. And we can keep it at 1, sure. That's fine. Pull up our skeleton, and we have all our bones. Looking much different in Godot than it does in Blender. As you can see, the bones reach pretty far. But here, they stop a little short. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I'm going to do something kind of stupid and simple. Probably. At least that's my intention. For the rotation, now interestingly, oh, because we got to come to the skeleton. I see. Okay. I was like, it's not giving me that weird quaternion thing. Okay, now it is. So if we go moving these Euler ones here, it's very unpleasant. If we move the quaternion ones, it's still pretty unpleasant. It's still pretty chaotic, truth be told. Is this the way it has to be? Does it have to be this chaotic? What if we try a different leg bone? That could be part of the problem. Ugh. There we go. So we're going to pull the leg back here. Keyframe it. Get the other one. Push it forward. Keyframe it. Not there. We want to scoot up a step. Keyframe it. I really want the reset. Let me do the reset real quick. Let me do the reset real quick. Let's just do it over. Is do it over time. Make a reset. And I'm gonna actually just smash down all the ones that we currently have. Now let's do the walk. Right die. Bring it back. Keyframe it. Why are you saying create risk? Don't do that. Stop this. Stop doing this. Stop asking me that question. Come to this one. Push it forward. Keyframe it. And then for the arms, you know, the legs, it's kind of like the arms are kind of the problem, right? So it's kind of like, why do the legs? I don't know. I don't know why I do the legs. I mean, of course, I don't want this. Ugh. I don't want this to. So the arm, we'd want to start the opposite, so it's going to be in front here. So like up here, up a little bit, like that. Keyframe that. I don't remember what I was saying. I have no idea. I'm not doing the elbow yet, even though that was where there was issue. Left arm, we want it to be back to start with. Keep messing it up. Arm left. Did I mix up left and right? I did. I mixed up left and right. Or I'm looking at the character from the front instead of the back. What the flip? What? I've messed up some things. I don't know what the front. So I didn't make the front and back different on here. So I don't actually know what. I don't actually know what is anything. So, wow. Over in Blender. Oh yeah, I put it all the wrong way. Oops. Oopsie. Oi, oi, oi. I'm sure this won't cause any problems. It might. It might. And then let's make it distinct on the quote-unquote front. And, let's just add a, a Taurus. I don't know, just something, you know, something onto here. That only goes in the front. And that's how we know it's the front. Maybe it could go on the head. That's what our character is like. That's what our character is like. You know, like this. It's good old donut head. The almighty donut head. Right there. I would like to combine that with the head. Would be ideal. So I'm going to grab the Taurus. grab the head, join those objects. There we go. Let's save it. Oops. I actually forgot to apply transformations just to be safe. Hop into Godot. See how Godot handles it. Will we wait long? We will not. Okay, so looking at it from the front, it's still flipped the wrong way somehow. I believe in Blender, we are facing the correct front. So I think we just need to flip it around in here, which is like, why wouldn't it have been in the front? I don't know. This kind of happened with the other project too. So we're just going to lean into it and be fine with it. What is the animation player like? It's flipped the wrong way. Yeah, so... Uh-oh, we've got unnormalized quaternions again. You leave me and my family alone. Interesting. And that makes me think if, like, updating it is part of what has an effect on stuff like that. So we're just going to start it all over. We're just going to do a do-over on this. That's what's going to happen there. That's what's going to happen there. Of course, now it's in this annoying spot. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, goodness. Okay, so we're gonna redo this. We gotta do a do-over, man. I'm just gonna delete this scene. Yep, I'm deleting it. We're gonna create a new inherited scene for the player. Save it. Try it again. Try it again. We want to look at it from behind. Add an animation player. Man, there's just no way I get this test going before the end of the stream. It's just not possible. It's too much. It's too much. It's a noble test, to be sure. Create a new animation. I'm gonna call it reset. Oh, it does apply it, just like my 2 cents said. Let's add all of these keys in there. Create a new animation, and we'll call this walk. Come to the left thigh. Do the Oilers. Kick it back. Keyframe it. Okay. We're going to do the right thigh. Kick it forward. And keyframe it. Just trying to get it looking nice. All right, so then the left arm, I want it forward and up. That's not what up is. There we go. Keyframe that. Come to the right arm. I want it back and down. Keyframe that. That's our starting spot. Move forward. I'm going to move forward a bunch. And let's flip it all. So I'm going to flip the arm. This arm to now be in the front. And be up. I'm only a little confused by what I'm looking at. Okay, I guess this is fine. Fine. And then I'm going to take the other arm, bring that back. Kind of already goes down on its own. Did I ever create a keyframe for the other arm? I didn't. I better go do that. Okay, there's that. So there they swap. That doesn't look great. That's okay. And then for the other leg, or for the legs, we want to bring this one forward now. Keyframe that. Get the right thigh. Jeez. I don't know if it just looked weird. Keyframe that. What was that like? Strange. It's strange, is what it is. What if we just loop that? What's that like? It's walking! There's the walk cycle. I mean, one thing I already noticed is that it's not taking the wrong paths. Like, right off the bat, it's not taking the wrong paths. Which kind of irritates me. Like, what am I even doing in the other one that makes that be a problem? Goes out there, comes back. I mean, it looks fine. It looks fine. Now, the difference is, you know, we're not doing each. We could do more granularity here. We could say that the elbow also moves. So it starts out a little bent. That doesn't look different. I mean, it looks like it's animating the same thing to me. So I guess we can try the hand. There, at least it looks like it's animating something different. It's animating it very badly. So there's definitely some problems. We definitely rigged this incorrectly. I will tell you that right now. This was rigged wrong. Because it's not, like, bending in the right ways. See, and I know there's some way to fix this. I don't remember what it is. I had a lot of help from people in chat when I was setting that up on my other character. It's pretty quiet right now, so I don't expect anyone to help me. I never expect anyone to help me, but I especially don't see it happening anytime. But that kind of ruins the test because we need to be able to do the granular parts. Otherwise, this test isn't going to be as much of a test, unfortunately. So, I mean, I could do it here. I could do this elbow. This elbow doesn't look as jacked up. Oh, but we're not on the editing. Here we go. Elbow, keyframe it. And then we want to keyframe it again over here. It does look pretty jacked up, though. It's generally not good. It's wrong. We got to actually do quite a bit to get it to work here. So this is going to be quite bizarre. I swear, it's not even animating it. I mean, it certainly doesn't look like all those weird poses I just did. Why not? Why not? Why would that not... Why would that not keyframe? Is it because it did quaternion instead of Euler? Okay, I'm very confused. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't look like that body part is animating at all. Maybe I keyframed the wrong thing. Maybe I had the wrong one. I don't think I did. I think that would be pretty difficult to do. Well, shoot. That very much complicates this test. Maybe I just was doing, because it says elbow left, so I think maybe I was looking at the wrong arm. That has to be it. I think I was keyframing 0 on the wrong arm, so that's good. We still have some problems because this is set up wrong and it doesn't bend it correctly, but okay, at least we know what's happening here. I mean, I'm still a little confused. Wait, what? Elbow right, elbow right, elbow left. What? I don't think I was doing the wrong arm. I actually don't think I was doing the wrong arm. No, I'm confused. I'm definitely confused. Elbow left. We see it changing. I hit a keyframe gets added. Oh, well now it's going. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tired. Bend it a different way. Keyframe it. But then it doesn't do it. Why not? Why would it not do that? Why would it eliminate the animation that I did? It just doesn't keep it. It doesn't keep it at all. Elbow right. Elbow right. Change in the values. Keyframe it. It doesn't save it. Wait, does it? It, like, they look like they're different. Change them here to something different. Keyframe it. It just reset it. It just resets it. Contains unnormalized quaternion key. Ugh. What does that mean? What does that mean? So it's very frustrating. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to figure this out. Unnormalized quaternion key. What do you mean? I've looked this up, but I don't remember being very satisfied with those results. This is tough, y'all. This is confusing. Now, the problem is, too, I'm not on good internet. unnormalized quaternion Godot animation. So I can't click on anything. What? This is tricky. I feel like I did ask ChatGPT about this. How to resolve the Godot error. When the animation tree with blended animations that contains unnormalized rotation tracks. Okay, if you say so. It was fixed. Manually set quaternion values. Insert a keyframe. Manually update the keyframe in the inspector by specifying a random value for the rotation. Play the animation or go through it in the animation play. The console may display the error messages related to unnormalized quaternions. This is useless. This was useless. Thanks anyway. Yeah, I kind of need to pull it up. I don't know, man. I'm a little burned out on this. It's just... Ugh, what do these things mean? What do they mean? Well, I mean, I need to animate the joints. That's the only way I'm gonna really be able to test this, is if I can animate the joints. Otherwise, we're not getting a one-to-one test to the other project. But, I mean, I could still try to set it up. But it feels insurmountable. Let's do the hand. I don't know why I expect a different result, even though I'm doing nothing different. Unnormalized quaternion key. It's got that unnormalized quaternion. And then it's just the weird, what makes it so weird is that it crushes it anyway. It won't actually let that stay. But the error, like, remains as long as that keyframe is there. Which, I don't know, I just find that all very strange. And frustrating. So see, it doesn't even play that animation. It doesn't even bother. And again, like I said, I can't pull up any of these web pages or my internet's gonna go bad. And I could switch my internets, but I don't know. I'll tell you what I'll do. I mean, this is frustrating. And maybe next week when I come back, I'm just gonna go in on animation. Like, I want to continue to do coding stuff, work on the game, expand the features, but I feel like this is calling as something that needs to be understood. Because I want to be able to get in here and animate and know how the tools work, to understand what they're going to do and what problems will be encountered and how to deal with those problems. So, I don't know. This is tough. Especially with the internet issue. I could try to switch the internets right now, but I just really don't want to. So, I guess I could try the animation. So I could switch. I could make another animation. I just feel like it's not enough of a one-to-one comparison. It's just not. As long as the as long as we're not doing those finer joint changes, because that's where some of those issues would come from. But I can try anyway. So if we do the left leg, let's do the thigh. I guess for the run, we just want it to all go back a little further. There's a lot of different things. Runs are not just that, but it'll have to do for now. Create that. Come to the right one. Push it forward more. Create that. Come to the right arm. Why is it only... it's like only the children that it does that with? That's strange. I'll try to do some research off stream. I'll try. Because it's quite bizarre. Left arm. Push this one way up. Keyframe that. There's our run first frame. Go to the next frame, swap them all. This one comes to the back. Certainly, if we do see the glitches, that'll be very interesting. And I would wonder, again, if having the meshes be separate instead of one continuous piece, if that somehow has something to do with it. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Arm right, bring that forward. We want it to be kind of extreme because it's a run. It's different. Go to the leg. Put that somewhere. Oh, we're doing the thigh. Put that somewhere else in the front. Keyframe that. Get the other thigh. Pull that back. Keyframe that. Presumably, there's our run. Now we do have the problem with the leg going the wrong direction. I'm actually kind of glad, because that helps us potentially reproduce the other problem. So that's good. So then the way I try to fix... That's actually interesting. That actually makes me a little more hopeful that this is a useful test. So here's what I'm going to do. Now we've got those two animations. I'm not going to fix that yet. Now I've got those two animations. I'm going to add in an animation tree, because this could confirm or deny whether it's dealing with that shortest path, guided path situation. If that's part of what's causing it, this could help answer that, maybe. At least give us that as a clue for what, in part, is happening. Oh god. Do I know how to set up the animation player? The animation tree? I don't know. I was shown once. Tree root, we want to say blend tree. And then we're going to add an animation onto here. And for this, we want to call it walk. And we want to add walk to it. I'm going to add another one. And this one we're going to call run. And I'm going to add run to it. And then we're going to add, I don't think there's anything else. There might have been, but I don't remember. We're going to add a transition node. The transition node, we want it to have some transition time. Oh, we want to add parameters here. So inputs, add 2 elements. Walk. and run. Hook those up. Make sure the tree is active. Now it isn't playing them. Oh, we got to put it to the output. There we go. Go to walk. Go to run. Oh, and look. It glitches. I reproduced it. I successfully reproduced it. And it's that leg. It's that leg that does the flip around, the flippy dippy. Now, I didn't even try to correct that flippy dippy, but that's the only one. So that makes me think that the problem is that it doesn't know how to blend something that has to go all the way around to get back to its original position. What's a little confusing, this is interesting, what's a little confusing to me is why we don't see it, like why it's able to work here. Like, why not? What if this is just the way I wanted it? And what if that's what I wanted? So it's almost like there are certain boundaries between keyframes that if we cross them, this will happen. Okay. This doesn't thrill me, but I have another test in mind. It doesn't thrill me because I don't have time. But I'm just a little curious. So here's what I want to do. I want to try this as one unified mesh. Why would this make a difference? I don't know. It might not. But I kind of want to try it. For this one, this is not donut head. This one's going to be a different one. This one is cone head. They got to have some differences between them. It's the only way. This one's going to be cone head. Now I actually need to redo a lot of things because I have to detach the entire armature. Good luck with that. Good luck with that, Lise. I don't know how you're going to pull it off, but I hear you that that's what you want to do. You know, it might be better if I just create something fresh and try to just like redo this. Because we have to get rid of the vertex groups. And honestly, I'm not even sure how to do this. So if I burn all these to the ground, get rid of all the vertex groups. We have to do it on every... Oh my freaking god. That's a little tedious for my tastes. Delete them all. Okay, at least we can press a button. Delete them all. Why does it say the head doesn't have any? Okay, there we go. Delete them all. Delete them all. Make sure we don't hit Control S. That would be a disaster. Delete them all. And then we want to get rid of the armature as well on each of these. So in theory, these bones should be detached from the mesh. So now I'm going to actually join all of these except for the armature. So if I say join these all into one. So we now have one mesh. One single mesh. Select all of this. I want to make sure we select the body and the armature. And now apply it. I don't know if I needed to do that differently or what. If I come into pose mode, nice. It looks good, it looks great. One of the weird things is that this is how it looked with the other model too. But then we brought it into Godot and it was bending in weird ways. All right, let's save this as, this is going to be player model 2.blend. Now I'm going to hop into Godot and we're going to do it again, except this time it's all unified together. Okay. So take the second one, give it a new inherited scene. And we'll do the same thing. Add an animation player. Nothing different other than the model is different. I wonder if I could, since the bones are all the same, I wonder if I could just like export these. Let's try it. Save the run. We'll make a folder in here called animations. Call this run. Let's save walk as well in the same place. Come to our other model, which needs to be saved. Player model 2. Let's create the reset. Manage animations. We're going to open walk. And let's also add run into here. That didn't translate whatsoever, which is very interesting because it kept the path correct. I think. Let me make a new animation. I'm going to call this walk cone for the cone head. Oh, I forgot to actually make the reset appropriately. All right, hold on. Let's undo all this. Ugh. Ah, shoot. I kind of messed this up. All right, hold on. Do over. Do over. Delete this. I'm going to remove the scene we created. Yeah, I got to do it over. New inherited scene. Save it. Actually, first, create an animation player. Create a new, make it reset. What I forgot to do, because the reset is just useful to have. What I forgot to do was actually add all of the tracks on here first. So the naming was a little different. Now that I look at it, the naming convention was different. So we do need to fix that if we want that to translate. All right, save it like this. Player model 2. Manage animations. Open a walk. Open a run. And come to walk. Obviously, it's messed up. But let's just fix. If we come to reset, on the walk we need thigh left, thigh right. So let's copy this path. Come to walk. Paste it on. Do the same thing here. Rename it. Arm left. Same thing here. Paste. Rename it. Arm right. Same thing here. Paste. Rename it. Elbow left. Same thing here. Paste it. Elbow right. Not bad. The positions are strange. I don't know why the whole thing... Are we just looking at it at a weird angle? No. I don't understand why the entire thing is at such a bizarre angle. That's confusing. It's very confusing. Why would it look like that? Why would it look like that? How did that even happen? What? Confusing. All right, I'm doing it over. I'm doing it over. I have to use the loo real quick. I'll be right back. Real quick. Sorry. Okay. Whoa, this is beautiful. This is a work of art. Oh my god. This is a work of art. This use of like this, I'm screenshotting this. This use of like negative space. This is beautiful. This is gorgeous. What? This like has like a message for the world. Am I just that delirious because I've been streaming so long? Or is this looks like an album cover. This is freaking cool looking. I'm saving this. I don't know why. I don't know what for, but I'm saving it. Cool Conehead. I saved it. I did what I did. I have no regrets. All right, anyway. So what I want to do, new inherited scene for this. For some reason, it just went cattywampus when I applied those animations. I truly have no clue why. Deeply confused about that, but I have an idea on how to get it back to normal, potentially. So we're going to create an animation player. And create a new animation, call it reset. Grab the skeleton, add all the tracks, all the keys. And then there's also a neutral bone, which is interesting, because I saw this in my other character, and I wasn't sure what that was. I'm still not sure what this is. There's a lot of things that I'm seeing consistently between these two projects. Things that I thought like maybe I just screwed this up, but like I'm not sure. Like I don't know. I don't know. This is actually a very interesting comparison. I'm learning a lot. And this one I did this as one total thing. So I'm just surprised. There's so many similarities. One way that I was thinking to try to deal with this movement is keyframing the armature in the reset as well. So if I just keyframe its transform positions here, its rotation, its position, its scale, just all of it. I like how you can keyframe the edit mode. That's wild. And the top level, that's too much. It's so weird. We could do the transform of the skeleton as well. Give me all that. Create a new track, all of it. I'm just creating for each one of these so we can truly reset it back. To everything, probably, maybe, hopefully. We'll see. That's my best idea there. All right, so now I'm going to go to, let's save it the way it is. Player model 2. Manage animations. Open a walk. Open a run. Chaos may ensue when I open these up. Doesn't look bad so far. Oh, this one actually, the run actually transferred perfectly. Look at that. The run went perfect, and it's looping over the shoulder. I don't think having them merged or not is making a difference. But now I know. Now I can rule that out. This one didn't preserve the naming conventions correctly, oddly enough. It's very odd. It doesn't even look that different. I guess just that it has armature first. What makes the path different? I'm a little confused. Actually, I'm actually a little confused. Well, this is using the dot colon. How weird. All right, I guess we'll just use the dot colon here. Why did those save differently? Like, I feel like my best takeaway feels like animating in Godot is just wonky. It's just wonky. And it's got weird things. But I don't know. I'd like that not to be it. Okay, there's the walk. There's the run. We got them. I mean, I feel like we're going to get the same result. Like, it's seeming a lot like the same result to me. I could try animating them differently. I don't know. I feel almost absolutely certain we're going to get the same result, where it's going to do the glitch on that left leg only. But whatever, let's set it up. Assign the animation player. Tree root, blend tree. Add a node, animation. Call it walk. Add in walk. Add a new animation. Call it run. Attach it to run. Get us a transition node. Give it a crossfade time of a second. Add 2 inputs. Walk and run. Hook them up. And put that into the output. Switch the animation tree to being active. And then watch the glitch. Indeed, it glitches that left leg. So it has nothing to do with necessarily probably the fact that certainly I would say that the limbs are, that the meshes are separate. I don't know why, just something I wanted to rule out. Here we have separate meshes for everything. We get that same issue occurring. I didn't even do joints. So I didn't even need to test it with joints or anything. Didn't need to do that. Why is it not playing? Is it because this one's playing? It can't like do 2 or something? Active. Animation not found, walk. What? Why did the animations disappear? What? Okay. Apparently that was something I forgot to do. Somehow I lost those, but it's back, so. Anyway. So yeah, this is with the multiple meshes. And I just tried to animate it. And the biggest takeaway that I have is that it going the wrong way, it like looping back around somehow is part of what creates this issue. Where it glitches, because it's only happening this left leg. So I mean, I could try to correct that issue, right? I could attempt to correct it. I'm not really sure what would be the best way to do that. But I don't know that I've eliminated some possible reasons why this is happening. That I don't particularly feel confident that I know how to avoid it. So here, if we look at the left leg, let's open up the skeleton, go to the left thigh. So it's going to be these values right here. If we watch them change, the W does go into the negative, which is kind of interesting. Does that happen on any of the other ones? Let's look at the right thigh. It doesn't. I wonder if it's if the quaternion W goes into negative. It's just a theory. It's just a theory. Let's look at the arm. Oh, this one actually starts out negative. So that may not be it. And it becomes positive, and then it goes negative again. So that may not be it, because I'm not seeing that glitch on that arm. At least I don't think I am, unless it is there. I just can't really tell. So transition it. The arm transition looks great. Don't see any glitches. It's only with that left leg that I noticed the glitch. So I don't know if it's if the W goes to negative, but if I can sort of identify what it is that's causing it, then maybe I can go back to my other project and make that change. But here we're just dealing with less variables. It's just sort of easier to look at what's happening now that I've reproduced it. I'm thrilled that I've reproduced it. This is a big W as far as I'm concerned, not a quaternion W, mind you, just a regular W. This is the big W that at least now I understand. Or let me rephrase it. At least now I have a more manageable reproduction of this issue. Even though I barely understand what's causing it. At least I have something I can try to decode, potentially. So, I mean, I could try avoiding it going into the negative. The W over here, but again, I don't really know that that's why. So why does that even happen? What if I just redo this? So that's thigh left, right? And I'm actually let's do it this way. I'm gonna make a new animation. We're gonna say run 2. That way we can preserve the example where it gets goofy and we don't lose that. So thigh left is where it goes into the negative. That's just something I noticed. It probably won't make a difference, but let's just try to do it over. So there is no negative here. Well, because there's nothing. So let's try to move it somewhere else. And where I want it to go is in the front instead of the back. So let's just move some of these around. That just immediately went into the negative. Why? Wait, is it already negative? Is that where it's starting from? Or was it just like that? Let me do reset. Run 2. Leg left. Not negative. Move over here. Still not negative. Okay, so far, so fine. There we go. It's in the front extremely. No negative. Keyframe it. Oh, that's the wrong body part. I did the wrong body part. Okay. Do over. Phi is what we want. And indeed, it is not in the negative yet. Starts out in the front. I want it to now go into the back, I guess? Wait, I'm a little confused. Wait. Why am I so confused? Oh, because it's already in its... Huh? Wait a minute. Let me put it back. It starts in the back. Left thigh, not negative. Get rid of this one keyframe. This one joins it in the back. There was something flippy-dippied there. Maybe I, like, applied it in the wrong spot. I don't know. Skeleton, thigh left, not negative. We want to move it to the front. So I'm going to adjust these until it's in the front. Facing generally a way I want. Now okay, we'll just keep it kind of like this. Okay, there it's in the front, not negative. Can't keyframe it because I didn't select it correctly, but that's okay. It'll stay in the same spot. Keyframe it, bam. Let's see what that looks like. What? Oh! And now it's a not normalized quaternion. What the what are you talking about? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What? Godot, explain! Explain! What does that mean? What has happened? Oh my gosh. What am I gonna do? What am I supposed to do? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my freaking gosh. What am I supposed to do? What? What do you mean? How can you say that? How can you say that? How dare you? How dare you? Deeply confused. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply confused. Keyframe it this way. I did Euler this time. Okay, no complaints. No complaints. I did Euler. Now here's the thing. Now it goes to negative. Now it goes to negative. And it's clipping. It's going the wrong direction. So we have another run. This looks wrong. I don't like it. Whatever. Let's see what the transition looks like. I bet you it's going to be jacked up. So let's change this to run 2. And let's see it glitch, the left leg. We've made a small change. Make it active. There it is, going the wrong way. And indeed it glitches. There's something with this quaternion versus Euler versus going the shortest path instead of the longest path. There's something here in these intersections that is making this glitch occur. And it feels very difficult to explain. Like, a part of me wants to be like, oh, maybe I'll try to tweet somebody on the Godot team to get it sorted out. Maybe I'll try putting it on my Discord. What am I going to do? Put this whole giant hour-and-a-half long section? Like, no one's going to look through that. So how do I even explain this succinctly? I don't know. But it's very frustrating. I wanted this to help me understand. And it is. So this way causes the same problem. I'm going to say duplicate it again, and we're going to do it again, different way. I'm going to actually replace both of these keyframes this time. And let's even just do the reset so it's the leg isn't doing anything. Skeleton, thigh left, and this time let's have the thigh go. I mean, I'd like to modify the quaternion. I don't know, just to see it work. Mostly because I don't want the W to change. I don't know why, it was just something I was trying. Let me redo it. I gotta redo it because I wasn't in the actual keyframe mode, and that may have been part of the problem. So click on this. We're in the keyframe mode. I can actually click on a keyframe. Try it again. Modify the quaternion rotation. There we go. Hit a keyframe. How we doing? Then we get the issue. It says it's not normalized. What if I make this W a 1 and we keyframe it that way? What does that say? Same thing. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So it seems like we must do the Euler if we don't want that. So, and it begs, first of all, what? Second of all, what? And third, why would you even present the option for me to modify the quaternion if it's gonna just give me an error and not work? What's the point of even having that be available without clicking on the pencil first? That just seems so strange to me. Like a very strange design choice, Godot. Why are you this way? So, okay, put the leg there, keyframe it. No error, the leg is stuck in that spot. Come over here, I want the leg to come back. Now, I probably already know what's going to happen, which is that it's going to go the wrong way to get there. I also did this wrong somehow. It is going the wrong way. I'm so confused. Wait, why is it... Oh, I did them the same direction. So I actually would want to switch these in theory. These two keyframes. So once again, it's going the wrong way, and we can pretty much know that that's going to cause an issue. Honestly, this is the least glitchy one already. But okay, so let's say I would try to guide it. But we're probably certainly going to get that issue. What if I bring it closer? Does it still do it the wrong way? Actually, if I bring it closer, it has to be really close though. If I bring it really close, oh, it still kind of flips it the wrong way. What if I duplicate that right here? Right there. Yeah, it still goes chaos. It's still taking the longest path or whatever. I think I'm saying that right to get there. So, I mean, I could try guiding it, but guiding it is still going to cause an issue. What if I do it gradually along the way instead of guiding, instead of inserting in between? I don't know. So about halfway, come in here, get the thigh left, and gradually start kicking the leg out the other direction. Ugh, it's not on the skeleton. I don't think that causes an issue. Keyframe it, see where we're at. Let's see if that causes an issue. Let me see if this does. So all this is doing is just like, it's just going back a little bit. It's going forward a little bit, going forward a little bit, going forward a little bit. Head to the animation tree. We need to update run 2 to be run 3. And let's see if it glitches. No glitch. No glitch. We are glitch-free right now. We are glitch-free right now. So far. So far. So now I want to come back over here. And we're going to go a step further. I'm going to try going all the way. And that may be too far. But I'm going to try it. So we're going to try kicking the leg all the way out. Somehow, however the hell this translates. It's all very confusing. And unpleasant. You know what would be another thing to try? Animating it in Blender. That would be another thing to try. Is animating it in Blender. That would be another thing to try right there. Alright, so put that keyframe down. Let's see if it goes all the right ways. It does. What? Is that what I did? Oh, we're still like doing a partial. So the whole thing, wait, what? I'm a little confused. So they start going different. They start to cross. They cross. And then they go back. Okay, that looks correct. That looks correct. Okay, good, good, good. All right, we're fine, everything's fine. So we've gradually gotten it so the legs swap. I don't know, like, there was like an optical illusion happening to me, and it didn't look like they were swapping, but they are. Okay, come back to the tree. Does it glitch? No glitch. No glitch. Interesting. Okay, let me try this. Let me try this. So my theory now is that trying to wedge a keyframe in between two when I'm trying to have a rotated limb go from one spot to the opposite spot. If it's taking the wrong path and I try to inject a keyframe in between that gradualizes it, that causes the glitch. Or at least prolongs the glitch, because even if it flips without me injecting, that still causes the glitch. But inserting the keyframe doesn't blend it, and that may be what's going on in my other project. So what I'm going to try to do, that's my theory right now. I have no idea, because I just built it one by one, and we didn't have a problem. Instead of doing each end and then injecting it, which is what I've been doing, but I didn't do that here. So I'm going to duplicate this animation. Yep, run 4. I'm going to remove the center one. So here's what might be happening here. This one may never have flipped around. This one doesn't look like it was going to flip around in the first place. So I don't know that the injection is it. The injection might prolong the issue, but it doesn't necessarily preclude it. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense. Okay. How do I even test this? I mean, I guess one curious thing, what if I drag that out? Will it... I kind of need to force it to take the wrong path. I mean, that's just going super fast. There's something in these values. So, I mean, if I try run 4 now, let's even just try run 4. This should be fine. Going between the walk and the run. Well, we have to pause this. Then we can try this. So I guess my best guess is that if animating one place to another causes it to like flippy dippy, then it's gonna glitch even if you try to blend it along the way instead. That flippy dippy is actually indicative of a keyframe that's doing something that is not okay. I mean, I kind of just want to try again. I'm just going to duplicate it again. Run 5. We're on run 5. I'm going to get rid of both of the legs. Or both of the keyframes on that leg. Let's do thigh left. Don't do the quaternion or it gets angry. This one we want to be forward. And I guess what I should do is study the difference between those two. The ones that the one that flips and the one that doesn't. That would be a good thing to do, actually, now that I think about it. But I'm already doing this, so keyframe that one. Come over to the next one where it kicks back. Or whatever. Wait, it goes forward. See, doesn't that look like this one's in the back? I guess I did this one in the wrong place. Like, it's really confusing. It confuses me sometimes. And I wonder if, like, making sure I'm animating it from the reset position, like, there's something here. And I still feel like testing it outside of Godot, like animating in Blender, is going to be a good thing to try. At some point. Okay, keyframe that. Come over here. We want to kick that leg forward now. Keyframe that. See if we get a weird flippy dip. Oh, we got the quaternion problem. Wait, but didn't I do the Oilers? Did I not do the Oilers? Maybe I didn't. It's only for the second one. Okay, I'll do the first. I'll do the first one then. Maybe I accidentally did it here and I didn't realize it. Let's go with that. Interestingly, this kind of achieves it, but it's like the axis that we're going around isn't really what I want. I mean, none of it is particularly what I want. Actually, this might reproduce it in the glitch sense. Because, like, the way that I got here was a little dubious. So, I mean, that's definitely not what I wanted. We're just going to do it over. Because this would be 80 million times easier in Blender. Because in Blender, we're not going to have to worry about that quaternion shit. That's gone. Forget about that. Because if we do it in Blender, we can actually rotate them in the ways that make, you know, sense. Instead of having to be like, adjust this, adjust that, adjust this. We don't have to do any of that. And I bet that just makes it all better. I mean, I'm tempted to try it. I'm already going too long on this stream, but I'll be damned if I'm not real curious. Damned, I tell you. We want to bring it back, not forward. I make that mistake so many times. Keyframe it. No, not position. Rotation. Are we good quaternion-wise? We are. Maybe I just did the quaternion and I didn't realize it. So weird. You gotta hate it. You gotta hate it. Bring this forward. Rotate it or whatever. Keyframe it. It's going the wrong way. This isn't how it's supposed to be. So let's see what that looks like. Let's see if it gets the glitch, because that's not really what I want. And usually when that happens, that means glitch time. Here's walk. No glitch. It's just the axes we chose were problematic. All right. One thing I want to do, two things I want to do. One is compare run 4. Run 4 doesn't have a blend. It does pretty much what I want. Switching them back and forth, front to back. And it doesn't do any weird glitchy stuff. Run, I want to say 2. Does do the glitchy stuff. It doesn't go where I want, even though the positions are technically where I want them. So I kind of want to study the difference between run 2 and run 4. On the thigh, on the left thigh. Thigh left on run 2. Oh gosh, how am I going to study these? Jesus. I mean, interesting, looking at the Euler, you know, this little bar jumps a lot. It's doing something very strange on the z-axis there. Let me see if that happens on run 4. It's all smooth on here. There's no jumping. It goes smooth. Now, I'm not sure how that translates into a quaternion, into the rotation. Like this looks like it goes from -5, -0.5 to like -0.1. This one goes from 0 to -0.6 or something. This goes from, I don't know, 0.2 or something to -0.5 or something like that. This goes from like, I don't know, 0.3 to 0.8, kind of hard to tell. So this seems like it's going gradually. No jumping happening on the z-axis here. Come to run 2. we got this leaping all over the place. This is going... I mean, this looks fine. It looks like it's gradual. Actually, this one looks like it's jumping around. The y-axis looks like it's doing something kind of weird. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. It might not be. I don't know if I can really tell. This one looks wacky, too. These just look wacky. They don't blend as neatly. So then my question, I want to save this. Then my question is, if I open my other project, oh yeah, save it all, save it all. If I open my other project, will I see that same thing on the arms versus, say, the legs, where it's leaping around? And if so, that's very interesting. Maybe now I'm starting to hone in on where the problem is. Even though there's so much confusion that I have about animating in Godot. I really, that's one of my biggest suspicions right now, is that animating in Godot is a waste of time. Animating like animations like this. So let's look. Oh, and how did I isolate it before? Right. So I think it was the run. I think we determined that it was the run, not the walk. So if I blend between the walk and some other animation where the arms aren't animated in the way we had before, walk 1 and run 2, well, we do get some glitches there. Let's try run, grab, debug. That's the one we want to go to. Walking, no glitch. So walk doesn't actually have the bad arms. So that I would actually want to compare the walk to the run, the arms on the walk to the run. Whereas if I do run 1 to the grab debug, now it glitches. Right? So let's come back to the animation. Run 1. Get to the skeleton. I believe elbow is going to be the thing that's mostly animated here. Play it. Look at the oiler. There. Look at the Y. The Y is leaping. Come to elbow left. The Y is super leaping. The Z is kind of leaping, but not in the same way as Y is. All right. So now I'm going to come to walk. And what I expect to see is that there isn't that leaping happening. Oh, it is happening. Look. Elbow right. Actually, it's much smoother. I will say, this is much smoother. So it might even be worth concluding that this one should be glitching out. That the left arm actually should kind of be glitching out. And maybe it is a little bit, if my theory means anything, which it might not. Maybe it is glitching out a little bit, it's just not that significant to be noticeable. Man, I really wanted that to be something I could point to. I don't see any glitching happening there. I mean, maybe a little bit, like, yeah, I don't think so. Well, I mean, the last thing that I would try is coming to Blender, this character here, we're gonna make a whole new, well, do we need to make a new character? I don't know. Let's keep our cone friend here. Or, no, I actually think it should be more of a one-to-one to our original project, which would be this one, the donut head. So for donut head, I'm gonna actually try, I've never actually done this. I've never animated in Blender. I've never tried to move an animation from Blender to Godot, so I actually have absolutely no idea how to do this, and maybe this is not the place to try. Could be a task for next week. Yeah, you know what? This could be a task for next week. I mean, I just technically have never done this, and, you know. I don't know, how do we even save this, like, as a separate animation? Maybe I'll do this during the Monday member stream. And then I'll report back with my results on Wednesday. That's a possibility. Yeah, I think we leave it at that, y'all. I think we leave it at that. So, what's my conclusion here? My conclusion is that it's really hard to figure out what the heck is going on in Godot, or it's hard for me to figure out why that glitch is happening. Like, I'm not fully sure why that glitch is happening in Godot. I'm still not sure. That's my exciting conclusion. However, I've at least got a nice simple project to sort of compare, and it seems like if the animation is done in a way that causes the limbs to flip like this way on the wrong angle in the wrong direction, if that happens, then we'll get the glitches. So I've at least identified that much. So this, for example, is gonna cause the glitch here. So this one has the glitch. I can see it, I can prove it. Oh no, I didn't save all the animations. Wait, really? Oh, I did. I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh my gosh. Okay. Woo, that was exciting. That was a moment of excitement. Okay, we're fine. No, we're fine. Everything's fine. That's no problem. Okay, let's not be panicked. So, over here, this one, you can see it's going. I didn't intend for it to go over the back of the head like this. And when I try to blend between these two, you can see it glitches out. Now I'm gonna come to run 4. And in run 4, these blend just fine, and it kind of does what I want. I mean, it doesn't look great, but it's not glitching. So, you know, obviously you can see the blend doesn't look pretty, of course. But there isn't the glitch. So I at least have these two side by sides, and and the only difference that I can describe between these two is that, you know, I mean, look, it was a pain to animate either one. It was a pain, because we had to do this annoying Euler quaternion conversion crap. And so it's probably really easy to be, you know, animating them in a way that doesn't really make sense, and so the axes get all mixed up, and that causes confusion at the end of the day. So I don't know. So maybe it is 3D animation. Maybe that is a problem. But you know what? I would even say, I would take that a little less far and say that it's not 3D animation that is difficult. It's 3D animation in Godot that is difficult. And perhaps if we do the animation in Blender and then bring it into Godot, I have a feeling it's gonna be a lot easier. Because here I can actually move these on axes that make any sense. You know, I don't have to worry about any quaternion anything. So I think my my grand experiment to try animating in Godot, I believe it's coming to an end. And I will no longer commit myself to doing all the animations in Godot because this is ridiculous. So I don't know how to do an animation in Blender, but next week, I am going to try. All right. I'm gonna do my best next week to animate it in Blender. I don't know if I'll do that in the member stream or the Wednesday stream, but at the very least, I will report back what happens. I must. If you want to join the member stream, you can sign up on Patreon, become a paid patron. Honestly, guys, like, I've got some internet problems in my life. You may have noticed that through the stream. Supporting on the Patreon will help me fix that internet because it'll allow us to have enough finances to be able to make the changes necessary potentially to at least solve that problem. I got all kinds of problems to troubleshoot. You can also join on YouTube, become a paid YouTube member. That means a lot. And then whichever you choose, you'll have access to that Monday member stream where I usually do stuff in Blender. I just do game art or other things. Who knows? But I gotta give a lot of love to these folks because they really help me get by in life. Truly. Like, this is my income, is what you guys do. And it's not a lot. It's not a lot, but it's something. And it's really nice to be able to be like, hey, I can help out a little this month. So thank you guys for being able to do that for us. I appreciate it. That's about it. If you're watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, you made it this far. Welcome! Welcome to the end of the video. If you haven't yet, remember to hyper smash that thumbs up button. You might as well like it. If you made it this far, you probably like it, and that'll help the stream and the video a lot. So hit that thumbs up button. We've also got these. If you tap or click in the bottom left, this is only if you're watching it after the live stream. Tap or click in the bottom left, and you can watch the last episode in this series. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog in this series, and I'll see you there. Goodbye, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Goodbye.